So hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Naruto trains alone after a wave. Part 1. If you guys enjoy this, what if? And if you want to part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content. And leave a like and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. And also share this video with your friends. And check out the description. And check out my playlist. So let's start the video. Chapter 1. Too much sake. Sasuke, I'm at point B. Sakura, I'm at point C. Naruto, I'm at point A. Believe it. Naruto is too slow. Naruto. Okay, Squad 7. The black beast leapt from a tree into the bushes below, using the surrounding forest greenery as an effective shield. The target is moved. Follow it. 3 ninja can be seen from their hiding places. One with raven black hair, another with bubblegum pink, and the last with knucklehead blonde. Over there. The blonde whispered through his earpiece. What's your distance from the target? The silver-haired Jinin's voice came. 5 meters. Naruto replied, I'm ready, just give the signal. I'm ready too. Voiced the confident Sasuke. So my Sakura is finished. Okay. Now. Kakashi ordered. The 3 genin sprung from their hiding places at the beast. I got him, I got him. Naruto shouted out as he wrestled with a cat. This only startled the poor creature as Naruto became its new scratching post, with Sakura smiling all the while. Can you verify the ribbon on the right ear? Kakashi's voice echoed from the 3 sets of headphones. Affirmative, we got a positive ID. Sasuke replied, having almost nothing to do with the capture. Right. Lost pet Tora. Captured. Mission accomplished. And we get a better mission than this. I hate cats. Naruto yelled down the frequency as his fellow ninja grabbed their heads in pain. Naruto. We can all hear you loud and clear, stop yelling. Sakura's shrill voice now bellowed back down the earpieces. HMPH, pathetic. And now Sasuke sighed and began the short journey back into the village through the trees. Sasuke. Wait up. Sakura called out and hurried after him. Hey. A little help first. Sakura, get off me, cat. Naruto shouted, having enough of the feline, grabbing it by the scruff of its neck as it finally calmed down. Quickly rising to his feet to get a better grip on the animal, Naruto rose with the captured kitty in hands. With a flash, smoke erupted a few feet from Naruto. He almost dropped the cat. Almost. It seems you have a way with pets, eh? Naruto. Kakashi gloated as he emerged from the smoke with one of his famous eye smiles. Damn it, Kakashi-sensei, why can't we have a better mission than this? A B rank, or a C rank at least. Now Naruto, there is no use complaining to me. Again, we get our orders and missions from the Hokage, and we must complete them for the good of the village. The pair had now begun walking back toward the village. Yeah, but I'm way stronger now, I even caught this damn cat before Sasuke got near it. Naruto stroked the cat's fur lightly without loosening his grip on the animal. Speed doesn't determine the power of a ninja, Naruto, you should know this by now. All aspects must be taken into account. Any Chunin could beat you without a second thought. Now that hurts Naruto's pride. HMPH, Mizuki sure had fun losing to me. He whispered to himself. Kakashi caught that but decided to say nothing as the two made their way to the Hokage's office in silence. Oh my poor little Tora. Mama was so worried about your naughty little fuzzy face. Team 7's captive was in the process of becoming a pancake against its owner's face. Haha. Stupid cat, that kitty deserves to be squashed. Naruto laughed as he watched the client suffocated. No wonder he ran away. Sakura pitied the cat, but her job was over anyway. Sit back and let Naruto and Sasuke handle it. That's an easy street for her. Now then, for Squad 7's next mission, we have several available tasks. The 3rd Hokage called Squad 7 over the screams of the poor cat. Among them, babysitting the chief counselor's 3-year-old, helping his wife to do the shopping, digging up potatoes at. No. Naruto interrupted, crossing his arms like an X with a strange buzzing sound heard from somewhere. I want to go on a real mission. Something challenging and exciting. Not this little kid stuff. Come on, old man. He's got a point. Sasuke considered as he agreed with the dead last for once. He's such a pain. Sakura sighed internally. Oh, I knew this was coming. Kakashi thought as Iruka suddenly took charge. How dare you? You're just a brand new genin with no experience. Like everyone else, you start with simple missions to develop your skills and prove yourself. Are you serious? Babysitting is not a mission, it's just a stupid. Gah. A punch to the back of his head shut him up, courtesy of Kakashi. Will you put a lid on it? His now bored-voiced sensei spoke. Naruto, the 3rd began as Naruto sat up and rubbed the back of his head. It seems you do not understand the tasks you have been given. Listen, many different kinds of requests come into our village every day. From babysitting to assassinations. These requests are carefully reported. You always lecture me like you're my grandfather or something, but I'm not the little brat that used to pull pranks all the time. I'm a ninja now and I want a ninja mission. HMPH Naruto shouted and turned his back to the Hokage. Ah, I'm gonna hear about this later. Kakashi sighed again. The Hokage chuckled, Naruto wants us to know he's not a brat, he's a former brat, and he wants a mission. So be it. Huh? Was all Naruto could say. Since you are so determined, I'm going to give you a C-rank mission. You'll be bodyguards on a journey. Really? Yes. Who? Who? Are we guarding a princess? Or some big counselor? Don't be so impatient. I will bring him in now. The Hokage scolded, send in our visitor. Squad 7 turned towards the door as it opened, revealing a very drunk old man with a bottle of sake in his hand. What the? A bunch of little snot-nosed kids. The old man took one final swig and hit the ground. Wah? What the hell, who's this old geezer? Naruto shouted out, now poking the body. It seems our client has had a little too much to drink. Kakashi, if you would escort our client back to his hotel, Team 7 can begin in the morning. The third sighed. Huh? No fair, old man. You said we'd get a C rank today. Naruto, now furious, was denied his prize he fought for. Your mission will still be here in the morning, Naruto, you can't complete it without the client after all. I suggest you all go home and rest for tomorrow. With that, the Hokage rose from his seat and left the Chunin to sort through the remaining missions. The third's head suddenly appeared back at the doorway. If you'd like, Naruto, I could set up some D ranks for you instead. He chuckled as he heard Naruto go off like a bomb, returning to his office for some private reading. Geez, Naruto, did you have to make such a fuss? Sakura scolded him. It got us a better mission, didn't it, or would you like to be carrying groceries for other people your whole life? Naruto snapped right back. Naruto's face hit the floor again as Sakura stood proudly over him. You're such an idiot. She shouted at him as ran back to Sasuke's side. Kakashi had already gone ahead and taken the client, now identified as Tazuna, home. So it was just the genin and they each had their own plans. Leave me alone, Sakura. I'm going to go by train. Sasuke grumbled, and with Sakura right on his tail much to his dismay, he headed back to Squad 7's training grounds. Ow, why does Sakura have to hit me all the time? Naruto stood up and sighed, his voice-enhancing mask now gone with no one around. Why can't she just? He trailed off, with a slight tear peeking from his eye. All of a sudden, he became completely motionless. Nature chakra licked at his body, but he was blissfully unaware. His body then set itself to automatic and began home with an expressionless look on his face. Huh? Where the hell am I? Am I? He shouted as his voice echoed in the dark sewer around him. Ah. What is this stuff? Lifting one foot out of the water and examining it closely. The slime then slowly dribbled off his sandal and back into the muck before Naruto decided he didn't want to know. Wise choice. A voice roared from somewhere in the sewer. Naruto jumped at this and surprisingly didn't appear afraid. Like a dog barking at night, he shouted. Who the hell is that? Come closer to discover more. The voice called out again with Naruto slowly taking steps down the corridor towards what he guessed was the source of the voice. That's it, closer and closer. He heard again. Picking up the pace, Naruto headed into the unknown until he saw only darkness no more. So this is my vessel. The voice called out from behind giant metal bars, held back by nothing but a slip of paper with a kanji for seal written on it. So, we finally meet face to face, eh? Kikbi. Naruto smiled a somewhat evil smirk. This, of course, only made the fox prouder with giant, shining, scythe-like teeth arranged in a similar smirk. But big teeth you have, Kikbi. Naruto grinned. All the better to devour your flesh with. It roared back, its face now in the light close to the bars, revealing the ragged orange fur tarnished in places with the same goop that appeared on the floor. Why did you bring me here? Naruto asked, all evidence of grinning left his face, now donning a look more serious. What's with the business all of a sudden? I was having fun. Kikbi smirked back with the same grin Naruto just lost. I know all about you now, you've killed thousands of people, millions maybe. Naruto began with the Kikbi only nodding with a kind of more or less look. I also know that if I die, you die. What's to stop me finally ridding the world from your evil? HMPH, kid smarter than I gave him credit for. The fox thought. Well, you're the reason I'm hated in this town, you're the only reason I'm still here, and you. Seething with rage, Naruto shouted as loud as he could, you took away my family. Now with tears in his eyes, he looked at the fox again with all the hatred he had saved up over the years. No one will ever love me. You took away my chance at having a happy life. The metal bar suddenly appeared in Naruto's hands. Tears now very much threatening to break loose, shook violently as he swung the bar repeatedly at Kikbi's cage. Every time he landed a hit, he repeated the same word louder each time. Why? Collapsing due to fatigue and emotion, Naruto sank to his knees and dropped the bar, both hidden by the murky liquid below. Why did you have to come to Konoha? Why did you have to take away all those lives? He said, now deathly quiet in contrast to his previous outburst. The old fox looked at Naruto and for the second time in its long lifespan, shed a tear. It didn't growl or hurl obscenities at the boy. It just lay there, head draped across its paws like a scalded dog, feeling sorry for the one person he should hate. After a long, pregnant pause, "I didn't mean to." The fox spoke. Naruto raised his tear-stained face to meet Kyuubi's closed eyes. "Life is a fragile thing, is it not?" It spoke again. Naruto only nodded his head slowly. The great Kyuubi let out a long sigh before opening his eyes again. "I have lived many of your human lifetimes. Yet I still haven't found a place to call home." Kyuubi was getting more vocal now as Naruto patiently listened. "There are no other Kyuubi. Just me. Alone for hundreds of years. I know the pain of loneliness better than even you, kid. I am the only Kyuubi, there are no others. I do not know why I am here or what to do in life with no one else out there for me." Naruto actually felt sorry for Kyuubi. True had only faced 12.5 years of hate and suffering, but the Kyuubi had endured hundreds. "I thought you appear when people get too cocky and evil, isn't that what you do in life?" Naruto asked, as was the legend of the Kyuubi. "No. No, my dear kid. This world is a delicate balance, I merely help it by reducing the amount of evil." Kyuubi sighed, remembering all the dictators and loyal subjects to them he had slaughtered. "Really? No tricks?" Naruto asked, now very curious. "Fox's honor." Kyuubi chuckled as he sat up again. "Unlike me, kid, you can be seen as a force of good in the world. You can know, love and honor yourself and become the ninja you truly want to be." Naruto scoffed, "Tsh, like that'll ever happen now. I have you to keep in line, how anyone could love me. This world is full of surprises, kid. Some are good, some are bad. You never know until you look for them though." The fox then pressed its paw against the cage door and took a deep breath. "What do you fight for, kids?" It suddenly asked. Well, I guess I fight to be acknowledged so I can protect people like Iruka-sensei and Sakura." Good answer. The fox thought and chuckled. Very well, how about a deal then?" He grinned again. A normal person would have already denied the fox and taken off running. "What kind of deal?" Naruto asked suspiciously. "I want to see the world again. I want to see the sights you do." It began, "I will give you full access to the power I have here and teach you things Junin could only dream of. In return, all I ask is a mental link between our minds. I do not want to be shut off from the world anymore." Naruto seemed rather confused with this. "So lem get this straight, you're willing to give me lots of power in return for a window into my life. That is all I ask. And that you change your clothes." Kyuubi smiled. Not the foxy grin similarly always plastered on Naruto's face, but a warm smile. "Hey, it's not like I haven't tried. You asked for it though. You can see for yourself." Naruto replied to the fox and pressed his own tiny hand against a bar on the cage, opposite of Kyuubi's own. The white light linked the center of Naruto's head and Kyuubi's head before engulfing the room. Chapter 2's Uzumaki. The sound of birds chirping drifted through the window, letting people know that morning had arrived. Despite having a mission that day, a certain blonde just rolled over, using his sheets to block the sun. "Wait for it. Wait for it." The voice in Naruto's head mumbled behind grins as Naruto's brain finally returned to the land of the living a second before. He shot up in his bed, scrambled to get out. "I can't believe I overslept. Why am I still in my clothes?" "You were so worn out from our little chat you didn't wake up," came the Kyuubi's now ever-present voice. You. So it wasn't all a dream, we really did make that deal, huh?" Naruto thought of Kyuubi. "Yes, and don't forget about your end. I give you access to my power and knowledge in return for this link and that you wear something other than that ghastly orange." "Oh yeah, hee. Unfortunately for you, you get to see my wardrobe now." "What do you mean?" The fox replied, quite confused. "How could your wardrobe be any worse than what you're wearing?" Naruto hurried to his closet, a look of absolute joy on his face as he flung open the door to the tiny space and opened his eyes as wide as he could to give the fox the full picture. My eyes." The fox reared back into the darkness of his cage. Naruto howled with laughter rolling around on the floor. Inside Naruto's closet was 10 different sets of the same jumpsuit Naruto wore every day. "Man fox, I wish I could see your face, haha, priceless." "Oh? You think so, kid?" The fox, now furious, stepped forward and put its paw against the cage. "Time for your first lesson." Naruto had just zipped up his next jumpsuit when a massive wave of pain slammed into him. He clutched his head as the pain focused around his face. He yelled out and jumped back onto his bed, burying his head under his pillow. The pain left as fast as it came as Naruto opened his eyes again. Picking himself up, he thought something nasty to the fox. "No need for that sort of language, kid. You should be thanking me on bended knee." The fox smirked, now relaxing back in the corner of his cage. "Why? You turned my head into your personal plaything just for looking at the only thing I'm allowed to buy." Naruto yelled at the giant fox in his mind. "Only thing? Why don't you just take something you want, they can't do anything with me around." DSH, yeah right. You're the reason I get banned from nearly every store I walk into. Well, since you'll be leaving the village soon, you should find a shop that has some decent clothes for you. Plus I didn't do anything to your head, just your senses. What about my senses? Naruto was now out of the door and hurrying to the front gate. I'll explain once I see something worth using them for. Kicked beyond and curled up in a ball before drifting off into a peaceful slumber. DSH, damn furball. Naruto said as he focused on reality, Sasuke, Sakura and their client, giving him an odd look. What an idiot. Sasuke just muttered as he returned to leaning back on the gate. Hey guys. Where's Kakashi? Naruto asked Sakura, giving her his famous foxy grin. Where do you think it is? Probably reading his stupid book on the other side of Konoha. Sakura answered. Man, Kakashi-sensei has never been on time. When we finally get a good mission he decides to be late for that as well. You shouldn't talk that way about your teacher. Tazuna, one hand on his head in an attempt to stem the hangover he had, joined the conversation. But it's true. Kakashi-sensei is always late, he probably won't show up for another hour or two. Some leaves shifted unnaturally. Naruto's ears twitched. He turned his head to a tree just outside of the gate. Kakashi-sensei? That you? Naruto shouted out. The three spectators just resumed the weird look they gave him before. It was wiped from their faces as Kakashi just dropped from the tree, closing his orange book in the process. Well spotted Naruto. The silver-haired Chunin complimented. You were there the whole time, Sakura yelled. No, I showed up around the same time Naruto did. I decided to test your ability to sense others. Naruto here is the only one who passed. Sakura and Sasuke were taken aback. This runt actually has some talent. Tazuna smiled. No way, how could he tell he was there from all the way over here? Sasuke fumed. That's impossible. There's no way he sensed him and Sasuke didn't. Sakura was shocked. You knew he was there the whole time though, didn't ya, Sasuke? You just wanted me to sense him for myself. With hearts in her eyes, Sakura drifted off into her own fantasy world. Sasuke just scowled, can we get on with the mission already? Now this was a surprise, Kakashi mused, no Sasuke was the impatient one, and Naruto was the calm one. The others decided to ignore this sudden outburst and make final checks over their stuff. Naruto took one step past the gates before smiling and looking up at the sky. My first step outside of the village. Yeah, I can't wait. He thought. What? Naruto heard a low growl at the back of his mind. Up already, eh? Furball. Seeing as you even think loudly, yes. Kikbi grunted and stretched. Everyone ready? Came Kakashi's voice, everyone nodded, then let's go. They all set out from the village. Kakashi began to explain the different regions while Naruto zoned out. Leaving already? I was hoping for a longer fox nap. Don't you mean cat nap? Naruto asked. Don't ever put me in the same category as them. A fox nap is completely different. Kikbi shouted. Okay. If you say so. So are you gonna tell me what you did to my hearing? Didn't you tell? You managed to find that Chunin teacher of yours easily when both of your teammates had no idea. You're making no sense, just tell me everything you did then I can get back to this mission. The fox just sighed. I'll put it simply for your human brain to understand. You can hear a pin drop at 100 feet, your sense of smell is rivaled only by my own and your eyes. The Kikbi stopped suddenly. He spotted something out of place up ahead. Let's say we take them out for a test spin. What do you mean? Naruto asked. Push some chakra to your eyes and take a look under that tree. Do I have to mold it first? Naruto asked, remembering one of the few lessons he understood from the academy. Not for this. It's more like a switch you're turning on. Kikbi explained. Naruto complied and tried focusing his chakra into his eyes. Every time he took a step closer he lost focus and the chakra receded. Stop walking, idiot. The fox shouted, annoyed at his container's lack of focus or lack of control. Both were as bad as each other at this point. Naruto stopped about 25 feet from the tree and focused hard. The chakra pooled at the back of his eyes. He blinked and his once crystal blue eyes became blood-red slitted ones. What the? Naruto looked at the puddle under the tree. There was a large source of chakra around and in the puddle. The others had walked ahead before turning back to the blonde. Naruto, hurry up. Sakura called out. In a second. Naruto walked up to the puddle and jumped into the center of it. In an instant, a smokescreen appeared around Naruto as two figures emerged from the haze, jumping back a few feet. One landed on his feet, the other on one knee, clutching his head. That hurt you, brat. The injured one shouted before the duo charged at him. Naruto jumped out of the way and landed several feet off. The two kept running. They were heading toward Kakashi and the client. Naruto ran after them but he was too late. They both had a massive chain of shuriken emerge from their wrists, linking the two and wrapped it around Kakashi. One down. The other said and they yanked the chain, splitting Kakashi in two. All three genin were too stunned to move, their Chunin sensei had just been killed on the spot. Now for our objective. The injured one spoke before they made a charge for Tizuna. A flash of blue and Sasuke were in the air. He threw a shuriken at their chain, pinning it to a tree, followed up with a kunai to reinforce it. I can't get loose. The right-handed chain user grunted as Sasuke landed on each of their gauntlets. They quickly looked at the young genin before he kicked both of them in the jaw. With a clunk, they both released their gauntlets from the chain ends, regained their footing and flew towards Tizuna. I've got to stop them. I've got to stop them. Sakura shouted at herself, stay behind me. She cried and jumped in front of Tizuna. Now kid. The foot slammed into one of the figures, destroying his face mask under his foot as he shot into the other figure before tumbling away. Naruto landed in front of Sakura perfectly with a hard look on his face. Then Naruto? Sakura whispered, more to herself than anyone else before Naruto ran over to where the demon brothers now lay. Both were taken out with that last attack. Whoa, what the hell was that? Naruto thought. Your new reflexes, kid. Like 'em? The fox grinned in his mind. A slight feeling of pride graced the fox's body before he brushed it away. You tuned them up too? Nice. Naruto smirked, inside and outside his mind. Good job Naruto. A voice came from the trees as Kakashi dropped down for the second time that day. Kakashi-sensei, you're okay. Sakura shouted out and ran to meet him. Sasuke was too shocked by Naruto to move. Slowly, he turned his head to see the spot Kakashi died on to see tree stump slices scattered over the ground. Replacement jutsu. He thought. Tizuna was still scared and cautiously approached the group. Is it safe now? He asked. Thanks to Sasuke and Naruto, yes. Kakashi replied, tying a very tight knot as he finished securing the demon brothers to a tree. By the way, Mr. Tizuna. Yeah? What? We need to talk. An hour later and the group was back on the road. The bridge was built explaining his predicament and the reason for his deception. With a team vote, the group decided to continue on. This fog's so thick. You can't see anything. Sakura called out. Team 7 and their client were now on the boat to the land of waves. The team had decided to continue with the mission much to Kakashi's dismay due to a convincing speech from Naruto. Naruto just sat at the front of the boat, getting used to his new nose. Sniffing every 100 feet or so, trying to smell land through the fog. Now you've got the hang of it kid. Kikbi grinned as Naruto smelled damp earth a few hundred feet ahead. Yes, finally. So what's next huh? Naruto asked eagerly. Nothing kid, you have to master these abilities before I teach you anything else. Oh, come on. No. The Kikbi roared, do as I say or I will feast upon your flesh. To a normal person, this would require a change of underwear. You dare threaten me, do you want me to sleep with my eyes open in my closet from now on? Naruto shouted right back with a hint of humor in his voice. No. Kikbi shuddered at the memories. Then teach me something new. No. And with that, the Kikbi kicked Naruto out of his own mind. What the hell? He shouted as everyone gave him another confused stare. Naruto looked around, discovering he was the last on the boat except for the driver. Oh, sorry He put his hand behind his head and gave his foxy grin as he disembarked. Okay, take me to my home, and I mean get me there in one piece. Tizuna barked as the group set off. Kakashi was deep in thought as they traveled through the small coastal town and into the forest. How did that idiot get so good in so little time? Sasuke thought, angrily. He could barely keep up with the dog boy at the academy, and now he can match my speed. I'm not gonna lose to him. With that, the last Uchiha focused his senses on the surrounding area. If there was another ambush, he was going to discover it first. An awkward shift in the bushes. Over there Sasuke hurled a kunai into the bushes. Everyone just gave him a confused look when no immediate results revealed themselves. Not a sound was heard from the bushes. No grunt of pain nor the thump of a body. Stop trying to scare me, you black-haired brat. Tizuna suddenly yelled out. Kakashi and Naruto's ears suddenly picked up another sound. There. Another kunai found its way into the bushes. Sakura just looked at Sasuke with stars in her eyes. Sasuke, you're so brave. She squealed. Kakashi made his way through the bushes to investigate and found a panic-stricken white bunny. Sasuke saw what he hurled his kunai at and just scowled. Stupid rodent. He muttered. Oh, don't be so downhearted Sasuke. Sakura made an attempt to hug him to console his embarrassment. Kakashi was deep in thought again whilst staring at the rabbit. Glancing at the trees he thought, so you're already here. Look out. Came two separate calls. One from Kakashi and the other, surprisingly, from Naruto. Did he hear it too? Kakashi thought in record time as everyone hit the deck. A giant sword cleaved the air above their heads and embedded itself high in a nearby tree. It looked like an oversized butcher's knife with a semicircle on the blade edge missing and a full smaller circle towards the end of the blade in the middle. The figure landed on the handle of the sword, his gaze sweeping over the group. He wore matching brown and white cameo arm and leg warmers with lined blue pants. His face was masked with bandages, covering his mouth, and short black hair outlined his Kurigakure headband. Well. If it isn't Zabuza Mamachi. Rogue ninja from the village hidden in the mist. Our Rouge ninja. Naruto muttered. Kakashi reached up to his headband. If he's our opponent, I'll need this. Kakashi of the Sharingan. Did I get that right? Zabuza's cold voice descended. It's too bad, but you'll have to hand over the old man. Kakashi and Zabuza locked eyes. Sharingan? What's that? Naruto thought. The powerful ninjutsu. It was the last thing I saw before. Stop talking to me and focus on your enemy. Kikbi's voice boomed back in Naruto's mind. Got it? Naruto didn't bother to argue, this was serious if Kakashi was using his trump card, whatever it was. Now quick, get in formation. Protect the bridge builder and stay out of this fight. Kakashi ordered. I taught you teamwork, now it's time to use it. Kakashi lifted his headband back to its proper place, revealing his scar and opening his eyes. Showing a red and wide eye with black pupil and 3 black tomos circling it. Well, it looks like I get to see the Sharingan in action. This is an honor. Zabuza spoke atop his perch. The Sharingan. A rare power. It resides in the eye. Sasuke began. Don't explain its mechanics to an enemy Sasuke, you idiot. Naruto shouted across Kakashi. Without warning, a thick mist descended around the battlefield. I don't care what you have. I need to eliminate the old man. Zabuza began. As soon as he threatened Tazuna, Squad 7 formed up a defense around him. So, I'll have to eliminate you first, Kakashi. With a flash, Zabuza and his sword were gone. Naruto channeled chakra to his eyes as they became red slits once more. Over there, on the water, he shouted out. Zabuza was just standing on the water, one hand above his head, focusing. Ninja art. Hidden mist. He cried and disappeared in the further thickened mist. He'll come after me first. He's a master of the silent killing technique. Kakashi explained. As the name suggests, it happens in an instant without a sound or warning of any kind. It happens so fast you pass from this life without realizing what has happened. The Sharingan cannot fully neutralize it, so don't lower your guard. But if we fail we only lose our lives. How can you say that? Sakura reprimanded him. The mist's thickness increased further. The land of waves is surrounded by ocean. The swirling mists are ever present. Tazuna told them. The mist became so thick that Kakashi faded from view when being not even 5 feet in front of them. Sensei. Sakura cried out. 8 points. Zabuza's voice surrounded them. Watch your back, kid. Kikbi warned. Naruto heard him but continued focusing chakra to his eyes. The more he pushed in, the clearer the mist became. Larynx. Spine. Lungs. Liver. Jugular. Artery. Kidneys. Heart. Now, which will be my kill point? Everyone stiffened their stances. The mist suddenly cleared in a small area. Kakashi had flared his chakra to blow away some of the haze. Sasuke started sweating. Naruto noticed and saw him raise his kunai around his stomach. What is he doing? He thought. Sasuke. Calm down. I'll protect you with my life, all of you. I will not allow my comrades to die. Trust me. Kakashi said, giving them one of his famous eye smiles. Sakura breathed a sigh of relief. I wouldn't be so sure. An eerie voice came. Suddenly, Zabuza was between the genin and Tazuna. It's over. Zabuza calmly said before swinging his sword round, a fear-stricken Tazuna couldn't move. Chapter 3 The Real Rookie of the Year. Don't move. Kakashi said, his Sharingan focusing directly on Zabuza and jumping towards him, kunai raised. Small drops of condensation dripped off Naruto's kunai as the Zabuza water clone gasped for air it could not keep before losing all chakra and becoming a small puddle on the ground. Then Naruto. Kakashi was stunned to say the least. The other two had jumped away from the client at the first sign of danger to them. Naruto however swiftly took out the enemy in the second's warning he gave them. Sensei, behind you. Naruto shouted as another Zabuza emerged from the mist and swung his cleaver at Kakashi. Kakashi couldn't escape, he was already mid-jump at the now puddled Zabuza who was no longer a threat. The mist ninja's sword cut him clean in half like a knife through water. But the small splash, where Kakashi was, there was now only water. The water clone. Zabuza thought, can't be. Don't move. A voice behind Zabuza spoke coolly as a kunai was raised to his neck. Now it's over. You're finished. Smart move Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said, not moving an inch since he'd sliced the water clone Zabuza's neck open. Sakura and Sasuke who jumped back were now staring in awe at the three. Zabuza began chuckling. Finished? You really don't get it, do you? Your technique is just a crass imitation. I'll never be defeated by a copycat ninja like you. Zabuza grinned under his mask. You are full of surprises though. You copied me when you made your little speech. Nice try, but not that easy to fool. The Zabuza prisoner burst into water as Kakashi's blade pierced its body, whilst yet another Zabuza behind Kakashi swung his sword with frightening speed at the Genin's head. Kakashi quickly ducked as the sword dug into the ground. Zabuza reversed his grip and aimed a kick directly at Kakashi. It never landed as Naruto's leg intercepted Zabuza's, bringing it to a stop, giving Kakashi those vital seconds to retreat. But the Zabuza started before a strong right hand introduced itself to Zabuza's face, sending him and his sword spiraling away. Zabuza turned the momentum into a flip and landed, cat-like, on his feet in a crouch. "So, you wanna play brat?" he shouted, his pride hurt as he, one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, took a sucker punch from a genin that actually hurt. "Fine, see if you can keep up with this." Zabuza sped towards Naruto. Naruto could see the attack coming and made a block, but even his newly acquired reflexes couldn't keep up with a trained genin. The hilt of Zabuza's sword hit him square in the stomach. He doubled over in pain before being knocked into the air, courtesy of a sharp uppercut by the mist ninja. He landed on his back next to Sakura with a thud. "Naruto? Are you okay?" she asked him quickly, helping him sit up again. "How do you like that runt?" Zabuza smirked. He turned back to Kakashi only to find him finishing hand seals. "Lightning style. Lightning hound jutsu." Kakashi called out as a dog compassed completely of lightning charged Zabuza. Jumping back, Zabuza performed his own hand signs. "Water style." Great waterfall backing up to the water's edge, a huge amount of water shot itself at the hound, covering and short-circuiting the torrent didn't stop though. It shot through the clearing and straight towards the team and their client. Acting fast, Naruto grabbed Sakura and jumped into the trees while Kakashi took care of Tazuna. The water quickly let up as the group jumped back down. It seems one of you little students didn't make it, Kakashi." Zabuza taunted as the group glared at him. "Fire style. Fireball jutsu." A voice shouted as a figure jumped out of the tree nearest Zabuza as a big ball of fire descended upon him, engulfing the swordsman. Sasuke smirked. The fire quickly cleared as he released the technique, panting a little. There was nothing left. No grass or rocks or body. Sasuke winced as he landed, looking around for the ninja. "Too slow kid, water style. Water dragon jutsu." Sasuke turned back to the river only for a large water dragon, with yellow menacing eyes to crash into him, sending him skidding away back towards his team. "Shadow clone jutsu." Naruto shouted out. 9 exact clones of Naruto appeared, complete with red slitted eyes, and charged at Zabuza. "Naruto, wait." Kakashi shouted, but Naruto continued, throwing kunai and shuriken between them at Zabuza. "HMPH, pathetic." Zabuza mocked with a sigh as he used the blunt of his blade to block any weapons that came close. "Damn it, we're gonna have to pull out the big guns." One Naruto yelled as the others just nodded their heads. 5 Naruto withdrew Fukma shuriken from their backpacks before the remaining 4 charged Zabuza again. Each Naruto approached the bladed ninja from a different direction, they all made their attempts to beat down Zabuza and fell prey to his blade. The Naruto closest to the shore remained intact however. Zabuza made his way to the boy when several black objects were hurled at him. Zabuza quickly turned to face the shuriken, he caught one in his left hand and jumped over the next one. The third clipped his right arm but not badly, while the fourth missed completely. "Only 4. Zabuza quickly thought. He quickly scanned all the Naruto in front of him to see all 5 empty-handed, but with massive grins on their faces. A light chuckle was heard as he turned his head mid-jump to see Naruto from before releasing the final shuriken directly at him from 10 feet away. Thinking quickly, Zabuza hurled his caught shuriken at the new one, cancelling them both out before backflipping to land halfway between the single Naruto and the remaining 4. "Wasn't there?" Zabuza couldn't finish that thought as a small burst of smoke appeared at his feet as a small rock transformed into Naruto, bringing a rising uppercut to his face, sending him over the treetops. "It's not over yet." Zabuza snarled through the branches as he crashed back through the foliage. Kakashi rose to meet the 7 swordsman member and swiftly elbowed him in the gut, sending him back down to earth, creating a small Zabuza-shaped crater and raising a small dust cloud. Kakashi landed next to the Naruto that sent Zabuza flying as the rest disappeared in a puff of smoke each. As the dust settled, it revealed a barely conscious Zabuza trying to struggle to his feet. Do you think you've won? Ha. It's not over until. Suddenly he fell silent and limp, collapsing back into the crater as 2 planted themselves in his neck, his eyes still wide with shock. The Konoha group gasped as they saw the culprit of the throne standing in a nearby tree. The figure just giggled. "What's so funny?" Sasuke shouted at the newcomer who had made him miss his chance to finish off the missing nin. "All it took was 2 and he's gone for good. Yet you decided to waste all that energy and chakra." The figure said, "Thank you though, I have been tracking Zabuza for a long time. Waiting for this chance to finally take him down." Kakashi cautiously walked over to Zabuza and measured his pulse. "Nothing. By your mask, I see that you're a tracker ninja from the village hidden in the mist." Kakashi addressed the figure. "Impressive, you're well informed." The tracker spoke again. From his eyes, voice and grace, he must be the same age as Naruto, yet he's an elite assassin. Kakashi thought as a soft wind blew across the clearing. He's not an ordinary kid, but what is he? The tracker jumped down to Zabuza's side and checked him over. Now some more of the mist had cleared, the tracker could be seen more clearly. He was dressed in a strange green top with yellow trimming, a pair of dark orange pants and arm warmers with matching sash around the waist. His mask was bone white with two eye slits with a flame pattern that looked like it was licking the bottom and a hidden mist village symbol carved into the forehead area. The tracker then proceeded to lift Zabuza onto his back before speaking again. Their struggle is over for now, I must deal with the remains. There are many secrets in this body, they must not be allowed to get into the wrong hands. Please excuse me, farewell. With a one-handed sign, the two disappeared in a swirl of mist and leaves. The group just looked at the spot where the two were before snapping back to reality. Kakashi was the first and pulled his headband back down over his Sharingan. We haven't completed our mission yet. We still have to get the bridge builder to his bridge. Kakashi announced. Hee, sorry I caused all this trouble for you, but you can rest at my house when we get to the village. Alright, let's move on. Kakashi started before kneeling down and taking several deep breaths. Kakashi-sensei, are you alright? Sakura cried out, hurrying to his side. You're not hurt, are you? Kakashi-sensei. Naruto joined in while Tazuna stood silently looking a little worried with the ever-brooding Sasuke, not moving an inch. Do not worry kid, he has pushed his body hard with that Sharingan of his and he's just tired. The fox's voice returned to Naruto. Really? Why? Naruto thought curiously. Hikbi could only fathom him. Do I have to spell everything out for you? You're doing the same at this moment, continuously pushing chakra to your eyes to give yourself an advantage. You gain enhanced sight while your sensei gains the Sharingan's powers. Judging by his last name, he shouldn't have the Sharingan at all. Hikbi explained. Huh? I'm still pushing chakra to my eyes. Naruto withdrew the chakra from his eyes and blinked. They were back to their old crystal blue. I must say I'm a little impressed by the kid, before the fight you could barely walk and channel chakra, now you're fighting full on with it and don't even notice yourself doing it. The Kikbi grinned. Cool. So will you teach me something new now huh? Naruto asked, much to the great beast's annoyance. Patience kid, if you haven't noticed, you yourself are wearing a bit thin on the fatigue scale right now. That blow to the stomach really knocked you down a notch. Rest for now and I will teach you tomorrow. He replied, and with that, the fox curled up at the back of his cage and began to snore. DSH, no way anyone falls asleep that fast. Stupid fox. Naruto thought. By the time Naruto was fully focused on the real world again, he noticed he was breathing almost as heavily as Kakashi-sensei. After taking a short break, the group set off once again for the land of waves. With only a few miles left to go, the group reached the town by late afternoon, immediately heading to Tazuna's house. As soon as the group entered the doorway, Tazuna received a frying pan to the face. Took you long enough dad. A black-haired woman shouted, stepping into view. Tsunami, my dear, we got a little sidetracked by some enemy ninja, but nothing these fine ones couldn't handle. He smiled at his daughter. Is the spare room clean? We have to get this one to lay down for a while. Pointing to Kakashi. Yes, the room's clean dad, just take him up and I'll start dinner. Tsunami made her way back into the kitchen, taking her frying pan with her. Try to stay out of her way for now you lot, Tazuna whispered to the team, when she gets mad, she starts throwing things. Heavy things. He finished with a shudder. Sasuke and Naruto quickly hurried up the stairs with Kakashi's arms round their shoulders and found the spare room. Removing their sensei's bedroll from his pack, the two boys slipped him into it and walked for the door. I'm really proud of the way you boys handled yourselves today. Kakashi called out to them. They both turned to face their senses. Was nothing. Sasuke brushed it off, leaving the room. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto grinned before heading out the door and closing it quietly behind him. On his way back downstairs, Naruto heard a soft whimpering from one of the rooms. Doubling back, he peered through the slightly ajar door to see a young boy kneeling on top of his dresser looking out to the sea, crying whilst looking at something Naruto couldn't quite make out. He was about to comfort the boy when he decided it was best to leave the boy and ask the other residents of the house if they knew anything about this. After all, no one wants a stranger bursting into their room asking them why they're crying. The rest of the night passed quickly for Team 7. Dinner was prepared and eaten in the rooms prepared for them to sleep in, and after dinner, everyone decided to get an early night and talk in the morning. Naruto fell asleep that night with a feeling of pride. He was proud that Kakashi-sensei finally acknowledged his abilities as a ninja, even if he did get a little help from the Kikbi. Chapter 4 Time to Train. Waves licked the docks as the sun rose the morning after the encounter with Zabuza. Kakashi, still in his bedroll dressed in his Chunin uniform, was going over the battle again and again in his head. Something just doesn't seem right. He thought as his door creaked open, revealing Tsunami. Waking up huh? Are you alright? She asked, laying a small plate of food and drink of water by him. I've been better, I'm just a little tired is all. He replied, sitting up and grabbing the glass, taking a sip. Well, just rest until you get your strength back, Tsunami said, smiling at the silver-haired Junin as he lay back down. Tsunami made to leave just as the rest of Team 7 and Tazuna made their way into the room. Morning, Kakashi-sensei. Feeling better? A slightly concerned Naruto asked. Much better, thank you Naruto, just a bit stiff still. Kakashi replied, flexing his neck muscles giving a soft click. Listen sensei, your Sharingan is amazing and everything, but if it puts that much strain on you, maybe it's not worth it. Sakura told him, not knowing just how often his Sharingan saved his and others' lives. Well, you did manage to take out one of the most powerful ninja assassins, so we should be safe for a while. Tazuna sighed, wiping the sweat from his brow. What about the boy that took him away? Sakura asked. He's from the elite tracking unit from the village hidden in the mist. Those masks are only worn by the most elite shinobi. Kakashi began. Everyone listened in, except Naruto who had an annoying case of bored Kikbi to deal with. Wow, this is boring. The great-tailed demon complained to his jailer. Where's the channel changer? What else is on? He chuckled, looking around his cage looking for control. Oh ha ha, very funny fox. Naruto thought, zoning out of the real world. When are you gonna teach me something new huh? It's tomorrow already. Naruto smiled. He wasn't truly an idiot, he just liked messing with the fox. There's nothing more fun than winding up an all-powerful entity by pretending not to understand a single word he says. It's only just morning. The fox roared, God you're like a child. Wanting a new toy as soon as he's finished with the old one. Well you did say I'd mastered the eyes, I bet I can see through them at 100 yards. Naruto thought proudly. Compared to my 10,000 yards, yours is comparable to me when I was a few days old. Kikbi smirked. Naruto was gobsmacked. Both entities did care for the other somewhat, but when one is stuck inside the other, in all sense of the term bonded at the hip, you can't help but try to annoy one another. Especially when both barely had anyone to talk to for 12 years. DSH, like I care. Naruto crossed his arms, acting hurt, you've had hundreds of years to get better, I've had 2 days. Well many more days and maybe you'll be as good as me. In 100 years or so. Kikbi said, letting out a roar of laughter at Naruto's shocked face. Naruto was filled with determination and let the fox know. Just you wait. I'll master your powers and become even more powerful than you. I won't stop until I learn all of your powers and master them better than you ever will. The fox expected this but was taken aback a little at the fierce determination written all over Naruto's serious face. He'd finally got the fire in his belly going again. Now I just need him to focus on it. The fox thought proudly. Well? What are you waiting for? Kikbi grinned and kicked Naruto back into reality. And obliterate every trace of their existence. That's their specialty. Kakashi finished Sasuke and Sakura's eyes widened. Naruto just remained oblivious to this information. Elsewhere, a certain masked ninja was helping another treat his injuries. The mist has cleared. The now unmasked Anbu member said, next time. Will you be alright? Next time, I'll see right through his Sharingan. If Zabuza is gone, why do I feel this way? As soon as Kakashi finished explaining Anbu Black Ops to his students, memories faded in from when he himself was Anbu. Something's wrong, it's like I've missed something. Kakashi-sensei? Are you feeling okay? Sakura asked with a worried look on her face. Oh, yes. To finish what I was saying, Tracker Ninja deal with the body immediately, on the spot, so there's no room for error. Kakashi continued. Is that really important? Sakura asked, confused. Something decided to click in Naruto's mind at that instant. Zabuza is still alive. He shouted out. Sakura, Tazuna and Tsunami gasped. Wha? You can't be serious. Sakura shouted at Naruto. No, really. That masked guy hit him with 2 tiny needles and took him away. He could be a good actor and pretend to be dead or something. Naruto explained his theory. While not entirely true, he wasn't entirely wrong. Close to Naruto, and I'm afraid with all the evidence I have considered, it seems to me that Zabuza could still be alive and kicking. Kakashi sighed. Sasuke's eyes widened at the possibility of having a rematch with the assassin. Kakashi's words had confirmed his own suspicions. Kakashi-sensei, you checked him yourself, you said his heart stopped. Sakura began to panic, she couldn't bear to face the bloodlust of that terrible Junin again. His heart did stop, but that was just a temporary state, to simulate death. Well, kid. Looks like we've got ourselves a rematch. The fox chuckled back in Naruto's head. HMPH, I thought you were going back to sleeper summoning, since you won't train me. Naruto thought rather rudely at the fox. The circumstances have changed as you figured out yourself, it seems I'll have to give you your next lesson early. From these 2 factors, we can conclude that the hunter wasn't trying to destroy Zabuza, he was trying to save him. Come on, you're overthinking this isn't you? Sakura argued. Encountering suspicion, the ninja prepares quickly. Hesitation leads to disaster. Every shinobi knows this saying. Kakashi told her. Sensei, you said, prepare quickly, but how can we do that when you're in bed like this? Sakura asked. Kakashi simply chuckled, I can still train you. Hold on. A little last-minute training won't make us strong enough to fight Zabuza. You could barely defeat him even with your Sharingan. She objected. Inside Sakura's mind, thoughts brewed that she didn't have the nerve to say. These took a form of their own, a duplicate of Sakura herself, called Inner Sakura. What? Are you trying to get us killed, Cha? This mental form of Sakura shouted in her mind. Sakura, why were we able to stop Zabuza? Because, you all helped. You've grown. Kakashi complimented them, Naruto. Yay? You've grown the most. So you noticed, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto smiled, showing off his biceps. You're all idiots. A shout from the doorway echoed as a small figure walked in. It's that kid from yesterday. Naruto thought, remembering what he saw through the boy's door. The boy just ran over to his grandfather. Inari was very rude. These ninjas helped your grandpa and brought him here safely. Tsunami scolded with a stern look on her face. It's okay, I'm rude to them too. Tazuna smiled. Ah. Who does that kid think he is, insulting us like that? Especially Sasuke. Inner Sakura shouted out again. Can't you see these people are going to die? Gato's men will come and kill them. Inari cried out again, hoping he could prevent the loss of more lives. A dark chuckle rose in response. Everyone turned to see the source, it was Sasuke. So, Gato and his men are gonna come? Perfect. Sasuke rose from his spot on the floor and left the room. Sasuke? Was all Sakura could say. The remaining Squad 7 members were stunned at the Uchiha's abrupt departure. Sasuke stepped off the dock and looked back at the house, a smirk plastered on his face as he entered the forest nearby. About an hour later, after everyone else had eaten lunch, Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi, who was currently walking on a single makeshift crutch, headed into the forest. Kakashi led the two while Naruto walked next to Sakura. What do you think Kakashi-sensei is gonna teach us? Naruto asked her. I don't know if I am Naruto. Just be patient and keep an eye out for Sasuke. She yelled back. Geez, what's your problem, Sakura? I was only making conversation. The rest of the walk was spent in silence with Sakura looking round every few minutes, hoping to catch a glimpse of Sasuke. They arrived in a clearing to see splinters on the ground. The trees around the area were full of slash marks, kunai and shuriken. Sakura and Naruto were shocked. What happened here? Naruto asked, not really expecting an answer, running around the clearing. Kakashi just hobbled over to one of the trees and examined it. Sakura just stood in shock, her mind racing through possible scenarios where Sasuke had left. That was until Naruto snapped her out of it. Kakashi-sensei, I've found Sasuke. Both Kakashi and Sakura's necks nearly snapped at the force their heads turned. Ah, Sasuke. Sakura cried out, hurrying over to where Naruto was with Kakashi following slowly behind her. The last Uchiha was propped up against a tree, his head leaning forward with several cuts and rips over his clothes. Sakura shook his shoulders lightly. Sasuke. Please wake up. Get off me, Sakura. Sakura jumped back Sasuke's head and eyes rose to meet her own. You're so annoying. He said and lowered his head again. Kakashi finally made it over to the tree and sighed at his student's body. Sasuke was back in the same position Naruto found him in, only this time, faint snores could be heard from him. Looks like he pushed himself too hard. Kakashi told them. Well, seeing as he's done his own training, I'll have to teach him this later. Kakashi put his hands in the ram hand seal and a small wave of dust lifted off the floor. Naruto and Sakura both looked up at Kakashi as he walked up to a nearby tree. Reaching up with his left foot and placing it on the bark of the tree, Kakashi began steadily walking up the tree, apparently defying gravity. Naruto and Sakura could only stare as even in his fatigued state, Kakashi could still hang upside down on a tree branch with only his feet to keep him there. Surprised. With the power of chakra, this is possible and can be a huge advantage in both battle and spying. Kakashi eyes smile. Wow, Kakashi-sensei, how do you do it? Naruto asked, almost jumping in joy. Just focus your chakra towards the soles of your feet. Then use it to connect to the tree. This will improve your chakra control. Learning how to draw chakra to any body part and maintaining the flow of chakra will enable you to master any. The red eye speaks with wisdom. The fox's voice was back. Any tips you can give me, fox? Naruto thought. Like you taught that young kid, there are no shortcuts. Naruto seemed a bit downhearted at this, however. Naruto bounced right back. Now that our chakra is no longer fighting each other, you should find you have much better control over it. Now that you mention it, my shadow clones did seem a bit easier to make when we fought Zabuza. Naruto pondered. Listen kid, the sooner you learn this, the sooner I can give you my next lesson. The Kyuubi smirked, leaning back in its cage. Until then, all I need is some popcorn and a drink cause this is gonna be a funny show. Oh yeah, I'll show you, you stupid fox. With that, Naruto awoke to see Kakashi throw two kunai into the earth in front of him and Sakura. Use the kunai to mark the tree at the highest point you can climb. Then try and beat that point. Try running to build some momentum. Ready. Go. Naruto and Sakura both performed the ram hand signs, and two small waves of dust were pushed away from their feet. Naruto sprinted at the tallest tree he could see. "This'll be a cinch," he shouted proudly. He lifted his foot and it stuck to the bark. Yes. He thought as he slowed down a little, continuously trying his hardest to keep the chakra flowing. He lifted his foot to take the next step and the other came loose. Taking a swipe at the tree, he marked his position before he realized how high he'd climbed. Naruto began to fall and his hand shot out to the right, latching to a branch. He panicked and scrambled to get both of his hands on the branch. Phew, that was a close one. He sighed and pulled himself up with his hands. Settling on the branch he looked over to see how Sakura was doing. Catching a glimpse of pink, he looked above him. Sakura was sitting proudly just below the leaves of her tree, kunai embedded in the bark of the tree, sticking her tongue out at Naruto. It seems Naruto's chakra control has vastly improved. It must be all the shadow clones he makes. Kakashi thought. As for Sakura, it seems as though she's the better of the two. I wonder how good Sasuke's control is though. Sakura looked below Naruto when she spotted something shiny on the ground. She just burst out laughing. "What's so funny?" Naruto asked, tilting his head, confused. "You can't even hold onto a kunai. How do you expect to become a good ninja if you can't even do that right?" She laughed. Naruto peered over his legs at the ground. Point down in the grass was his kunai. "Damn it, how am I gonna whoa?" "Ah." Naruto leant forward too much and fell off his branch, watching the earth come rushing to meet him. He closed his eyes and braced himself for the pain. He heard a soft think but never felt any pain. Slowly he opened his eyes and saw the ground an inch from his nose. "What the? How am I?" he began and looked at his feet. Both were on tiptoes planted to the tree. No sooner did he realize this than he hit the floor. Oof. Kakashi was now right side up again and was surprised at Naruto's actions. Inside his head, a mighty roar of laughter could be heard ringing through the sewers. Such a small area so soon. Kakashi thought. "Alright Naruto, enough laying around. Try again." A short distance away, hidden behind a tree, a small figure dressed in green overalls, blue sandals and a white and blue hat watched the two genin run up and down the trees. "What a waste of time," he muttered before walking off. The door opened to reveal two broad henchmen and their leader, the infamous Gato. He was a short businessman with matching attire, black circle shades and crazy dirty blonde hair. He strode up to Zabuza's bed and glared down at the hired shinobi. "Alright, let's hear what you have to say about this fiasco, and don't play possum, I know you can talk." His hand reached out to remove the bandages around his mouth. A hand shot out and crushed the other's wrist. Gato yelped in pain. "Keep your filthy hands off of him," Zabuza's Anbu guard warned. "Haku?" Zabuza said. The instant he warned her, she let go of his wrist. Gato quickly hurried behind his two bodyguards. "One chance. That's it. If you fail this time, I'll cut you off and there'll be no one left to cover for you," he yelled before quickly escorting himself out. "Haku?" "Yes." Zabuza. "I have a bad feeling in my gut. That's just the herbs doing their work." Haku giggled. Underneath Zabuza's mask, he smiled. "No, aside from that. When we go to finish off Kakashi and his brats. If something goes wrong you leave me and run. But nothing. You will do as I order and I order you to run if I should fall." Haku had a look of dismay on her face. "Understood, Zabuza. Their training has been going on for a while now." Naruto and Sakura were both worn out and had multiple scratches where they had fallen. Sasuke had woken up a short while after they had started and Kakashi had given him the rundown. Sakura currently holds the title of highest run, she was only a few steps off the treetop. Unfortunately that's when her chakra pool had run dry, she couldn't make it halfway up without falling now. She kept at it though, trying to extend her chakra pool so she could catch up with the other two. Naruto was next, falling only 3 feet short of Sakura's height. He had the chakra and the control, he just wanted to let his Sakura be the first to make it to the top. Kikbi had of course reprimanded him for this. To make up for it, he told Naruto to now climb the tree with his hands only, which meant doing a handstand. Sasuke was rested and ready, though his chakra control was even worse than Naruto's and only made it halfway up. Luckily for the others, he was too tired to brood from his earlier workout. "Alright everyone, that's enough. It's getting late so we'd better head back," Kakashi announced. Sakura just flopped onto the floor. Sasuke and Naruto however landed neatly after finishing their final run. Slowly, they all began to troop back to the house. Once they reached the end of the forest, Sakura rested her back against a tree. "Hey, you okay Sakura?" Naruto asked, concerned. "I'm okay Naruto, I'm just a little tired is all," she replied. Pushing herself off the tree, she took another step and collapsed to her knees. Naruto gave her a sympathetic look. He walked round to her front and bent down. "Here. I'll give you a lift back," he muttered. Sakura wasn't one to deny help when she really needed it and climbed onto Naruto. He gripped under her knees and began walking back while she wrapped her arms round his head. Naruto walked into the house and made a beeline for Sakura's room, dodging Tsunami who was setting the table for them. He hurried upstairs and lay her down atop her sleeping bag. She had fallen asleep on the way back. Naruto smiled at her as he folded the covers over up to her neck and left the room. On his way through the kitchen he grabbed his plate of food and made for the door. "And just where do you think you're going?" A stern voice called behind him. He froze, like a deer caught in headlights. He slowly turned to face Tsunami armed with a spatula. I was gonna train, I just need a snack to recover." He gave her his fox-like grin. Tsunami was not impressive. "You are going to stay here and eat with the rest of us like a good ninja," she ordered as Naruto opened the door. "So you think I'm a good ninja? Thanks, then like a good ninja, I'll escape with my objective." He smirked and there was a puff of smoke as Naruto stood there. This Naruto had no plate of food however and just burst into smoke. Replacement mixed with shadow clones. Kakashi muttered, entering the kitchen just as the little display ended. A short distance from the house, Naruto just let out a long laugh and headed back to the clearing in the forest, eating his dinner all the while. Naruto heard a large yawn in the back of his mind and he felt his prisoner waking up. He left his plate on a stump and walked into the middle of the clearing and sat down. "Alright Fox, I can run up and down the tree without falling, on both my hands and feet too, now teach me," he thought. "Good evening to you too," the fox said sarcastically, "so you can do it on your hands and feet. Now just your tongue." "No way. I've been waiting all day. Just teach me whatever you have planned." He's gonna regret that," the fox thought as he burned some information into Naruto's head. "Ah. What the hell? What did you do now?" he thought, clutching his head as the familiar pain ebbed away. "You're going to learn something very useful tonight," the fox began. Unfortunately, as soon as Naruto heard the words learn and jutsu in the same sentence, it set him off. "Alright. Woohoo," he shouted out, jumping up and down. "Calm down." Naruto froze. "I know you're not this big of an idiot, so stop acting like one around me. We are together until you die and I am not putting up with that stupid farce all the time." Naruto just smirked. "When did you figure it out?" "I took you up on your offer and saw for myself. When I linked our minds, it also gave me access to all your memories and previous thoughts. That's how I knew you had spoken to the Hokage's son," Kikbi explained. Find anything interesting?" Naruto asked, knowing exactly what the fox had seen, having lived through it himself. "Enough," was all he answered, "enough to know that you aren't the idiot you pretend to be and I for one am not going to put up with it. So what are the hand signs for?" "I thought you, being a fox, couldn't use them," Naruto asked, talking about the signs the Kikbi had burned into his memory. "I do not need such trivial things to unleash my power. You, however, do. At least for now. It's called the Kikbi's Claw. When used correctly, it can cut through any substance known to Kikbi." Me." He grinned. "Cool, but you know I'm going to have to rename it. People won't be happy with the name," Naruto reasoned. The fox recalled painful memories of the boy who did not understand why the villagers called him Fox. A sneaky way to avoid the third's law I see. Kikbi thought. "Why not rename it Fox's Claw?" he asked. "Why would I call it that?" Naruto retorted. "Perform the hand signs and channel the chakra into your right hand and you'll see." Kikbi grinned. Naruto did as he was told and gasped at the results. "Whoa. Nice." He smirked. Back at the house there was a loud crash coming from the forest. Kakashi put Sakura's food by her head and looked out the window. He could just make out the top of a tree and it was collapsing. What the hell is he doing? Kakashi wondered. Naruto just did not have that sort of power to take out a tree unless he spent all this time hacking the same spot with a kunai. Kakashi couldn't sense any danger either. Nor any trace of Naruto's prisoner's chakra. 3 more trees fell that night and Naruto did not return. Kakashi resolved to look for him as soon as he finished breakfast, finally rid of that damn crutch as his chakra returned. Tsunami served breakfast bright and early. When all but Inari were present, Naruto walked in through the door without a care in the world, plate in hand. "Morning everyone." He smiled as he put his plate in the sink not a moment too soon. Wham! He tasted wood as his head hit the floor. Sakura was seething with rage. "How dare you make us worry all night, Naruto?" she yelled. "Ah Sakura. I was just training, no big deal." He waved his hands in front of his face, trying to prevent another punch as he jumped back to his feet. "No big deal, why are you? That's enough for you too." They both turned to see Tsunami with her hands on her hips, a look of annoyance on her face. "Sit down and eat your breakfast, then spar," she yelled at them. Faster than a blink of an eye. The two were in their places at the table. "Wow. She's scary when she's mad," Kakashi whispered to Tazuna. "Do you think this is bad? You should see the time I tried to bring a girl home, she." The frying pan flew between the two adults like a kunai at its target. The shadowy-eyed Tsunami was holding another one. "What was that, Dad?" she said in a sickly sweet voice. Only Tsunami was left at the table as both ninja and grandfather alike had inhaled their food and gotten out of the house as fast as possible. Inari chose this moment to walk into the room. "Morning, Mum, what's for ah?" He took one look at her face, and even he knew the wrath of the Tsunami was something to be feared and disappeared in a flash too, deciding to skip breakfast today. Today, Tazuna was working on the bridge. Sakura was on guard. Kakashi was. Somewhere in Naruto and Sasuke were allowed to return to the forest to train some more. They split up to train today. Naruto fled deeper into the forest as Sasuke just returned to his tree climbing. Determined to reach the top before dinner. After about 10 minutes worth of warm-up, Sasuke ran towards the tree. He sprinted towards the top and passed yesterday's last marker. A large crash echoed throughout the forest, breaking his concentration. Sasuke couldn't help it, he lost his balance and flow of chakra before crashing back down to earth without marking his position. What was that? He thought, that came from the direction Naruto went. Forgoing his training, Sasuke hurried in the direction of the crash and Naruto, not out of concern for Blonde, but so he could see what kind of power made a sound like that. He heard heavy breathing nearby and whirled around looking for it. Catching a glimpse of orange, he ran over to it. Naruto was standing over a broken tree. It had fallen due to the power of his latest attack. "Seems I've got at least a grip on it now," Naruto said as Sasuke walked up to him. "What happened here?" Sasuke asked, looking over at the mutilated tree. "My latest, one that'll beat the pants off of anyone," he shouted out, his mask of idiocy back in place. With no one and nothing else around, Sasuke concluded that Naruto must have been the one to destroy the tree. "Show me?" he simply asked. "DSH, yeah right, like I'm gonna show you my new strongest attack." Naruto laughed and began to walk off. "I said show me," Sasuke shouted and aimed a punch at Naruto's back. Reacting quickly, Naruto sidestepped the punch and jumped into a tree. "Only if you catch me." He chuckled. Sasuke grinned, thinking how easy it would be before at least 50 Naruto clones surrounded him. "Catch us if you can." They all shouted and jumped off into different parts of the forest. "Damn you," Sasuke muttered and jumped after the nearest one. A few minutes later, Naruto left the forest smiling. That should take him a while. He chuckled and paused for a second. That's 4 he's caught. Regaining the memories of the latest caught shadow clone as he heads towards the village. Even before Naruto entered the town, he could tell things were bad. Buildings had chunks missing, some places looked like they could collapse at any moment. There were even big patches of black burned boards where houses once stood. "Must be Gato's doing," Naruto mumbled as he passed many sections with burned down houses. Making it into town, Naruto found the atmosphere to be a bit livelier, even if only a little. This also meant the amount of beggars increased as well. Despite having the fiercest tailed beast in his belly, Naruto felt heartbroken at the amount of kids he saw scrounging in bins, robbing from shops and dressed in rags. He swore to himself that he would help this land however he can. Finding what he was looking for, Naruto entered a small shop entitled Kuromo's Clothes. The shop was dusty and run down, but fine clothes stood proudly on display, gathering dust like the cash register. An old man looked up from the counter as he heard Naruto enter. His white beard and bald head reflected a few rays of the sun. Good afternoon, sir. Can I help you with anything?" he asked. Naruto assumed his name was Kuromo. "Yay?" Naruto slowly asked, still taking a look around the place. "I would like some much darker clothes than this. Something with a kind of black and dark orange motif if you have it." The owner glanced up and down Naruto. "Are you a ninja, young sir?" "Yes, why? Is something wrong?" No, the elderly man replied. "In fact, I think I have just the thing for you." He scuttled off into the back room of the shop. Naruto patiently waited, looking around at the clothes. Something hit the floor in the back room and Naruto heard the old man curse. He chuckled to himself as the man re-emerged carrying a wide thin box. "Is this the kind of thing you're looking for?" he asked, taking the dusty lid off. Inside sat a long-sleeved black jacket with dark orange stripes down the arms. Pants that fit perfectly with more dark orange stripes on the inside of the black pant legs. The outfit was complete with new blue sandals. "It's perfect," Naruto shouted, almost deafening the poor old man. "How much?" "Only 3,000 ryo." The old man told Naruto with hope in his eyes. Even without his enhanced vision, Naruto could see how desperate the man was to sell something. "Old man, how long has this town been like this?" Naruto asked. The shopkeeper lowered his head and sat back behind his desk. "It seems like forever now. The ruthless businessman Gato has drained this country of everything. Money, resources, hope." Naruto thought if he was going to start helping the country, what better time than now. "How much did you say this was?" Naruto asked again. 3,000 ryo. Please say you'll buy it." "Here, this is all I got." Naruto opens up his Gamachan wallet and empties its contents onto the desktop. I want you to go out and buy up all the food you can, minus what I owe you for the outfit, and help everyone who's hungry." The shopkeeper's eyes widened as he shifted through the notes and coins, finding well over 10,000 ryo. "Hey. Are you serious?" The shopkeeper's eyes were glistening, filled with the same hope he'd seen in Tezuna's eyes when he talked about the bridge. Naruto just nodded. "I place my trust in you, sir. I'm going to take down Gato with my team, the old man's going to finish his bridge, and you're going to help feed everyone you can." Naruto picked up the dusty box and opened the door. "Make sure my trust in you is not misplaced." He called back with a little killer intent in his voice and left the store. As Naruto's footsteps grew fainter, the old man just looked down at the pile of notes and coins left on his storefront. With a smile, he gathered the cash into his empty pouch and looked for his overcoat. Naruto arrived back at the house as Tsunami slammed the door out of the kitchen, running upstairs while calling after Inari. Naruto entered to find his lukewarm dinner still on his plate and Tazuna with tears in his eyes. The rest of Team 7 had gathered round the old man and he was telling his tale about why Inari was the way he was now. Sasuke shot Naruto a scathing glare at being outwitted earlier, but was too tired to make a scene, resolving to just listen to the old man's story for now. Half an hour later, as Naruto finished his meal, Tazuna finished his tale. "We lost our will." Naruto was looking hard at the table and his empty plate, thinking about everything that he had seen and heard. He rose from the table, picked up his package and headed for his room. "Naruto, where are you going?" Sakura called out, a little worried for him. He hadn't said a word throughout Tazuna's entire story. Naruto said only one word: "Training." Before he left the room and went upstairs. As he passed Inari's room he heard the young boy still whimpering while his mother tried to comfort him as much as she could. He left the box by his bedroll and jumped out of the window into the night. The sun rose the next morning bright and early as usual. Haku revealed in the morning sun creeping through the branches in the forest. She'd just started collecting the special herbs to speed up Zabuza's recovery when he stumbled upon a small orange figure. Haku recognized him from the battle between Sharingan Kakashi's team and Zabuza. She reached out to grab Naruto's throat. The kid just rolled over when a beam of sunlight hit his face Haku was previously blocking. Poor Haku was now conflicted. Remove an obstacle for Zabuza or leave the boy alive to threaten them once more. "Wake up, you'll catch a cold if you stay out here." Haku nudged Naruto's shoulder. Naruto slowly stirred awake and opened his eyes. First thing he saw was an out-of-focus pink blob. "Sakura? That you?" he asked, holding his hand in the way of the light, using the other to wipe his eyes. He finally regained normal vision and saw Haku's smiling face staring back at his own. She was dressed in a bright pink dress complete with dark pink swirls. "Morning, sleepyhead." "Morning. Already? Man, how long was I training?" he asked himself. "Well, you fell asleep out here so quite a while I expect." Haku answered for him, flashing a warm smile. "What you got there?" Naruto asked, looking into the basket. "Herbs, I need them to help my friend get better." Haku replied. Do you want some help?" Naruto blushed. "Why thank you, that would be lovely." Naruto began helping Haku gather enough herbs for her basket to fill it to the brim. "So, you're a ninja are you? I gather from your headband you're from the Leaf Village." "Sure am." Naruto yanked a fistful of herbs from the ground too hard and fell backward. Haku giggled at the sight of Naruto acting like a turtle on its back. "Yay, I'm from the Leaf, this is actually my first time outside the village." "Really? Well, you must be training hard to live up to all the other ninja." Haku smiled again. "Sure am, I just made up a new one that's the strongest ever." Naruto said proudly. "Really, why would you need such powerful techniques?" Haku asked. "So I can become a Hokage one day. I am going to change the way my village works, so maybe I can help places like these out better." Naruto stated proudly. "Then everyone will respect me." "What about family? Are you doing this to make your parents proud? Or to make that someone precious to you see you can protect them?" Naruto looked a little downhearted at this. I don't have any family. I've been on my own ever since I can remember." "He's like me then." Haku thought as her mind drifted back to how she first met Zabuza. "What about you? Who's this friend you're taking care of?" Naruto asked, bringing Haku back to reality. "Me? He saved my life, it's only right I do my best to protect him like he has to me. He is my only precious person." Haku replied. "When you fight to protect someone, you become truly strong." Naruto thought back to Tazuna's story, what Kakashi said before the battle with Zabuza, and finally when he fought to protect Iruka-sensei when Mizuki attacked. He'd taken out Ichikenin with a single that day. Albeit he did a lot of taijutsu but still. "Yay, I know what you mean." Naruto smiled. "Keep training like this and you'll become much stronger." Haku said as she rose to her feet, taking her basket and began walking away. "We'll meet again sometime. Oh, and by the way, I'm a boy." Naruto just watched Haku walk away. He then stood up and made his way back to the house before muttering, "Alright. Sasuke was in the forest, looking for the dope who just didn't know when to quit. What an idiot. He thought. Sasuke looked up ahead and saw a guy dressed in pink pass him. Something tried to make itself known at the back of his mind. Sasuke just ignored it however. If it was something important he would remember it later. The two passed in silence. Naruto? Where are you? Sakura called out as she and Kakashi walked through the forest, also looking for the blonde genin. Over here Sakura. Naruto's voice called out from somewhere up ahead. Sakura and Kakashi arrived a little further from their usual training spot to find Naruto standing on the topmost branch of a tree. He threw his kunai back at Kakashi's feet. I finally mastered it. Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto shouted down at his two team members before falling unconscious, appearing to have reached the end of his endurance and losing balance on his branch. Ah Naruto. Sakura called out as Naruto fell faster and faster. Kakashi was about to jump when Naruto stopped falling. He had one hand planted on the tree and woke up. You guys really fell for it, haha. Naruto laughed as he saw the look on their faces. Naruto. We were worried about you. Sakura threatened as inner Sakura fumed in her mind. I'm gonna kill that little dork. Cha. She shouted. Why do I think this is going to end badly? Kakashi thought as Naruto walked back down the tree. Sakura lashed out at him, but he simply sidestepped it. Sakura was confused for a moment, then threw another punch at his face. Naruto's hand caught hers. Stop doing that Sakura. It's getting really old, really fast. He said, letting go of her hand as she just stood there, stunned. Naruto, have you seen Sasuke? Kakashi asked, glancing around the clearing. No I haven't, why? Oh, did Sasuke miss me? He laughed as Sasuke entered the clearing. Like that would ever happen dope. He brooded as he made his way up to Kakashi. Well, looks like the gang's all here. His eyes smiled. Ready for more training. Night fell. Zabuza felt his strength returning to him. Haku pondered on the morning's conversation with a certain blonde, and Sasuke had finally reached the top of the tree with Sakura's help. Our favorite blonde was drilling through some unique taijutsu moves he wouldn't allow Kakashi to see. Team 7 entered the kitchen exhausted, both Sakura and Sasuke collapsed into their chairs, while Naruto was still fighting with Kakashi. I just want to check if you're doing it correctly Naruto. Kakashi reasoned. I know what I'm doing sensei, I just want an ace up my sleeve. Naruto argued back. That's Kakashi-sensei and I'm not changing my mind. Kakashi decided to pull Sasuke and just eat his dinner quietly. You look like hell, what have you been up to? Tazuna asked politely. We've been training to get stronger. All of us can reach the top of the trees with our chakra. Sakura beamed, suddenly full of energy, now some food was in front of her. That reminds me. Naruto Sasuke, you two will be guarding Tazuna tomorrow on the bridge. Kakashi told them. Good, good. Tazuna replied. Finished off his own meal and let out a large sigh of satisfaction. In a few days, the bridge will be finished. Tazuna stated. You've done well to add, but try to stay careful. Tsunami asked as she cleared the plates. I have been meaning to ask, but haven't had the chance till now, why did you decide to stay and protect me? Even after you found out I lied to bring you here. Those who stray from the path of justice have no courage, but under the wing of a strong leader, cowardice cannot survive. That was a quote from the first Hokage. Kakashi said, appearing to finish pulling up his mask as all eyes turned to him. Inari began thinking about the quote and glanced at a tired Naruto, who decided the table made a good pillow. Memories came back again of his late father. If you care about something, protect it with both arms. The words drifted back to Inari's mind as he remembered the picture of his dad upstairs. Tears flowed freely down his face. But. Why? He muttered, everyone glanced up at him. Inari slammed his hands down on the table and yelled out. All this training is a waste of time. Gato's got a whole army. They'll beat you down and destroy you. These cool things you all say, they don't mean anything. No matter what you say, the strong always win and the weak always lose. Inari was cut off by a soft chuckle. Instantly, Sakura turned toward Sasuke, but he wasn't making a peep. It was Naruto who was chuckling and getting louder all the while. Well, it's a good thing we're stronger then, isn't it? He spoke. You're lying, there's no way you could beat an army, you're just gonna get yourself killed. Inari yelled out. You don't know what this country's been through, you always make jokes and laugh, but you have no idea of the suffering we've endured. Enough. Naruto yelled, slamming his hands down on the table. Inari's tears suddenly stopped. Don't know what you've suffered. I know more about it than you ever will. If you're so tired of being pushed around all the time and weak, work to make yourself stronger. Inari just stood there, silent tears flowing back down his face. Naruto rose from the table and put his hands in his pockets. What a coward. He muttered before he left. Everyone in the room heard this and were too shocked to say anything. Naruto just stood at his window, looking out at the unfinished bridge in the distance. Down below, he heard a door slide open and Kakashi's voice rang into the night air. Can I talk to you? He asked a small figure that was Inari curled up in a ball. Naruto just let out a sigh and turned his back on the view, resting his elbows on the window frame still. There was a knock at his door. "Come in," he called out. A depressed-looking Sakura opened the door. "Oh, hey Sakura, what's up?" Naruto asked as she stepped into the room. "Hi. Naruto." She started slowly. I just wanted to apologize for earlier when I tried to hit you." "It's okay, it's no big deal Sakura." Naruto smiled as he heard Kakashi's words drift up from below. He didn't know either of his parents and he didn't have a single friend in the village. Sakura also heard these words and looked at Naruto with a little sympathy in her eyes. Naruto pretended not to hear and carried on their conversation. "Is that all Sakura?" he asked, his typical grin plastered on his face. "Is it true though? Is that true?" Naruto replied, pretending he didn't know what he was talking about. "That you've never known your parents." She drifted off. Naruto just let out another long sigh before replying. "Yay, but I don't feel bad for it. I can't miss them if I never even knew about them." He replied, his happy mask still in place if only just. Kakashi's words came back through the open window. He wants to be respected, that's his dream, and he'll put his life on the line for that in a heartbeat. Another pang of guilt hit Sakura's heart and another crack in Naruto's mask appeared as his mouth twitched. "Naruto." She whispered as he closed his eyes, willing the tears to not break free. Before he knew it, Sakura enveloped him in a hug. He felt confused at first but leant his head on her shoulder as he softly whimpered. "I'm sorry, Naruto. For everything." Chapter 5 Zabuza returns. It was a bright sunny morning in Wave Country. There was barely a cloud in the sky and today looked like a good day to get that little bit closer to finishing the bridge. "Take care of Naruto for us." Sakura waved back to Tsunami as Squad 7 and Izuna headed towards the bridge. As they walked, Sakura thought back to the night before, to the things she heard drifting through the window when holding Naruto. Sakura let out a small sigh as she remembered holding him close while he cried. Naruto hadn't let out a single tear, but he was as close to crying as Sakura had ever seen him. Screams and yells echoed into the mist as, one by one, men felt Zabuza's blade skills. Not dead, just unconscious. After all, Gato did have to have people to extort after this. A small brown bird landed on Naruto's window and chirped its morning song. Naruto stirred at the noise before opening his eyes slowly. "Wow, I feel drained," he thought. "Yay, releasing your emotions will do that to you." The fox stirred in his mind. Naruto just grunted and rolled over. It took a few seconds for his brain to fully boot up. "Ah!" he yelled out, startling himself as well as the fox. What's going on?" "Wah." The fox jumped to his feet. Unfortunately, his cage was not built for him to jump in. His head stuck the ceiling before letting out a roar of pain. "I'm late. I can't believe they forgot to wake me up." Naruto shouted as he scrambled to get his new outfit on. "Calm down Naruto." The motherly voice of Tsunami slid through the doorway as he passed her and Inari in the lounge. "Your sensei told us to let you rest." Naruto still hurried as he hopped on one foot, putting his last sandal on. "Rest? I'm fine, just need to wake up more is all." Naruto slapped his face a few times before heading off through the door. "See ya." He took off like a rocket into the trees, hoping he could catch up to the team before they reached the bridge. A weird noise came from below. "Oh man. Perfect timing." Naruto yelled sarcastically and hopped down to the ground. Team 7 and Izuna had reached the end of the bridge only to find all the workers out cold or groaning in pain scattered across the ground. Izuna quickly rushed over to one of the men, propping his head up. "What happened here?" he asked the man sternly with worry heavy in his voice. It was a monster." The man croaked out before falling into unconsciousness. A thick mist descended around the bridge. Hidden mist. They all thought as small sounds they made became amplified in the silence it brought. Sasuke was shaking. Sakura couldn't see his face, but she redoubled her efforts, trying to sense Zabuza or any attack he threw in the mist. "Long time no see, Kakashi." Zabuza's voice rang out through the mist. "I see you're still with those brats and look, one's ready to wet himself." A sinister chuckle reverberated around them moments before several Zabuza clones surrounded the group. "I'm shaking from it." Excitement. Sasuke smirked. "Do it Sasuke," Kakashi ordered. In a flash of movement, all of the Zabuza clones were reduced to water. "Seems like the brat learned something. Too bad he still can't keep up with Haku." Zabuza laughed as the hunter ninja from before stepped up behind Zabuza, blocking the escape route back down the bridge. "Seems like I was right, he is working with Zabuza," Kakashi said. "Take off your mask, you phony, and show us what you really look like." Sakura yelled as the hunter ninja just remained motionless. "I'll take him." Sasuke said, confidently taking a step forward. "He tricked us and now he's gonna pay for it." Sakura stayed quiet and edged towards Izuna, making her role clear to the other three. Impressive, water clones are only 1/10 the strength of the original, and he bested them all," Haku stated. Zabuza chuckled, but we have the advantage. Go. Haku disappeared in a flash. But Sasuke gasped as he readied himself for an attack. The sound of metal on metal rang out as Haku and Sasuke clashed blades, kunai versus. The door and frame caved in as multiple slashes destroyed them. Are you Tazuna's daughter? One of the two men asked, sheathing his sword. Tsunami could only look at them with shock on her face. Inari heard the crash from downstairs and hurried to investigate. Rounding the corner into the kitchen he saw the table upturned and his mum backing away from the two thugs. Mom? He shouted out as the thugs turned to face him. Run Inari. Get away from here. She yelled out at him as he stood frozen in fear. Should we take him too? The thug with the eye patch asked the other. We only need one hostage. The shorter one, with marks like tears from his eyes, replied cruelly. Should I kill him then? Eye patch asked, drawing his blade. Wait. Tsunami shouted. If you kill that child, I will bite off my tongue and kill myself. The two were slightly stunned at her threat. You want a hostage, right? Thank your mom, kid. The shorter one mocked. I was hoping to slice something into pieces. Eye patch laughed. The two thugs then grabbed Tsunami and hoisted her to her feet. Inari dropped to the ground and hugged his knees. Mom. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a weak kid so I can't protect you. I don't want to die, but I'm afraid. What a coward. Naruto's voice drifted back to Inari as he remembered all the things the others had told him. Naruto, Kakashi, Tsunami and Kaiza, his dad. Will I also be able to become strong? Dad. Looking at that pretty skin makes me want to cut it. Eye patch smirked his tears and he had completed their mission. Wait. A voice behind them called out. Inari Tsunami shouted. It's that kid again. Gee. Get away from my mom. He yelled, charging at them with all his might. Cut him? Sure. The two henchmen muttered together. Inari. Tsunami called out, wishing with all he might that he would turn and leave her. Two swords were joined and slashed through the air at Inari. 3 pieces of wood hit the ground in his place. What? The eye patch thug thought as they heard a triumphant voice behind them. Sorry for being late, Inari. Naruto smiled at the boy, lowering him down to the ground. But the hero always arrives at the last second. Replacement. The thugs turned to face Naruto, dressed in his new outfit that only amplified the dark look he was giving them. You tried to kill my mission. You'll pay for that. He yelled out, raining shuriken upon them. Backing up, the two struggled to block all the shuriken, some catching them in the knee, others slicing skin, and one made its way between eye patches and legs, firmly planted there. Eye patch went down with a high-pitched squeal as his partner looked on helplessly. The kunai dug into his arm, causing him to drop his sword. Naruto rushed up to him and kicked it away before wheeling round on his other foot and roundhoused the guy in the face, knocking him into the water out cold. Naruto walked up to the eye patch, who was still clutching his extremities. He grabbed him by the collar and lifted him to his height, which wasn't that much. Where's Gato? He yelled in the guy's face. You're too late, kid. By the time you reach the bridge, all your friends will be dead. This earned him a swift punch to the face. Shut up and tell me what I want to know. Naruto throttled him again. Probably on his way to the bridge to finish off Zabuza and his annoying brat. He smirked. Naruto was at a loss. Why would an employer kill one of his own men? What are you talking about? Naruto asked, now calmer, trying to make sense of the situation. The demon's brat nearly broke his arm. Gato's not gonna stand for it. Eye patch finally passed out from the pain. Tsunami and Inari were locked in a fierce hug. Don't ever do something like that again. Tsunami cried, holding on to Inari as tightly as she could. I'm sorry, Mom. I just didn't want you to get hurt. Inari choked out over his own sons. You two better get inside, Naruto called out, using a clone to drag the thug from the water back to the small dock and tie both up. Naruto. Why did you come back? How did you know that? Inari started before Naruto interrupted. Using my awesome ninja skills, I managed to find these guys' tracks even while jumping through the trees. I thought they were suspicious due to the slash marks on the trees and everything, so I came to check you were safe. Naruto gave them his signature foxy grin. Besides, I made it just in time to see how strong and brave you've gotten. He laughed, patting Inari on the head. Inari just looked dumbstruck and looked down, tears beginning to form in his eyes. Thanks, Naruto. He yelled out as Naruto covered his ears. Inari, I need these things. Are you trying to make me deaf or summon? Naruto yelled back. The two just smirked at each other and laughed. Naruto glanced back over to the thugs. I think that's everything taken care of here, I'm going to go help my friends. He said. Take care of things here, Inari. You can count on me, Naruto. Before Inari's eyes, Naruto burst into a puff of smoke. I don't want to have to kill you. But you won't stand down, will you? Haku asked Sasuke, and she continued their blade battle, each trying to outmatch the other in strength. To a loser like you? Forget it. He smirked. Haku sighed, her mask appearing downcast. Very well, I'll have to take you down then. She said calmly. Haku began forming one-handed seals as Kakashi looked on in shock. One-handed seals, that's impossible. He thought. Hidden jutsu. 1,000 needles of death. Haku finished. The water around Sasuke and Haku rose before hardening into 1,000 ice needles. What the? Sasuke started as Haku released her stance and jumped back, out of the way of the incoming needles. Focus my chakra. To the legs. A tinkle of ice shattering was heard on a massive scale as each crashed into the ground or each other. These gone. Haku thought quickly before a single shuriken landed in front of her. Jumping back, several more landed before her each time she landed. Too slow. A voice hissed from behind her. Wheeling around, Haku saw Sasuke's kunai aim right for her throat. Reacting fast, Haku brought her arm up to block the blow before realizing the true intent of the attack and ducking as the kunai cut through the air his head was a second ago. A swift kick sent Haku rolling back to Zabuza as Sasuke ended his attack perfectly. Looks like I'm faster. Sasuke smirked, standing upright. You shouldn't underestimate my team, Zabuza. Kakashi called out. Sasuke is the Hidden Leaf's #1 rookie. Sakura is the bright one. As for Naruto, he's the #1 unpredictable ninja in the village. Both Sakura and Sasuke felt proud that their teacher recognized their abilities. Our chuckling could be heard coming from Zabuza before it turned into full-on laughter. It seems we've underestimated them, Haku. At this rate, we won't finish till noon. We can't have that. Haku replied, rising to her feet and putting both hands in a seal Kakashi hadn't seen before. Water rose around Sasuke again, but this time it became thicker and taller, almost like hidden jutsu. Demonic ice mirrors. Haku then calmly walked into the closest mirror before appearing on all 21. Kakashi realized too late that his student was trapped. Damn it. He charged before Zabuza appeared in front of him. Your opponent is me. He said, blocking his path. Our Sasuke's yell erupted from the ice mirror's prison as a hail of ravaged his body. Sasuke. Kakashi yelled out. Try to pass me and I'll kill these two. Zabuza nodded in Sakura and Tazuna's direction. Sasuke. Sakura cried out as the senbon still tore at his body. I'm sorry Mr. Tazuna. I'm going to leave you for a second. She told him quietly while he just grunted in response. Sakura pulled a kunai from her pouch and jumped to where she had a clear shot of her teammate. Sasuke. Catch. She called out as she hurled the kunai between the ice. It stopped in midair as Haku leant out of her ice mirror to catch it. She just glanced at the kunai and looked directly at Sakura. Haku pulled his wrist back to flick the kunai when a fist connected with his cheek. This knocked Haku clean out of the mirror as Naruto landed with a shining grin on his face. Naruto. Sakura squealed with joy, now back in front of Tazuna. Erg. It's you. Haku stammered, returning to her feet, staring Naruto down with a large crack appearing on her mask. You. Wouldn't be willing to quit while we're ahead, would you? Naruto asked, grinning with one arm back behind his head. Naruto. Like that's going to. Sakura began. It was at this time that the group discovered Naruto's new look. Kakashi actually raised an eyebrow. No one had ever seen Naruto in anything but orange unless you caught him in his nightwear. Like my new look Kakashi-sensei? I think it makes me look like a proper ninja. Naruto called out, not taking his eyes off Haku for a second. Now's not the time for Naruto, we have a mission to complete. Kakashi shouted back in his usual droll voice, now that Sasuke had been saved. You're so mean Kakashi-sensei. Hey Sakura. What do you think? He asked, flexing his bicep. Sakura was speechless and just looked away, blushing lightly. This boy. He really does live up to his title. Haku thought. If you removed her mask you would see a blush also covering her cheeks. Too bad he must be removed. Haku disappeared and reappeared in front of Naruto. Damn. He thought loudly as he was kicked in the gut, sending him into the ice mirror ring, landing on top of Sasuke's body. Naruto. Kakashi yelled as Haku once again melted into the ice mirrors. Get off me. Murmured a Tourette Sasuke, giving Naruto a shove off his leg. Sasuke, are you okay? Naruto asked, jumping up and lifting Sasuke to his feet. I'm fine. I can do nothing. Can't handle it. He panted, removing several from joint areas. Did you figure out how to beat him yet? Naruto asked, watching as the mirrors were filled with clones of Haku. If I did, would I still be here? Sasuke yelled. He's right though. If we can't figure out a way out of these ice mirrors then we're finished. He thought. Wait. Ice mirrors. Naruto, cover me Sasuke ordered as Naruto instantly formed 8 clones of himself, surrounding both Sasuke and himself. Sasuke punched through the one blocking his vision. What the hell was that for Sasuke? Naruto yelled as the clone's short memories returned to him. Sasuke shrugged off Naruto's yells as he performed the hand signs for fire style. Fireball jutsu. He yelled out and blew a huge ball of fire at one of the mirrors, engulfing it in flames. Whoa. All the Naruto muttered as they stood there stunned. Sasuke let up on the fireball to reveal the ice mirror still intact, only the outer frost had been melted, leaving the rest clear and flat. Such a low level can't possibly destroy these mirrors. Haku stated, emotionless before restarting his technique, raining down on both boys, destroying all of Naruto's clones. That's it. Naruto shouted, his now red, slitted eyes piercing through the slight mist, shadow clone jutsu. Over 30 Naruto poofed into existence and jumped at the mirrors. Some on their own, others double-teamed. All were useless. Another barrage quickly saw them off, while the real Naruto and Sasuke stuck back to back in the center. Trying to follow or catch me is impossible. You should just give up. Haku said, this uses the mirror's reflection to transport me. From my point of view, you're moving in slow motion. The bloodline. Kakashi murmured before raising his headband. I'll just need to even the playing field. The Sharingan again. Don't you have any other tricks, Kakashi? Zabuza chuckled. Bloodline or not, I still have to fulfill my dream and become a Hokage. Naruto shouted triumphantly. Dreams. Haku muttered before thinking back to the first meeting with Zabuza. If it arrest, everyone knows about your dream. A voice in Naruto's head stirred. Hikbi? Why the hell are you just waking up now? Naruto shouted in his mind. Do you have to be so loud? I'm up because it's the middle of a battle and all that's on your stomach's mind is food. Yay, well it's still the middle of a battle, so either help out or keep quiet. Zabuza leapt to Kakashi, blade raised, while Kakashi's Sharingan helped him dodge and strike Zabuza across the chest. That's it. Some right hook Kakashi. Zabuza croaked out, almost winded. Sakura tightened her grip on her kunai as the two Chunin began their battle. Even if you beat me, you won't beat Haku. Even your great Sharingan can't copy his, and you'll fold just like your brats will. Zabuza swung his leg round into a kick. Kakashi blocked, pushing him back a few feet. I've taught him everything I know. He kicked again, Kakashi jumping up as Zabuza unsheathed his sword, bringing it down overhead to slice Kakashi in two. Water hit the ground as Kakashi reappeared behind Zabuza. Just try not to get hit. He'll run out of chakra eventually. Sasuke ordered, raising his kunai with Naruto mimicking. Another volley flew towards the two as they did. They ducked, dodged, and blocked as many as they could, while others found unprotected points and struck hard. Naruto was running on pure instinct and reflexes. Even with his new eyes, he couldn't keep up with Haku's speed. Sasuke, however, kept catching glimpses of the masked ninja, trying to learn the attack pattern. I'm sorry. It's time to finish this. Haku's voice drifted from one of the many mirrors. Come on Sasuke, you can do this. Concentrate. Now Sasuke urged himself to move and yank Naruto out of the flight path of several. Thanks Sasuke, I thought I was a goner there. He grinned. No problem. Sasuke turned to look at Naruto, an incomplete Sharingan whirling in his eyes. Dope. He has a Sharingan too. Naruto half-asked himself as it was obvious he did. Stand back Naruto. I'll finish him off. Sasuke smirked as he stepped forward, back into the center of the mirrors. I don't have time to play with you anymore, my chakra is at its limit. Haku stated. As I said. It's time to finish this. She then shot up into the topmost mirror blocking access or exit from the sky hurling down. Sasuke was faster, he blocked many, but all he could do was defend. Haku had him pinned down. My turn. Naruto shouted forming hand signs, keep him distracted Sasuke, I'll get us out of here. Hidden jutsu. Fox's claw. A large amount of chakra gathered at Naruto's right palm before extending along the back of his hands, along his fingers and beyond, the chakra became visible as blood-red claws extending from Naruto's wrist. Naruto smirked and charged at the ice mirror leading to where Kakashi and Zabuza battle was taking place. Kakashi and Zabuza both felt the raw power from this technique as diagonal cuts appeared in an ice mirror before each layer sliding away as Naruto burst through. No way. That's impossible. Both Haku and Zabuza thought. Sasuke, this way. Naruto called out. Haku's moment of hesitation was all Sasuke needed to escape and followed Naruto out of the opening he created. Naruto, claws still shining bright red, ran around the mirrors, giving a powerful slash to each one before they cracked and smashed on the ground. Haku was dodging, but running out of places to hide, the entire bottom layer of mirrors was gone and the top were being taken out too. Naruto smashed his 20th mirror before jumping straight up over the last one, which acted as the ceiling of the dome for the most part of their battle. This is it. Haku thought as she braced herself to be impaled through the chest with that menacing claw. The loud crunching of ice on concrete was heard as Naruto released his technique and punched clean through the final mirror, causing his fist to drive Haku into the ground. Panting heavily, Naruto stood up over his opponent and called out to Sasuke. Sasuke, help Kakashi-sensei. I've got this one. Sasuke compiled but was cursing himself on the inside for not being able to copy that. Damn it. I missed my chance. I know my Sharingan can copy, but why couldn't I take the most powerful dove? He thought as he ran over to aid Kakashi while Sakura was cheering for both her teammates. Naruto knelt down and took out some wire from his back pocket, restraining Haku's hands and feet, making note to tie the fingers up, as well as the wrists. Go ahead. A soft voice came from below him. Was all he replied. Finish me off, I am of no use anymore, my life's purpose is at an end. Haku told Naruto as his mask cracked completely, shattering beneath him. No. He stated, not having seen who Haku really was, you also have someone precious you want to protect. Haku gasped, did he really know who he was all along? That day in the forest. You told me that when you fight to protect someone you become truly strong. Haku shifted his body weight to turn and face Naruto who had a hard look on his face. Me and you both fight to protect people precious to us, and I won't take you from them or let them be taken from you. He stated, his hard looks changing into kinder, smoother ones as he looked deep into his eyes. I promise. Haku blushed at this, but it quickly left as Naruto lifted him to his feet and held a kunai to Haku's neck. Zabuza. He called out. The Mist Ninja turned after blocking an attack from Kakashi to see Haku hostage mere inches from death. One slip of a kunai and his life was gone. Either listen to my offer or your partner dies. Naruto shouted again. Zabuza looked fiercely at Naruto, bloodlust was pouring from him and all was directed at Naruto. Sasuke could feel it radiating and backed off, standing just between and to the right of Zabuza and Naruto to intercept any counter-attack. Like you have the guts, kid. Zabuza shouted back. Kickbee? Do you mind? Naruto thought. Finally, playtime. The Kickbee shrieked with happiness as its bloodlust flowed through Naruto at Zabuza. This bloodlust. I've never felt anything so pure. So evil. Zabuza thought as he withdrew his own. Speak, kid. Do you want to die? Naruto asked simply. Zabuza scoffed at the ridiculous question. Of course not. That's why I have to take the bridge builder out. He yelled back. You have two options, Zabuza. 1. You lay down your weapon and we will take you into custody. Or 2. You continue to fight and not only will you die, but Haku here will die in the best case scenario for you. Even if you kill all of us. Naruto said. What do you mean, brat? Zabuza shouted in confusion. Even if he killed all of them, both he and Haku would die. Beto and his army of thugs are on their way here to kill you as soon as you finish your job. Heh, you're bluffing, Geto wouldn't do something as stupid as that. Zabuza chuckled. Would he? Naruto asked and nodded at something behind Zabuza. Toward the end of the bridge, several hundred thugs had gathered with a greedy little businessman in front of the mob, hands resting on his cane with his left heavily bandaged. That yellow-haired brat got it right, Zabuza, you worthless ninja shit. Geto smirked. I had no intention of paying you, in fact, I was going to hand you over to the Mist Ninja, I'm sure they would have been happy to see you. As for your little friend, I'm sure the boys could have thought up a suitable punishment for him. Zabuza felt his blood boiling by itself. After today, if he lived, he would have to go on the run again if he wanted to be free. Since we are no longer enemies, I would be honored to fight by your side, Haku, to protect those precious to us. Naruto murmured in his ear, holding the kunai to the knot keeping the hand bindings in place. You would let us go free after we are finished? Haku asked, another slight blush appearing from the proximity of Naruto's lips to her ear. Yes. Naruto replied. Very well. The knot in the arm and leg bindings were cut in an instant as Haku stood beside Naruto in the middle of the bridge, daring the thugs to attack them. Both Zabuza and Kakashi were both surprised at this action. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto yelled out as the two-man line he and Haku had formed became a 100-man line, 99 Naruto and 1 Haku. The thugs looked a bit shaky as Geto took a step back. One condition. Haku spoke. Name it. Naruto replied. Geto's mine. Naruto. Don't do anything, Roz. Kakashi didn't speak fast enough. The cry of charge was heard as the Naruto army charged at the thugs. Geto retreated into the crowd and made his way back as Naruto after Naruto was hot on his heels. Zabuza looked at Kakashi as he face-palmed, muttering something about hyperactive blondes. Kakashi, the kid's got the right idea. He nodded his head towards the now smaller-eyed. You wanna join in? I think I'll sit this one out. Kakashi eyes a smile, covering his Sharingan back over. Zabuza hoisted his sword back over his shoulder, muttering, suit yourself, and rush into the battle, jumping over several Naruto battles before taking on several thugs at once. Kakashi-sensei, will Naruto be okay? He's fighting with the enemy against all those thugs. Sakura asked, regaining her role in the battle. Knowing Naruto? Everything will go some way we won't expect. Kakashi replied. Beto had now emerged from the crowd and hit the end of the bridge, his boat was just down below. If he could just make it. Stop right there. A voice called behind him. Knowing the voice, he turned round to face the very unhappy blonde. You should know better than to piss off a woman. He said before a green and orange blur shot up from the crowd. The fierce look was plastered over Haku's face as several found their way into Geto's arms, legs and feet, rendering him motionless. Aku landed in front of Naruto as a quick flash of metal passed in front of Gato's face before his head separated from his body, tumbling into the water below. Aku remained in the same finishing position for several moments before crumbling to her knees. Naruto spawned some shadow clones to keep guard as he kicked Gato's body off the edge of the bridge before sitting down beside her, taking her head onto his shoulder and holding her tight, the same way Sakura did to him not 24 hours ago. All the remaining thugs had been taken out by Naruto's last few clones, and Zabuza, who got the last kill before the blondes disappeared in a puff of smoke. Zabuza looked around for Haku and saw her nestled into Naruto's chest with a large bloody stain at the edge of the bridge. First kill. He muttered before sitting down on the side of the bridge. Kakashi decided to find out what was going on between the three of them. Instead of risking his neck with an angry Zabuza, he sent a shadow clone to investigate. It made its way up to Zabuza before speaking. "Alright Zabuza, you have no more employer and no more reason to fight us. Are you going to come quietly?" Zabuza looked up. "That's not going to happen." The voice wasn't Zabuza's cold, harsh one, but one of Naruto's shadow clones. "In exchange for Haku's help, I promised her that they would go free. I will never go back on my word, Kakashi-sensei. Even if I have to fight you to make it happen." Both Zabuza and Kakashi's eyes widened at this piece of information. "Naruto, you know the rules about missing ninja." Kakashi reprimanded before Naruto cut in again. "But they aren't bad ninjas. Sure they fought against us, but that was so they could survive. Being constantly on the run from real tracker ninjas would make anyone bargain for a way out." Naruto explained. "I may be the demon hidden in the mist, Kakashi, but I am not heartless. I know when something is done for the right and wrong reasons. Your student here talked some sense into me the only way I would listen before Gato showed up. Good thing he did too. Else me and Haku might be sleeping with the fishes. Fine, do as you wish, but know that sooner or later, they will catch up to you, and they won't be as kind as us Konoha ninja." Kakashi said before exploding in a puff of smoke. Zabuza, Haku and Naruto just remained silent for a while, as Haku let out a small sob every now and then. "Geez, I didn't cry at all when I made my first kill." "What are you? A woman or something, Haku?" Zabuza called out in a mocking yet teasing tone. "Zabuza, you know that's true." Naruto retorted for Haku. "Eh? Haku's a girl, you know that." Naruto laughed back before he went deathly silent. "Don't you?" Haku had been very scrawny as a child after her parents' deaths from looking for food in bins and barely getting enough sustenance. When Zabuza had found her, her voice hurt so much from thirst she sounded more like a guy. Zabuza had assumed this was her normal voice and accepted the fact that she sounded a little like a girl afterward. As Haku stayed with Zabuza, she'd noticed he treated her like a guy. Hell, he'd even given her the male version of the birds and the bees talk. That was weird. Haku didn't want to insult Zabuza by telling him he'd been wrong all this time, so she'd taken to holding back her chest with bandages. As for the other female stuff, it wasn't worth thinking about at this point. All this suddenly dawned on Zabuza as he sat there. Totally unsure of the world around him now. The awkward silence hung in the air before Naruto noticed a light snoring on his chest. Haku had fallen asleep. She seems to feel quite safe with you, boy." Zabuza chuckled, accepting the new Haku faster than Naruto thought he would. "Appears so. What will you two do now?" he asked, lifting Haku and laying her in Zabuza's arms. "First we're going to collect our pay for killing Gato by raiding his hideout. Then continue running, I guess." He replied, a little downhearted at the last part. "Well, if you're ever near the Leaf Village, look me up. I'll gladly spar with you next time, Haku too." He smiled before taking off down the bridge as villagers began coming to clear up the mess. Zabuza looked down at Haku's sleeping form up and glanced back at Naruto. "We just might take you up on that offer, kid." He muttered before jumping away as the villagers reached the unconscious and dead thugs. Chapter 6 Return to Konoha. Time passed quickly over the next week for Team 7. Workers returned to the bridge, and on Naruto's days to guard Tazuna from any more threats, his shadow clones made excellent support workers. All three genin could now run from the bottom of the tree to the top and down again without faltering. After a further week of training and guarding, the bridge was finally finished and Team 7 were leaving, their mission complete. Half the town, including Tsunami, Tazuna and Inari, had turned up to see the ninja off. "Thanks to you guys, we managed to complete the bridge," Tazuna announced. "I think it was the right thing to do," said Naruto as he grinned back at the crowd. "It is our duty as ninja to assist those in need," Kakashi stated. "Don't worry about paying us now. We'll send you a bill." I smiled. Tazuna chuckled. "It's not gonna be the same around here without you guys. Promise you'll come back and visit?" Inari asked. "Only if you promise to keep getting stronger, you little squirt." Naruto held out his fist. "Promise?" Inari grinned and bumped fists with him. Kakashi looked over the group and decided they were all ready to head back. "Well, we'd best be off. Team 7, move." "Wait." People turned and parted as an old man hurried as fast as he could through the crowd, a brown package tied with string clutched in one hand. "It's you, the guy from the clothes shop." Naruto was surprised. He knew the man had done as he'd asked and spent the money helping everyone who needed it. The man ran, slowed down and walked up to Naruto. "Here," he presented Naruto with the package. "A little thank you from the people here at Wave. It's not much, but we are thankful for your assistance." "Thanks, old man." Naruto smiled and put it in his pack. The old man stepped back into the crowd as Kakashi tried once again to leave the country. "Team 7, let's go. Bye everyone, we'll come back soon." Sakura waved back to the people. Sasuke was as silent as ever as they crossed the finished bridge. "Oh yay, we haven't named the bridge yet." A villager thought out loud. "I have the perfect name for the bridge." Tazuna began, grinned at the sight of the savior of Wave Country, the great Naruto Bridge. Two dark figures watched from afar as Team 7 made their way across the bridge. "That boy has much potential, don't you think, Haku?" "Yes, he knows true strength, and he'll only get stronger." Zabuza. Team 7 reached the end of the bridge and disappeared amongst the trees. "We better be going, Haku, ladies first." Zabuza chuckled. "Don't make fun of Zabuza, this lady can still take you down if you get too cocky." Haku replied, a dark look in her eye. I know. Zabuza leaped back into the forest. Haku took one last look at the end of the bridge where Team 7 disappeared. "Till next time. Naruto." Naruto sneezed. "Someone must be thinking of you, Naruto." Kakashi's eyes smile. Well, I am the hero of the wave, obviously someone is thinking of me. I wonder if she's pretty." Naruto pondered. "Don't get ahead of yourself. We all helped. Besides, what girl would want you?" Sasuke smirked. Naruto gave Sasuke a cold look. "Sasuke, cut it out." Naruto turned to see Sakura as the source of the scolding. All three boys looked surprised. "If it wasn't for Naruto's you might not have made it out of those mirrors." Sasuke gaped at Sakura as though she was crazy before he returned to brooding. Thanks, Sakura." Naruto stuttered. Sakura just gave him a kind smile before they turned and walked on. "Well, that was weird," Kakashi stated, following his students. It was nearly noon, and the group had just passed the battle side of their first run-in with Zabuza when they decided to take a break. "So Naruto, what did that old man give you?" Sakura asked, taking a bite out of one of her rice balls. Oh yay. Naruto remembered, taking the brown package out of his pack and pulling the strings till the packaging fell away. Inside there were 5 more of his new outfits, minus the sandals, and a small envelope. Sakura took this opportunity to check Naruto's new lookout, another small blush forming on her face. Naruto smiled, picked up and opened the envelope. Inside was a letter from the shopkeeper and a picture of what looked like Wave Country in its prime. He began reading the letter. "Dear Naruto, once again, we can't thank you enough for the help you have given Wave. As a thanks for all your hard work, here is a small token of my gratitude." The picture was taken 2 months before Gato arrived, when Wave still had business. "Hopefully, with the completion of the bridge, you will have helped the Wave begin to return to its former glory. Yours, Kuromo." Naruto smiled at the letter and passed it to Sakura as he admired the picture. "HMPH, still be done to me whatever you were." Sasuke muttered, finishing his own lunch and pulling his pack back on. "Finish up, Naruto, we still have half a day's walk left." Kakashi's droll voice came from above them. The group packed up and began the final stretch home. The gates appeared on the horizon as they drew closer to Konoha. Finally, home. Naruto pumped his fist in the air and ran ahead. "Race you back." He called out before the dust he kicked up consumed his form. That Naruto, always full of energy. Kakashi thought as they walked on. Naruto Uzumaki, reporting back from a mission. Naruto shouted at the sleeping Chunin. "Ah. Whoa." He promptly fell off his chair. "You alright, man?" Naruto looked over the counter. The demonic aura began coming from the Chunin. "Naruto. Can't you tell I was sleeping?" he yelled back at Naruto. Naruto just flashed his foxy grin and rubbed the back of his head. "Sorry Katetsu, but still, you shouldn't be sleeping on the job in the first place." "What happened?" I heard shouting. Another Chunin ran up to the guard hut. "Hey Izumo. I just caught Katetsu sleeping on the job." Naruto grinned. "I wasn't sleeping, I was resting my eyes." Katetsu defended. "Yeah right. You admitted it a minute ago. Where's your team anyway, Naruto?" Izumo asked. "Oh, they're behind me, I just wanted to grab some ramen before we have to see the old man." Izumo and Katetsu chuckled. "Go ahead Naruto, we'll tell your team where you are." "Thanks guys." With that, Naruto ran off again towards his favorite eatery. "1 bowl of miso ramen please." A large boy called out. "And 1 beef for me." A bored voice asked as they sat down at Ichiraku's, laying down a few notes. "Coming right up." The cheerful AM responded as she and her dad began cooking. "You haven't seen Naruto have you?" Tucci asked whilst stirring the noodles. "No, he's still out on his C-rank mission." The bored boy replied, leaning on his arm. "He's been gone a while, I'm starting to lose profits." Tucci chuckled. Did you really miss me that much, old man? A loud voice shouted from behind them. Naruto. Good to see you back. Tucci smiled as Naruto plopped onto a stool next to the bored Naruboy. Hey Shikamaru, hey Chimjai. How have you guys been? Naruto asked to take out his wallet. One Mizo Ramen plea. Naruto cut himself off. He'd forgotten he donated all his money to help the people of the wave. Tucci saw his empty froggy. Don't worry Naruto, this one's on the house for the success of your first C rank mission. Actually, it was more like a B rank or A rank. Naruto grinned back, hoping to get more ramen out of it. Why? What happened to Naruto? Chimjai asked. Well, our client needed protection from an evil gangster called Gato. He'd hired a missing ninja by the name of Zabuza Mamachi, who had this massive sword. Shikamaru's eyes widened at this piece of information. One of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, he asked, shocked. Yay, he even knew that hidden mist jutsu. Naruto began retelling his adventure, telling them that Zabuza escaped instead of Naruto, agreeing to let them go while they ate their ramen. Just when the boys had finished enjoying yourself Naruto. Another bored voice sent chills down his spine. Hey, Kakashi-sensei. Man, you're really slow. Naruto chuckled as he hopped off his stool. Thanks for the ramen, old man. See you around, guys. Naruto and Kakashi began walking the path to the Hokage Tower where Sasuke and Sakura were waiting for them. It was indeed an A-rank mission, and the team had been paid accordingly. Naruto was planning on going shopping while Sasuke and Sakura just went home. Gather your energy for tomorrow, kid. You won't be able to move after your training. The rough growl of Kikbi came from the back of his head. More training. Awesome. Naruto thought as headed to the shops. What are you gonna teach me this time, Fox? Geez, does surprise mean nothing to you? Be patient, brat. Oh come on, it's not like I won't find out later, or do you want another look in my closet? Naruto chuckled. Anything but the closet. The fox yelled. Fine, I'll teach you everything I know about weapons. First things first, get yourself something better than a kunai. Yo, Naruto. A voice snapped him out of his conversation with the fox. Oh Kiba. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Denton's shop has a sale on. You should go check it out and resupply. Denton. Yay, that weapons girl a year ahead of us. She owns a whole shop full of weapons. Kiba explained. Akamaru chipped in with a small yip. Sounds good, thanks Kiba. Naruto said and hurried on. Well, that was convenient. Kikbi thought, settling back down in Naruto's mind. Small chimes rang as the door hit them when Naruto entered the shop. Good afternoon, how may I? A girl dressed in a pink top, blue pants and bund, brown hair, started before seeing who her customer was. Naruto was still in his new outfit, it was not like his old jumpsuit, it hugged his body more, showing off his muscles. Hi, Tenten, isn't it? Naruto smiled, catching her eyeing him up. Yes, that's me. Were you looking for something? She asked, hiding a small blush as she checked a few kunai. Kiba told me you had a sale on. Oh, yes, it's on everything you see here. She smiled, looking at some of the more precious and expensive things. Naruto decided to look around for a bit till he came to a glistening short sword. The fox growled his approval of the blade in his mind. How much is this one? Naruto asked as he admired the blade. It's 15,000 ryo, but I don't think I should let you spend that much though, Naruto. It's no problem, me and my team just got back from an A-rank mission. An A-rank genin shouldn't be put on A-rank missions. Tenten stated. Well, it was a C rank, but we ran into Zabuza. Naruto smiled, again proud of his defeat and befriending the missing nin and his assistant. Zabuza Mamachi, Tenten asked, clearly knowing the famous swordsman. How did you survive? He's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Did you get his blade? Oh, can I see it? Tenten began playing 20 questions with Naruto as he casually brushed them off. Yay, it looks like a huge butcher's knife with a circle cut out in the middle and half a circle cut out on the blade's side. Naruto explained. A decapitating carving knife. Tenten finished. Is that what it's called? It just looked like a butcher's knife to me. Naruto chuckled. Wow, so what happened? Is he dead? Did your team get it? Tenten asked. Naruto thought for a moment it was best to tell her the same story he told the others, that Zabuza had escaped. Damn, you got me all excited, Naruto. Tenten sulked playfully while she sheathed the sword on display and rolled it up on the register. You never know, either of us could run into him again. Naruto chuckled, taking his sword. One can only hope so. She replied dreamily. So that'll be 14,000 ryo please. I thought it was 15. Naruto asked, confused. I gave you a little discount for the information. Tenten winked. Do you even know how to wield one of those? Naruto looked like he was having a little difficulty strapping it on. I'll get the hang of it. He replied before clicking the strap into place over his right shoulder and the sword clattering to the floor. Damn it. Tenten sighed. Look, come round sometime and I'll give you some training when you decide to learn properly. You'll at least make for some good target practice for my own skills. Fine. If I have trouble I'll come to you for help, promise. He grinned, slotting the sword back into its sheath. Naruto handed the cash over as he left the store, waving back to Tenten. Why did you tell me to get this one? Naruto thought of the fox. Short swords are best for a ninja. They are easily carried, easily hidden and can be drawn faster than you can move. Kikbi growled at him. What about your knowledge about weapons? You're a fox, you have claws. Insolent fool. You think after years of roaming the lands I don't know, change my form and move among you humans? The fox yelled in anger. You can do the transformation, Naruto asked. Of course I can, unlike someone I know who has trouble with making a simple clone. Kikbi smirked. That was a low blow. Naruto thought back, mocking him. HMPH, serves you right for underestimating me. The fox trailed off as Naruto arrived at the corner before the grocery store. Naruto put his hands together, performing the dog, boar and tiger seals, and focusing his chakra. Transform. He muttered as his image became that of Iruka's. HMPH, seems like you finally managed to do even that in the end. The fox grunted in approval before curling up to sleep. Lazy fox. Naruto thought as he entered the shop. He emerged 20 minutes later with a few bags of shopping that would last him a week. He walked to the end of the street before ending the transformation. Shino had watched him leave the store. He considered the actions before heading home. Naruto made it back to his apartment before nightfall. He dragged his shopping upstairs, making it to his floor. He arrived at his front door only to see the words. Leave demon. Painted over the door and wall in dark red paint. Naruto just sighed and opened the door, dropping his shopping and backpack on the sofa and putting what needed cooling away in the fridge or freezer. It was barely 8 o'clock before Naruto slumped into bed, removing his new sword. Unusually tired from the day's journey and shopping. Rise and shine, sleepyhead. The Kikbi yelled like a badly timed alarm clock. What? What is it? Wah. Naruto yelled, instantly sitting upright. Time to train for it. Kikbi smirked in his mind. Naruto barely opened his eyes, glanced at the alarm clock. It's 4 in the morning. Naruto complained before laying down to sleep. I don't have a snooze button, get up now. Kikbi roared and Naruto wearily got out of bed. Fine. Just gimme a minute. Naruto muttered, a little revenge was in order. Door slid open. Ah. Burn it with fire. The fox shouted out as Naruto, once again, subjected him to see the sea of orange that was Naruto's closet. Revenge for getting me up this early, fox. Now why do I have to get up this early? Naruto thought as he took care of business. Early to sleep, early to rise and all that human mumbo jumbo. The fox chuckled. Yay. Naruto thought before grabbing a fresh outfit from his pack, his sword and headed out the door. He turned to lock the door only to discover the paint was gone. Drops of water still ran down the wall where the paint was thickest. Naruto shrugged it off as someone just not wanting to get caught removing their handiwork and left the building. He arrived at Team 7's training ground half an hour later. The sun still hadn't risen yet as Naruto began his warm-up stretches near the 3 familiar training posts. Alright fox, we're here, now hurry up so I can go back to bed. That's no way to talk to your mentor. The fox smirked. Naruto sat down and crossed his legs with his back resting on the middle stump as he appeared within his mindscape. Light kid, brace yourself. The fox warned as his knowledge flowed into Naruto's mind. Well? Are you gonna do it or what? Naruto asked as the fox looked at him confused. I have, though why aren't you on the ground clutching your head in pain the way I like to see you? Naruto scanned his memory and found he could recall all the information he had on what he knew wasn't there before. I dunno, maybe I'm just used to it. Naruto said, it's not like anything's changed. The fox thought as he remembered Naruto wasn't in his mindscape previously. It appears the only difference is you being here. Well at least now I won't get any more of those headaches. Damn, why did I tell you that? The fox scolded himself. Naruto laughed as he left his mindscape. He rose, removed his jacket and drew his blade. It was about 2 feet in length, the handguard was steel-painted gold, while the handle was a dark brown leather grip. Thinking back on his sword formation, he tried to copy the style he saw on the inside. The only problem was him failing miserably. The fox was roaring with laughter in his head as he dropped his sword yet again. I know how to do it now, but what am I doing wrong? Naruto asked as he stuck his sword in the ground. Can't you figure it out? It's the same as regular. It's a combination of body and mind energy, you have the knowledge, but your body doesn't know how to move correctly. He laughed again. Damn it, how could I not remember that? Naruto scuffed the ground in frustration. If I were you, I'd take up those lessons that sexy ninja offered to you. Pervy fox. Naruto thought angrily as he accepted that he would need help. The total morning was not a waste though. He decided that now he was up, he may as well practice his other techniques. He spent the morning training his chakra control when summoning shadow clones, trying to use the least amount possible for a large number of clones. About 100 of the clones he created were not dispelled every few seconds from lack of sustainable chakra. Those that didn't dispel, he had practiced the fox's claw jutsu until they disappeared. By lunch, Naruto could summon around 1,000 clones with little effort and could nearly use the fox's claw in both hands at once. It took more concentration than he thought to maintain two hands at once. Looking up at the sun, he thought it was about time for lunch. Wiping his brow as he dispelled the clones, he put his jacket back on, over his black shirt, and made his way into town. A small wide-eyed Hika stepped out from behind a tree, a blush featuring heavily on her face. Naruto. After stopping at Ichiraku's for lunch, Naruto made his way back to Tenten's store. The chimes rang out again as Naruto entered. "Hey Naruto, come to admit you need training." Tenten joked as she spotted him. "Yes, actually." Naruto replied sheepishly. "I can see all the forms in my head, but I can't perform them right." "On your research, eh?" She giggled. "Come on, I'll show you where I learned how to wield a sword." She walked halfway up the stairs before gesturing to him to follow. "Go on kid, you know you want to." The fox chuckled as Naruto followed Tenten upstairs anyway. "Give it a rest would ya?" He thought back. Tenten led him into a room next to the staircase. It easily covered most of the upper floor. Inside the room were several wooden training dummies full of dents from hard training, targets propped all around in random places, and what Naruto assumed was a board breaker which had a very thick piece of iron on it. Tenten removed a scroll from her side and unsealed a short sword within. It was similar to Naruto's, except it had a small pink heart in the center of the handguard. "When I'm through with you, you'll be able to do this." She smirked and brought her short sword down through the block of iron, slicing it in two. "Whoa. Cool." Naruto exclaimed, excited to begin. "Now to start, you'll need this." Tenten gestured, holding out a small bamboo training stick. "This is a bakken, a training sword." "Wha? What do I need this for?" "I already have a sword." Naruto asked, reaching for his own blade. With her hands on her hips, Tenten gave him a stern glare. "I won't have you putting holes in my walls because you don't know how to move properly, not to mention you're going to fall plenty while we get your stances and movement correct. Watch." Tenten quickly grabbed a duplicate training blade before gracefully weaving through some movements and stances before ending with a strong strike at the air. "Try that." She challenged Naruto by gesturing toward the open floor. It only took him a few steps before his heel painfully connected with his ankle and Naruto tumbled to the floor off balance. With the patience of one who'd been through the same experience before, Tenten reached down and helped her new apprentice to his feet. "Trust Tenten-sensei, yay?" She smiled. "I've done this before and thought I knew it all too. Hard work and repetition is the only way your body will catch up to your mind." She finished, tapping Naruto on the head. "Okay Tenten-sensei, I get it." Naruto smirked, properly put in his place, but still eager to learn what she could teach. "Great. Now, the first stance I want you to learn is..." Naruto had spent the remaining portion of the day practicing his footwork and positioning upstairs, while Tenten flitted between the shop and her protege. Getting a workout whilst working was exhausting. Night began to fall as Tenten closed up shop while Naruto looked like he could collapse down the stairs. Tenten giggled at Naruto's expression as he slowly wandered his way to the door, his legs feeling like jelly. "Thanks again for the training Tenten-sensei, when should I come round next?" Naruto asked politely as he opened the door. "Well, it's not long till the Chunin exams so I'm going to be pretty busy." Tenten started as Naruto looked a little crestfallen. "But I'm sure I can make some time for you." She replied sweetly. Naruto flashed her his best foxy grin. "So tomorrow?" he asked, hopefully. "Sure, just don't expect me to be up early." Tenten said and gave him a little push on his chest, shifting him out onto the street. "You go get some rest too." Before locking the door and turning the open sign to close, Naruto walked home with a spring in his step that night, eager to continue his lessons. Elsewhere, red eyes pierced the darkness as the Uchiha continued his taijutsu training, banging sounds heard every second. "I must get stronger. I must get stronger," echoed in a loop in his mind. The hoot of a nearby owl was heard as the moon rose and Sasuke's grunts only increased as his hands became bloodier. He finally collapsed, out of breath and out of energy, wrapped around what remained of a splintered log and falling asleep. Dreams of a young Uchiha and Uzumaki plagued Sakura's mind as she dreamt the night away, mumbles of their names emerging from her mouth every now and then. Time passed quickly for the genin in Konoha. Naruto worked hard to physically train his sword skills. Sasuke kept his training secret for the most part, while Sakura realized she was now the dead last in the group and decided to do something about it. About 2 weeks later and Team 7 had finished another boring D-rank mission. "How come we still have to do these stupid missions, Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto seethed. Kakashi just sighed, looking up from his ever-present Icha paradise. That C-turned-A rank was an exception, you still don't have the teamwork or rank required to go out on C-rank missions. "Come on Kakashi-sensei, we've all trained really hard, I know we can do better." Naruto pleaded as both Sakura and Sasuke agreed with him, if only in their minds. The hawk flew overhead, squawking, and Kakashi glanced at it. Well, I've got to go give my mission report. He said quickly before disappearing in a puff of smoke. A small box-shaped rock shuffled its way closer to the group. "Oh man. Kakashi-sensei never gives us a challenge." Naruto complained and sat down on the box, smirking. Sasuke just scoffed and began to walk away. "Where are you going, Sasuke?" Sakura turned to him as he muttered back. "Training." Sakura just gave his back a sympathetic look before she groaned, missing out on more time with Sasuke due to his secret training. However hard she looked, she could never find him. A loud thump was heard as she turned to see an overturned, badly painted rock, Naruto sitting up rubbing his backside, and 3 academy students, each with the same green goggles Naruto used to wear on their foreheads. Naruto just grinned at them. Konohamaru led the group with his long blue scarf flowing behind him as usual. Yuden, the other boy, was wearing glasses and had a bored expression on his face, while Mogi, the only girl of the trio, had her bright orange hair up in twin ponytails, giving Naruto a look of admiration. "So you found us, eh, boss?" Konohamaru called out, pointing a finger at Naruto. He just chuckled. "You weren't hard to spot. Come on, Naruto, you said you'd show us your awesome new sword moves today." Mogi spoke up, glancing from Naruto to his sword and back again. "Naruto actually knows how to use that thing." Sakura thought. "Oh yay. I did, didn't I?" Naruto recalled. "Go on, I'll meet you at Team 7's training ground." The 3 academy students ran ahead around the fence while Naruto turned to face Sakura. "You wanna come too, Sakura?" he asked politely. Sakura did want to see how good Naruto was, but she also wanted to go fin Sasuke. The cry pierced the air coming from the direction of the Konohamaru Corps. Ran. Ninja instincts kicking in, both Naruto and Sakura hurried to investigate. They found Konohamaru held by the scarf a few feet in the air by a black-clothed ninja with a wrapped person-shaped object on his back in purple face paint. A girl with a large black fan on her back stood next to him, her blonde hair in 4 ponytails, lavender top and shorts, tied with a red sash and mesh underneath. "Hey. Let him go." Naruto shouted, running up to a scared Yuden and Mogi. "Drop him, Kankuro, he's just a kid." The blonde scolded as the boy named Kankuro just chuckled. "Don't worry, Tamari, I'm only gonna pay this brat back for running into me." He raised a fist to punch Konohamaru. Naruto quickly formed a single shadow clone. Kankuro's fist shot forward, smashing the blonde boy in the face before he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Both Kankuro and Tamari stared in confusion as Naruto held a shocked Konohamaru. "Don't ever lay a finger on him again, or you'll regret it." Naruto whispered rather darkly, loud enough for everyone to hear. Sakura was awestruck, she felt her old fangirl instincts itch to kick in. Tamari just flashed Naruto a small smile. "Kid's got talent," she thought. The boy dressed in black just smirked at Naruto before sensing some killer intent heading his way. "Stop it, Kankuro. You're an embarrassment to our village," came a monotonous yet dark voice from a nearby tree. A small red-haired boy no older than Naruto hung underneath a branch on the tree. "You're pathetic, being tricked by a leaf genin." "Listen, Gaara," they started at and. Kankuro began explaining hurriedly before the one named Gaara cut him off. "Shut up. Or I'll kill you." Gaara muttered, letting a little more killer intent leak out. "I barely saw him move myself. This one may prove fun to kill." Gaara thought as he disappeared in a flurry of sand, reappearing in front of his 2 teammates. "Let's go." He muttered to the other 2 before turning to walk away. "Wait." Naruto called out as the redhead turned. "What's your name, kid?" "Gaara of the desert." "Yours?" "Naruto Uzumaki, future Hokage of Konoha," Naruto declared proudly. Tamari chuckled at this, and Kankuro just scoffed. "Nice to know." Gaara replied before turning again. "What are they even doing here?" Sakura whispered to Naruto as he glared at the trio walking away. "Tenten told me the Chunin exams are coming up, they must be here for those." Naruto replied as the trio rounded the corner, out of sight. "Chunin exams? You think Kakashi will let us enter them?" Sakura asked. "Sakura, the Chunin exams require strong skills and teamwork to make it through even one of the stages." Naruto began ominously, "Of course he'll let us enter, we're awesome." He finished with a wide grin on his face. Boss. You can let me down now." Konohamaru squeaked. Naruto looked down to see he was still holding the young boy in his arms. "Ah." Naruto jumped and dropped Konohamaru on the floor, landing on his butt. "Don't scare me like that." Naruto and the group shrugged off the meeting with the Sand Trio and spent the afternoon in Team 7's training field. Naruto demonstrated his sword skills before he played ninja with the young trio. Sakura sat on a rock and laughed as she watched her friend run around through the trees, she even joined in towards the end. Soon it was time for the kids to go home as Naruto and Sakura decided to head back too. "Enjoy yourself, Sakura?" Naruto asked as they walked back through town. "It was surprisingly fun, Naruto, thanks." She smiled before running up to her front door. "I'll see you tomorrow," she called back as the door clicked shut. Naruto smiled to himself as he walked back down the street towards his home. He felt a familiar chakra signature on the roof of a building. Utilizing his speed and tree climbing abilities, Naruto rushed up the side of the building to see Kakashi, leaning back against the door leading into the building. "Kakashi-sensei. What are you doing up here? Were you following us?" Naruto asked a serious-looking Kakashi before noticing his lack of an orange book. "Your skills have vastly improved since you were in the academy, Naruto." Kakashi spoke, reaching into his pouch and pulling out a slip of paper. Naruto looked confused before taking it, reading the contents over in his head. "This application form will allow you to take the Chunin exams, I believe you are ready." Naruto stared at the paper, not really believing it to be true. "What about Sasuke and Sakura?" he asked. "Doesn't the whole team have to take part?" "I have already given Sasuke and Sakura little tests of their own and they proved worthy of entering. If you all accept, be at the academy, room 301 tomorrow afternoon by 4 or else you can't take part." Kakashi told him before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto just looked at the sheet again before letting out a loud cheer of joy. "Keep it down out there." A voice called out from somewhere as more jeers joined the first. Not wanting to get caught, Naruto quickly hurried back to his apartment and entered via the window. "Seems you're getting more powerful by the day, kid." The fox stirred, "Even your sensei thinks so." "You said it, fox. I'm gonna be one step closer to becoming Hokage, believe it." Naruto thought as he rushed around his apartment, getting everything ready for tomorrow. The leaf ninja with round glasses and silver hair stepped out from the shadows after overhearing Kakashi and Naruto's little conversation. "These exams are going to be interesting," he hissed before disappearing back into the shadows. Chapter 7 The Chunin exams. 4 o'clock couldn't come fast enough for Naruto. His morning routine consisted of sleeping, ramen and some last-minute, light training before heading to meet his team at the academy. The yard was full of teams warming up or checking over their equipment. "Hey. Sakura Sasuke." Naruto called out. They both turned to see Naruto walking towards them, his trademark grin plastered on his face. "HMPH, I see you decided not to bathe yourself in orange today, dope. Sasuke's dreary voice breezed by as Naruto walked past them. Sakura and Sasuke gave him a confused look before he turned back to them. "You coming or what? I can't wait to get started." Sakura just giggled and Sasuke sighed as they followed him into the building. Inside they found a small crowd gathered around the door to the exam room. "What's going on?" Naruto asked himself. "We're not going to know, are we?" Sakura scolded lightly. Sasuke didn't want to wait and pushed himself to the front of the crowd. Naruto and Sakura just looked at each other before following after him. Two leaf genin were standing in front of room 301, preventing anyone from entering, including a green-suited genin. "Pathetic, if you can't get past us, what makes you think you're cut out for this exam?" The genin with the 3 bandages on his face smirked. "Yay, we're doing you a favor keeping you out of here." The one with a mask similar to Kakashi laughed. "Just let us through, we have as much right to do this as you do." A feminine voice called out. Naruto looked around and spotted Tenten helping her green and orange-clad teammate to his feet. The fashion reject wore a dark green jumpsuit and orange leg warmers, a similar color to Naruto's old outfit. Tenten tried to walk between the bullies but received a fast smack to the face from the bandaged one. Naruto's anger flared at this as his eyes changed. Suddenly, the genin that struck was doubled over in pain. Naruto had planted his fist deep into his gut. "Don't ever touch my friend again," he muttered darkly. Everyone was stunned at the speed and power Naruto had put into that punch. Naruto turned his eyes back to normal before helping Tenten to her feet and leaving the crowd. Sasuke was giving Naruto a hard glare, he'd never seen him move so fast. Naruto helped Tenten to a bench before setting her down. "You okay, Tenten?" he asked as his team and the green-suited leaf ninja from before made their way over. "Yay, I'm fine thanks Naruto," she replied, blushing lightly. Sakura gave Tenten a slightly jealous frown. "Tenten, what that fellow ninja did was most unyouthful." The orange and green fashion disaster yelled, giving his teammate a sympathetic look. "Calm down Lee," Tenten whispered harshly, "Neji told us not to draw attention to ourselves. You've already ruined that plan." A cold voice came from behind Lee. They turned to see Neji with a stern look on his face. His light gray eyes frowning in anger. "Sorry Neji," Tenten muttered, looking down at the floor as Lee remained silent. Neji's gaze drifted to Naruto. "You seem to cause quite a stir yourself. What's your name?" he asked. Naruto met Neji's piercing gaze and replied. "Uzumaki, Naruto. You're this Neji Hokage that Tenten's told me so much about, correct?" "Tenten, Lee, we're going," Neji ordered as he walked away towards the stairs. Tenten, Sakura and Lee looked confused. "Neji, where are you going?" "Isn't the exam room?" Tenten began. "Actually, you should take a closer look," Naruto whispered in her ear. Tenten glanced at the number above the door the 2 genin were still guarding. It read 301, but something wasn't right with it. "Genjutsu?" Naruto whispered again, loud enough for only the 4 around him to hear. "It's probably to weed out the weaker ninja, it's lucky you have a Hokage on your team though." Sasuke scowled, he was going to show the bullies up by revealing their plot, he'd never thought to eliminate the competition at this stage. I see it. Sakura realized as she saw through the. This is only the second floor. Yay, the more competition we get rid of now, the less we have later. Sasuke smirked, keeping his confident attitude present. What are we waiting for then? To the exam. Lee cheered just quietly enough to keep attention off them as they headed upstairs. Sasuke led the group as Naruto walked with Tenten, and Lee walked next to Sakura. You look beautiful today, Sakura. Lee smiled, his teeth giving a strong white ping. Thanks. Sakura gave him a weird look. He has some of the biggest eyebrows I've ever seen. What a freak. Sakura's train of thought left her as Inner came out to play. You disgust me. Inner yelled at Sakura. What, it's true. She thought back. Naruto wears a bright orange jumpsuit and runs around shouting how he's going to be Hokage. You still like him though? Inner yelled again. But. Sakura began thinking back. No buts. Give this guy a chance, you barely know him. Inner shouted before receding back into Sakura's mind. Sakura felt bad about judging Lee like she had Naruto before and just quietly continued with the group, listening to Naruto and Tenten, who were chatting merrily about weapons and techniques they knew and shared. The group made it to the real room 301 and entered. Sasuke pushed both the doors open to reveal very fierce-looking genin from all different nations talking. Whoa, big turnout. Naruto muttered, glancing around the room. He saw at least 100 people in the room, maybe more, all from different hidden villages. Naruto was trying to identify each of the headbands when. Sasuke. I haven't seen you in ages. A certain blonde's voice shrieked as she jumped on Sasuke and stuck there. Sakura turned to see an excited Ino clutching onto her teammate. Ino met Sakura's gaze. Jealous forehead? She asked, trying to provoke a response out of Sakura. Sakura just looked at Ino and shrugged. Just wait for it. She muttered. Wait for what? Get off me, Sasuke shouted, rolling his shoulders back, knocking Ino onto the floor. Sakura giggled to herself. Oof, Sasuke, what was that for? I was only saying hi. Ino defended while a hand offered itself to her. Get up or we'll look bad in front of the other villages. Came Shikamaru's bored voice. Ino took his hand and pulled herself up off the wooden floor as Shinji trailed behind Shikamaru, his ever-present bags of chips in his arms. Hey Naruto, good to see you. Shinji called out as he spotted him. Ino looked to where Shinji was facing and saw Naruto's new look for the first time. That's Naruto, she gasped. Wow, Shikamaru was right, you really have changed, Naruto. Thanks Ino. Naruto smiled. Ino started eyeing the new Naruto up and down before another voice joined the conversation. Yahoo! Found you. Kiba shouted, Akamaru perched on top of his hood, walking over to the gang. Looks like everyone made it for the Chunin exams. Hello everyone. Hinata's voice said shyly, almost hidden behind Kiba with Shino on the other side. Kiba, Shino, Hinata. You guys are here too? Naruto smirked as things got a little more interesting. Hinata blushed as he noticed her as Shino just gave Naruto his usual nod. Yep, our sensei trained us so hard, bet we could beat all of you. Kiba yelled proudly, with Akamaru agreeing with a little bark. I'd like to see you try dog breath. Naruto yelled back as the two tried to stare each other down. What did I say about drawing attention to yourselves? Niji's voice rang out behind everyone as Hinata cringed. Everyone is looking at us now. So what? They should get a good look at the guy that's going to beat them. Naruto smirked as several mutters, whispers and laughs were heard throughout the room. What idiots. Sasuke muttered to himself as he stuck his hands in his pockets. You're so funny. Naruto. Hinata whispered, poking her fingers together. Naruto's ears picked up on Hinata's words. He smiled to himself. You guys should really keep it down. A sly voice called out. The Konoha 12 turned to see a leaf ninja a few years older than them with short gray hair and a small ponytail and circular glasses walk up to them. You're really drawing attention to yourself. Any more noise and people might just snap. Naruto and Ko glanced around and saw over 200 eyes glaring at them. I'd watch out for the mist ninja near you, they aren't known for their patience. The boy smirked. Then again, you remind me of how I was when I was your age. Who are you? Sasuke spoke up, eyeing the boy oddly. Isn't it customary to give your own name first? No matter, I am Kabuto Yakushi. I, of course, know who all of you are. Kabuto smirked again, glancing at each of the genin. Naruto felt a cold shiver down his back. I don't like this one. The fox stirred within Naruto's mind. Why not, he seems okay, I guess. In that creepy way. Naruto thought back. Just be careful what you do around him, something isn't right. The fox warned as it stretched in his cage. Naruto mentally nodded as Kabuto pulled out a deck of cards. I think I'll help you guys out. Give you a bit of an edge, one might say. Sasuke's eyes widened at this and walked over along with the others. I made them myself, Kabuto smiled, holding up a blank card. Only my chakra can reveal the secrets they hold. Kabuto twirled the card on the ground and pushed his chakra into it. Instantly, information on the Chunin exams appeared in the form of a map of the world with bars for the amount of applicants from that region. Seems there are 153 people taking part in this year's exams. Shikamaru said with his customary drawl as soon as the information map appeared. Correct. Kabuto said, most of those are from here in Konoha. What about people? Do you have any information on the genin here? Sasuke asked. Of course. Why? Is there someone you wish to check out? Kabuto asked. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke stated, much to the surprise of the people around him. Naruto was especially confused as well as proud. He'd made Sasuke realize he was every bit as good as he was. Their own teammate. Very well. Kabuto obeyed, picking out a card with a flick of his wrist and pushing some chakra into it. Naruto Uzumaki, the same age as you, 9D rank missions and 1 A rank. Kabuto began as the group's eyes then turned on Team 7. Sensei is Kakashi Haddock, Sakura Haruno and yourself are his teammates. It seems he has gained some expertise as well as an increase in ninjutsu and taijutsu. Naruto just smirked at the praise as the other guys in the group saw Naruto in a new light. Do you really know? Kiba asked, followed by another short yip from Akamaru. Yay, Tenten taught me everything I know, I owe her a lot. Naruto grinned as Tenten blushed a little. Another note here says you defeated one Zabuza-Mamachi. Kabuto said, stunned himself. It wasn't just me. Sasuke and Kakashi-sensei helped out a lot too. Sakura felt a little dejected, even though the truth hurt, she had done nothing but stand in front of Tazuna the entire mission. That's one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist. Shino stated bluntly. What happened to him? Sakura and Sasuke opened their mouths to tell them before Naruto quickly cut in. He escaped. With the help of this hunter ninja who was good with. A hunter ninja? Ino questioned. Well, she wasn't really a hunter ninja, she was a fake. Naruto's sweat dropped, putting his arm behind his head. Ninja were beginning to listen into the conversation. Huh? He was quite famous, wasn't he? Yay, he tried to assassinate the Mizukage. Wow, and this little brat beat him. A monotone voice spoke within the crowd. He really will be fun to kill. Gaara spoke as his brother looked taken aback. This guy just gets more interesting by the second. Tamari smiled in the blonde's direction. The only 3-sound ninja in the room glanced up at this bit of information. The female with the weird scarf muttered to the other two. Should we report this? No, leave it for now, we'll test their real strength soon. The one with fur on his back and bandages covering all but his left eye muttered. A few moments and mutterings later as everyone was itching to begin, a large plume of smoke erupted at the front of the class. Alright you worthless genin, eyes forward and shut the hell up. A gruff voice shouted from the smoke. Many of the genin jumped as others yelled in surprise. A massive man in a long black cloak and leaf bandana covering his head appeared along with at least 30 scary-looking chunin behind him. The man in the black coat had several scars along his face and had a look that screamed, mess with me and I break you. Alright everyone, my name is Ibiki Marino. I am your first examiner. He smirked while the chunin began to seat themselves around the edge of the room. I hope you all have friends in other nations, everyone line up and take a number. Your number will coordinate with your seating arrangement. I won't tolerate any babies who don't want to sit next to a stranger. Slowly people walked to the front and received their numbers. Naruto walked up to the chunin handing the numbers out and got his, 35. Just great, he thought sarcastically, that would put him near the front. Several murmurs filled the room as people sat down in their places. Naruto glanced around as he saw his friends take their places. Sakura was near the middle, Sasuke toward the back. One of the Konoha 12 managed to snag a seat next to him. Lee sat down in place number 36. Greetings Naruto, I must thank you again for defending my teammate. Lee gave him the shiny teeth thumbs up. No problem Lee, so what do you think this test will be? Naruto nervously smiled back. I do not know, but I am sure our flames of youth will be able to conquer any challenge they throw at us. Now Lee was just too embarrassing. This is a written exam and you will be given 1 hour to complete it. Ibiki called out to the room. Naruto's eyes widened significantly at this information. He put his head in his hands as Lee gave him a sympathetic look. He had not known Naruto long, but had heard of his pranks and endeavors. Any mistake he made spread like wildfire through the town. Naruto failing the exam time after time was one such example. Ibiki explained the rules to everyone while the fox spoke up. You do have one advantage in this test. What would that be, furball? Naruto thought. Me and my knowledge, brat. The fox snarled at Naruto's rudeness. The third rule is that if anyone is caught cheating, they will lose 2 points from the initial 10. Anyone who gets caught 5 times or doesn't answer enough questions correctly will fail with their 2 teammates. Ibiki finished darkly. Naruto could almost feel 2 specific pairs of eyes burning a hole in the back of his head. You have 1 hour. Begin. Ibiki called out as the final paper was delivered to testee number 158 and pencils began furiously scribbling. Naruto looked down at his paper. There was no way he could answer any of these questions. You are 100 miles from your destination and the sun is exactly 90 degrees high from your position. You spend 3 hours traveling west at 10 meters a step every 6 seconds. What angle from 90 degrees is the sun now at and how far are you from your destination? What the hell? How can anyone answer this? Naruto thought loudly in his head. Fox. Yay, can you help me with this? Naruto got no response. There was no snarling face at the cage door anymore, just the outline of a great beast hidden in the dark corner of the cage. Some help you are. Naruto thought angrily as he stared blankly at his test. All over the room, people had already picked up on the idea of the test and had begun using their techniques to cheat. Akamaru was barking quietly on Kiba's head, Niji's was blazing as well as Sasuke's Sharingan. Naruto clutched his head in confusion as he racked his brain, trying to figure out a single answer. He looked over at Lee for help. Lee glanced up at the ceiling and tightened his headband. Naruto glanced up, trying to be as sneaky as he could, and caught a glimpse of several mirrors attached to the ceiling with several wires controlling their movements. Naruto looked behind him and saw the wires being held by Tenten. Eureka. So that was it. He had to cheat and not get caught. New ideas flew through Naruto's mind as he tried to devise a way to cheat with his skills. A brilliant idea suddenly hit him. He quickly scanned his test paper and memorized the questions from easiest to hardest, he thought. Excuse me. Naruto's hand shot up. One of the Chunin examiners walked over to him. It was Kotetsu. What is Naruto? He whispered. I have to go to the bathroom. Naruto mumbled. And you hold it? Kotetsu replied, clearly annoyed. No, I forgot. Kotetsu sighed and took out a pair of handcuffs. Naruto nudged past people and put them on at the end of the row as Kotetsu led him out of the room with disapproving eyes glaring at him from several ninja. Kotetsu and Naruto wandered down the hall and made it to the bathroom where Naruto was given a little privacy to do business, courtesy of a small wall separating the urinals in the entrance. When Naruto was sure his Chunin guide couldn't see him, he performed his favorite hand sign. Another Naruto popped into existence, pressed tightly against the wall as the tiny amount of smoke cleared, a byproduct of his better chakra control. Naruto impressed himself, looking the clone over until he realized the clone had the same handcuffs as he did on. Damn it, he cursed. Hurry up would ya, you don't want to miss any more time do you? Kotetsu asked as Naruto zipped up his pants and walked around the side. Finished. He smirked, flashing his foxy grin to act as Naruto as possible. Yay, just get going will ya? Kotetsu sighed, leading Naruto back out of the door and back to the examination room. The second Naruto waited 5 minutes before checking the coast was clear before hurrying down the other way through an open window and into the city. Naruto had 30 minutes left before the test was over and began thinking about the 10th question. He glanced at it but figured that they would explain it when there was only 15 minutes left like the scary guy said he would, so he didn't worry about that. I wonder if they'll ask us to demonstrate or something. Like we did in the school exam. Naruto pondered while the fox still gave no reply, deciding to hide for now until Naruto forgot about his uselessness in this exam. The next 10 minutes passed slowly as several teams left after their cheating efforts were spotted when Naruto sat up straight. The memories of his clone came flowing back to him. Naruto began scribbling as he recalled all the information the clone had looked up in a copy of advanced equations and calculations in the library. He also remembered from his clone that sneaking around and reading were much harder with handcuffs. It was also a bit odd that he'd found such a useful book in the Jimin section. That big idiot from the Sand Trio probably copied him, asking to go to the bathroom as well and returning soon after. A soft buzzing was heard over Naruto's shoulder as an insect passed him by. Probably one of Shino's. Naruto thought. Okay, time for the last question. Ibiki announced, there are a few more rules to this question, so listen up. The door slid open as Kankurum returned from the bathroom. How nice of you to join us, you have fun playing dolls. Ibiki smirked as Kankurum winced, fearing his discovery and expulsion from the test. Just sit down. Ibiki turned back to the room. As I was saying, there will be some special rules for this question. First, you can choose whether or not to take this question. Several people looked confused. Choose? What happens if we choose not to take it? Tamari called out, rising to her feet. You will fail, along with your teammates. Ibiki smirked. Of course we'll take it then. What fool wouldn't? A waterfall ninja called out. You haven't heard the other rule yet, Ibiki chuckled darkly, making some genin back down. Answer the 10th question incorrectly and you will lose the right to ever take the Chunin exams again. That can't be right. Kiba yelled, there are people who have taken the exam before. Ibiki just chuckled. They were lucky, they didn't have me as an examiner before. Fortunately I'm a nice guy and I'll offer those of you who don't want to take the question a chance to leave now and try again next year. Several hands were raised as numbers 67, 48 and 113 left almost immediately with their teammates. People began to lose confidence as several more joined the fleeing few. Naruto was shaking. Sakura glanced over to her teammate. For Naruto, first a written test, then the possibility of losing his shot at Hokage. She thought as she saw Naruto's arms clasp his sides, still shaking. An echoing laughter erupted in the room. Its source was the shaking blonde genin. Hahaha. Wow, some people really can't cut it. Naruto laughed, almost falling from his seat, clutching his sides as they threatened to slip. Ibiki looked unimpressed. HMPH, you think you got what it takes, you little brat. You got it. You're looking at the future Hokage. Naruto yelled, I will never back down, even if I have to risk it all. The room went deadly silent as Naruto finished his little speech. People were inspired by his courage and those that looked nervous before had regained their confidence. Well done kid. Ibiki thought. You sure? You'll never become a Hokage if you make one small error. Trying to play Naruto for a fool. Naruto just sat back in his chair and folded his arms in defiance. Ibiki glanced around the room. 66 genin left, a little less than last time. Ibiki smirked. Congratulations, you all passed the first test. Several genin were confused, while the news hit others fast as they cheered, fists raised into the air in success. Sakura was one of the confused people. What about the 10th question? She called out. I guess you could say that was the 10th question. To choose to take it or not. Ibiki smiled back, a warm smile unlike his previous scary-faced ones. What were the first 9 questions for then? Tamari shouted, outraged at being deceived. Couldn't you tell? They were to test your information gathering ability. Getting caught gathering information simulates getting caught on a mission. If you're careless or discovered, you're a goner. Ibiki said smugly. These questions were too hard for a genin, maybe even for some chunin, which is why you had to come to the conclusion that cheating had to be the answer. Several leaf ninja rose from their spots and walked to the edges of the room. We planted several chunin who knew the answers to the questions to give you a fighting chance. When you go out on a mission you know next to nothing about, your first objective is to gather more information. More information means a bigger chance of success for the mission. Ibiki started, taking off his bandana. Fail, and you might end up wishing you were dead. Several screw holes, burn marks and scars decorated Ibiki's head as he showed his dome to the class. Information must also be accurate, if it isn't, it could cost you or your teammates their lives. He finished, returning his bandana to its former position. You have all passed the first part of the chunin exam, good luck in the next part. Ibiki began before the window on the left smashed to pieces as a black ball of something whizzed through the air in front of him. Two kunai shot out towards the ceiling as the ball unwrapped and a purple pineapple-haired woman stood in front of the now unwrapped banner reading, Second Test Proctor. Anko Midarashi. Dump the gun as usual. Ibiki thought behind the banner. Alright boys and girls, I'll be your next proctor, Anko Midarashi. Yeah. The woman called out, raising a hand in the air and pointing to the ceiling. Everyone gave her a stunned look while Naruto looked at the spot she was pointing to. You're early, again. Ibiki muttered to her, peeking out from behind the curtain as Anko laughed nervously in embarrassment. 22 teams. Not bad, but I can more than half that amount with my test. The mesh-clad Junin announced, giving some nervous looks on their faces. Naruto took this time to examine the nutcase. She wore a long brown overcoat with a mesh shirt and tights underneath, topping it off with her orange skirt and armor-plated sandals. This is gonna be fun. She muttered with a sly smirk. Meet me in the morning, I'll let your sensei know where to find me, dismissed. Some genin hurried away from the room as fast as they could, while others slowly made their way out. Naruto caught up with his teammates in the hall. Sasuke, Sakura. How did you guys do? He asked. We made it through, didn't we dope? Can't you guess? Sasuke replied sarcastically. Naruto glared at Sasuke. I meant how did you cheat? What do you think? Sasuke smirked, his Sharingan flashing up before receding back. I managed to complete the whole thing without cheating. Sakura smiled proudly. Whoa, I never knew you were that smart, Sakura. Naruto replied, amazed. What about you, Naruto? She asked him politely as the trio made it out into the fresh air once again. When I went to the bathroom I had a shadow clone hide then sneak out and into the library. He grinned, resting his arms behind his head. Sakura looked confused. Sasuke took this opportunity to sneak away from the dope and the fangirl to work on more important things. How does that work? She asked. Well, when a shadow clone dies I get all of its memories. Naruto smiled, proud of his achievement. Really? No wonder you managed to pick yours so fast. Actually, that was all for me, Tenten-sensei forbade me from using shadow clones. She can be a harsh teacher at times. He laughed as the two wound up at Ichiraku. You want to get some ramen, Sakura? Naruto asked nervously, showing his biggest grin yet. Why not, but you're paying. Sakura giggled as the two entered the eatery. Sounds and grunts were heard as Bakken met a training dummy. It was past 11, and the sweat shone on Naruto's brow as he swung the wooden sword at the dummy again. He was in Team 7's training field, destroying one of the training dummies Tenten had lent him to practice on. Just a few more hits. Come on, Naruto. he muttered between swings. He continuously circled the dummy whilst laying blow upon blow on the poor wooden thing, changing direction unpredictably. He finally tired himself out and put his all into the last swing. Splinters went everywhere as the dummy's head broke off and rolled along the floor as Naruto collapsed against what was left of it, panting heavily. The dark figure had been watching Naruto for some time now, examining him from the trees, picking up any information he could on his subject. Naruto grabbed his bottle of water and downed the last of it in one big gulp, predictably getting most of it on his top. The figure watched for a few more moments as Naruto slowly made his way to his feet again. Gathering up his gear, Naruto began heading back when he turned suddenly and looked directly at the figure in the trees, his red eyes glaring at them. Barely a few seconds passed before the figure disappeared as a small amount of sand drifted through the branches into the air. Just try it. Naruto muttered to himself and whomever might be listening in. Safe to say he didn't sense the figure at all on his way home. Silence greeted the genin as they stood around the chain-linked fence, staring into the darkest forest they'd ever seen. The black figure descended from a tree just inside the compound. Anko landed and stood proudly in front of them. Glad you could all make it. Welcome to hell, my test, the forest of death. You'll be lucky if you make it out of here alive, let alone intact. She smirked. The teams that passed the first test gazed at the looming forest, they could barely see past a few giant dark trees. The grass ninja chuckled lightly before looking up at the forest with his slitted eyes. Alright people, line up and grab one of these. Anko called out, holding up a small stack of papers. Naruto looked annoyed. More paperwork, I thought we'd finished all that with the guy in the coat. Naruto yelled, annoyed at the sight of paper again. These aren't tests, idiot, you need to sign these to participate in this test. Anko replied with an annoyed tone. Why? We already gave in our consent forms. Ino's voice called out from the crowd. Anko giggled darkly. This is called the forest of death for a reason, people die in this test. Her eyes narrowed. If you don't sign these consent forms, I have a responsibility to you. She ended with a Naruto-like smile, carefree. Some genin shivered as she began passing out the papers. This is the ultimate survival test. Anko declared. In the center of this arena is your destination. Seems easy enough. Sakura thought. To enter the tower and pass, however, you need 2 scrolls, heaven and earth. Anko smirked. When you start this test, half of you will get heaven and the other half, earth. How you get the other is up to you. That will be at least half the amount of people. Sakura thought. You have a total of 5 days to find and take another team's scroll. Anko began. 5 days, what about dinner? Chinjai called out, he couldn't live without food, well, more so than others. This forest is full of food. You have your pick of bugs, fruit and if you're lucky, fish. Just make sure you don't eat any of the poisonous things. Chinjai was horror-struck. Now, as for what you'll be disqualified for. 1. Not making it to the tower with both scrolls. 2. Losing a teammate either by separation or death if you make it to the tower. 3. No one can quit in the middle, you are here for 5 days, if you can't survive that long, you'll die. The final rule is that no matter what, you must not look inside the scrolls. Anko finished. Why? What would happen? Naruto asked. Those unlucky few will find out for themselves. Chiknin are expected to deliver secret messages, this is to test how trustworthy you are. Anko replied. Now hand your signed forms in at the desk and we'll begin. Slowly, genin began to turn their forms in after signing them. They entered a small hut with a curtain for a wall with wood on the other 3 sides. That's so we can't tell who gets what or who's carrying it. Naruto thought as he instantly signed his forms. He turned to see Sakura and Sasuke struggling with a decision. What's wrong? I thought you were ready for this. Naruto teased. I am done, I'm just trying to find the weakest teams. He replied, covering his own hesitance. Naruto smiled. Sasuke was scared and he wasn't, that felt good. What about you, Sakura? Naruto asked. The pink-haired ninja just kept staring at her sheets. Hey, Sakura, are you okay? Naruto asked again, shaking her shoulder slightly. As soon as he touched her, she jumped back and kunai raised. Whoa Sakura, what's up? Naruto had never seen her this on edge. Sakura looked Naruto in his eyes and calmed down, reholstering her kunai. Sorry Naruto, I was just thinking. She replied quietly, looking down at the ground. Are you trying to think if we'll survive or not? Sasuke asked from his spot on the ground. Yay. She spoke softly again. A loud voice snapped her out of it. Don't worry Sakura. You have me on your team, there's no way we can lose. Naruto grinned before glancing at Sasuke. He might be of some use too, I guess. To say Sasuke was irked was an understatement. I'm stronger than you now, dope, I could finish this test all by myself. He shot back. Oh yay, Naruto replied. Yay, Sasuke smirked. Good, you really might be of some use then. Naruto smiled cheekily, putting his hands behind his head again as Sasuke furiously signed his forms. Sakura giggled at the two boys' display as it reignited her confidence and signed her own forms as the trio made their way over to the tent. Eri emerged, their heaven scroll hidden in Sasuke's pack, walking to entrance 12 that led into the forest. Scattered thoughts ran through everyone's heads in the excitement, the calm before the storm. Anko's booming voice then came over a PA system around the edge of the forest, breaking said silence. The second test of the Chunin exams begins. Now. The gate sprung open as the team sprinted into the forest to begin planning and battling. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura took to the tall treetops as fast as they could. There they had a longer range of vision and less likely to be attacked from above. Team 7 traveled in triangle formation. Naruto at the front and Sasuke and Sakura at the rear left and right respectively. Naruto, what's our plan? Sakura asked after a good 20 minutes of travel. This stunned both Naruto and Sasuke. Sakura was asking for orders from the dead son. Naruto landed on a branch and turned back to Sakura who landed next to him with Sasuke on the other side. Why are you asking the dope for plans? He couldn't plan how to catch that noble's cat, let alone enemy ninja. Sasuke breathed, crossing his arms and turning his back. Well actually I kinda have a plan. Naruto admitted. Sakura wore a determined look while Sasuke's was one of surprise. Go on Naruto. Sakura said. Well to my knowledge of our abilities. Naruto began as his ears pricked up. Sasuke heard it too as he swept Sakura off her feet while he and Naruto jumped away as hail hit the branch they were on. Ooh, so close. An eerie voice called out from the leaves when Team 7 landed on the ground. Sasuke released Sakura as Naruto drew his sword and Sakura, her kunai. My. They sure look scrappy. A different male voice called out. Yes, but they look weak. Just as well, they probably are. A third voice came, female this time. Who's there? Sasuke shouted to the forest, only getting chuckles in return. Isn't he a little eager to die? The female voice called out again. Leaves shifted as 3 rain ninjas stood in front of them. The 2 males had matching grey gas masks and had covered their hair with their headbands, similar to Sakura with their black hair poking through. They looked like twins. The female of the group stood in the center, with long flowing dark green hair matched her dark eyes. The group wore matching dark brown uniforms with the girls being more revealing than her teammates. They looked around to be in their mid-teens, Naruto guessed. Hand over the scroll and we might not kill you. She smirked, holding out her hand. Sasuke scoffed, his Sharingan blazing. Like we'd do that. He shouted back. Last chance kid. If not, I'll have to set these 2 on you. The girl gestured to her 2 partners, each readied a weapon, a blue bastard sword for the left and a whip for the right. Naruto put his hands together. Shadow clone jutsu. He yelled out as 100 clones blocked him and his team from view. The girl just laughed. Take them. She smirked evilly as the twins set to work, destroying clone by clone, as the Naruto clones blocked with their swords as often as they could. Every Naruto clone was turned to smoke, revealing Sasuke standing in front of Sakura, flashing through hand signs. Fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. He yelled, shooting several small but powerful fireballs from his mouth. They flew wildly at the rain ninja, but all were either blocked or dodged by them. Sasuke finished and smirked. The girl noticed before a shadow loomed over her. She wheeled around and blocked Naruto's downward slash with a small dagger taken from her hip. Blocking wasn't good enough as the amount of power behind Naruto's attack pushed her back and off her feet, rolling next to her 2 teammates. The twins quickly helped her up as Naruto and Sasuke both pressed forward on the attack, kunai and short sword raised. The girl quickly flashed through her own hand signs as the twins blocked their attacks. Acid rain jutsu. She called out, her 2 teammates took the hint and jumped away into the trees as she jumped high into the air, breathing out a torrent of water. Naruto and Sasuke both got caught in the rush as the rain melted their clothes before 2 small puffs of smoke erupted and logs replaced them. The girl landed on a branch before eyeing the pink-haired ninja, staring directly at her. Naruto's sword scratched against a much bigger one as he and one of the twins clashed high in the branches. Just give it up kid, you're no match for us. The rain ninja laughed as Naruto's sword began getting colder and freezing at the point of contact between them. Not a chance. Naruto replied, forming 6 more clones. The rain ninja shot towards them, slashing 2 clean in half as another 2 jumped up, throwing slashes down at him. He raised his sword and blocked them, pushing back and throwing them off the branch below where they disappeared into smoke. Naruto gave his clone a leg up as he threw him high into the air over the ninja as they went for high and low slashes to end the fight. The rain ninja went for Naruto on the ground, perceiving him to be the real one. Kill the real, you kill the clone. I got you now. He shouted, thrusting his sword between Naruto's guard. It pierced Naruto's arm and went straight into his heart as he smirked. A small puff of smoke revealed him to be the clone as Naruto's sword sliced clean through his right forearm. Blood splashed out covering the branch and both parties' clothes. The rain ninja cried out in pain as he saw his arm fall to the ground below as Naruto kicked his legs out from under him. He fell hard and due to the weight difference on one side, he fell towards the ground below too. Naruto turned and looked up at the sky through the canopy as he heard a sickening crunch. It was now 3-on-2. Sasuke cried out as the whip latched onto his left arm, sending electricity straight through his body. Had enough. The rain ninja laughed maniacally as he increased the flow of electricity. Then never Sasuke's confident reply came as he grabbed and pulled the whip. The rain ninja resisted as the two began a tug of war, each trying to outmatch the other in strength. Sasuke suddenly sprinted forward. Taking the enemy by surprise, he smashed his right leg into his chest. The ninja released his grip on the whip, flying backwards and hitting the tree before clutching his torso. "You little shit." He choked out as he tried to regain his breath. Sasuke quickly freed his arm from the whip and dropped it to the ground below. The rain ninja caught his breath and flashed through some hand signs. Water style. Water pulse jutsu. He called out as a huge ball of water burst from his mouth, hitting Sasuke square on. It carried him inside till he hit a tree himself. Gasping for breath, Sasuke recompassed himself, looking around hurriedly for his enemy. His Sharingan finding nothing. "Behind you." An eerie voice spoke. Sasuke wheeled around. Lightning style. 1000-volt fist. Sasuke jumped back to dodge the blow, but the fist repeatedly tried to connect with him. Sasuke backed against a tree as the rain ninja prepared his final blow. "Game over." He smirked and threw his fist forward. Sasuke chuckled as he tilted his head to the left, dodging the blow and releasing a bright light from behind his head. The rain ninja was blinded as he pulled his arms up to block his vision. This was a big mistake. Sasuke delivered a strong uppercut to his opponent, sending him flying back, landing heavily on the ground. The flash tag burned itself out. Sasuke breathed a sigh of relief. "Looks like it's just me and you, girly." The green-haired woman smirked, gazing down at Sakura through the branches. "All the easier for me." Sakura called back, her hands not wavering on her kunai. The green-haired girl jumped down to the ground, flipping her hair back as she landed. "You haven't made a single move since we began. It looks like all you're good at is taking up space." She was insulted. Sakura frowned harder at this before throwing her kunai at the woman. She simply sidestepped as it passed her, lodging itself in the tree behind her. "You can't even throw a kunai properly." The girl giggled as Sakura looked taken aback. "Who said I was aiming for you?" She smirked. Reacting without thinking, the girl jumped away as an explosion engulfed the tree, burning it to cinders. "Ninjutsu?" she thought, glancing back to Sakura. Sakura, however, was gone, leaving the girl alone in the clearing. "Alright, where have you gone, Pinky?" she called out, looking around for any trace of her. The rustling of leaves in the bushes left of her told the rain ninja everything. Tightening her grip on the dagger, she jumped straight into the bush, stabbing deep into flesh as blood hit her skin. "Haha, thought you could outsmart me," she shouted as she turned the girl over, revealing one of her teammates' faces on Sakura's body before the illusion faded. She'd killed him. Wheeling around, redoubled her efforts, looking for any hint of color or movement. "You bitch. I'll kill you." She shouted out as a hand grabbed her ankle. She looked down and saw her dead teammate, back in his uniform, whip wrapped around his throat, grabbing at her ankle with a dead look on his face and skin as pale as the moon. She screamed as she kicked his hands away, backing up until she hit something. Turning around, she saw her other teammate, his own sword through his chest as he grabbed her arms, holding her in place as the other one crawled forward to grab her ankles again. "No. What are you doing? Let go of me." She screamed, trying to wriggle free any way she could as all three began sinking into the ground, a black vortex swallowing them up. Naruto and Sasuke hurried back to Sakura as fast as they could. They had been divided, but were not conquered. Naruto arrived on the scene to see a Sakura rooting through the pockets of the female ninja. She was out cold. "Sakura. You okay?" he huffed as he approached his teammate. "Yeah, I'm fine, Naruto, nothing I couldn't handle." She smirked as her hand found the thing she was looking for. "Aha," she said, pulling her hand free of her opponent's pouch and lifting her prize to the sky to reveal a heaven scroll. The scene was so quiet you could hear a drop. Sakura and Naruto began to regain movement as Sakura yelled out. "All this for a heaven scroll." Naruto just sweat dropped. If that didn't bring more ninja running, nothing would. "Come on, Sakura, just take it and let's go fin Sasuke," Naruto quickly said. A flash of blue later and Sasuke stood next to him. "No need to do so." He spoke coolly. "So we still need an earth scroll, yay?" he asked, knowing the answer. "Yeah, we can't stay here though, she'll wake up soon." Sakura shot a look back at the unconscious body of the rain ninja. "Mine too," Sasuke said, jabbing his thumb back where he came from. Naruto just stayed quiet before the two looked at him expecting the same response. He decided he may as well just come out with it. "Mine won't." Sakura gasped. Sasuke's eyes widened. "Naruto? You didn't?" Sakura asked shakily. "No," Naruto replied after a brief pause. "But I didn't stop it either." Sakura looked a little relieved, but still, her teammate had caused the death of another ninja. "So what happened?" Sasuke asked with a little new respect for Naruto. He lost an arm to my blade and fell. Naruto replied quietly, his arms shaking a little. I had to search for him too. For the scroll, you know. Sakura embraced Naruto. It's okay, you won Naruto, at least you're alive. She whispered into his ear. Naruto gave her a half-hearted hug back as he nodded at Sasuke for them to continue. They turned and jumped into the trees. Naruto patted his pouch to make sure his sealing scroll was still there, containing his enemy's blade as a trophy. Chapter 8 Snakes and Scrolls. Time passed slowly in the forest. Minutes seemed to get longer as the day progressed. It was already past noon, yet Team 7 hadn't seen another team since the past incident. Luckily, this gave them time to recover from their last encounter, both physically and mentally. Sakura glanced at Naruto as they traveled, an emotionless expression on his face. Naruto. She thought as she remembered his story. Sasuke led the trio as they arrived at a small stream. The group took a few moments to rest and refresh before they'd set out again. Naruto took off his sandals and dipped his feet into the water as he lay back on a rock. He closed his ears, keeping his ears open just to relax and reflect. If it's any consolation. It was you or him. Kyuubi spoke up, trying to comfort his young container. Naruto, however, remained silent, trying to relax and forget about his first kill. He thought back to when he fought Zabuza and Haku. Haku herself had made her first kill when she took out Geto. She had intended to kill him, while Naruto had merely led the ninja to his death. Sasuke was checking over his gear as he kept an eye on Naruto. He'd made his first kill before him, yet he didn't show any emotion. Just like Zabuza. Sakura was taking a drink from her container before refilling it in the stream. She quickly checked over her gear, drawing a kunai and holding it to her face, twisting the blade over, examining its razor edge. Every time I've held one of these. I could have used it to kill someone. She thought as she touched the tip to her finger, a tiny drop of blood hit the metal before she pocketed it again. She looked over at Naruto, whose eyes were still closed, deep in thought. If I take my first life, I need to be as strong as Naruto. Naruto's ears suddenly twitched. Someone was close. Jai had already polished off his water supply a few hours into the exam. Troublesome. Shikamaru muttered as he led his team through the trees, listening for a water source. Shikamaru heard running water to his left as his team adjusted and headed in the direction of the source. A small stream ran through the forest as the group landed. Jai dived headfirst at the edge of the bank, his head submerged while swallowing huge gulps. Jai. Show some manners. You are in the presence of a lady you know. Ino piped up as she massaged her feet. Jai couldn't hear, he still hadn't finished his drink. Neither of his teammates worried, he was always like this. Alright Jai, that's enough. Shikamaru said, pulling Jai's scarf back, causing his head to rise from the water. There's plenty left in Shikamaru. What are you worried about? Jai replied, turning around before crossing his legs. I don't want to stay in one place too long. It gives the enemy time to plan as well as set up traps. It's fine Shikamaru, we'll set off again soon, okay? Ino replied with a smile as she slipped back into her sandals. Shikamaru just patted his back pouch, reassuring himself that both scrolls were in place. Naruto put his sandals back on Sasuke, and Sakura stood waiting for him. He blinked and his eyes became blood red, he quickly looked around, scanning the area around them. He saw nothing. The three ninjas got a running start before they jumped back into the trees. Naruto could feel the chakra signature following them. Whichever way he led his team, the signature would always follow. Deciding enough was enough, Naruto led the signatures to a small clearing with a few scattered trees for protection. The team stopped in the middle. What's wrong? Sakura asked, confused. Naruto just closed his eyes and opened them, bringing back the fierce red ones he had grown fond of. Someone's following us. He muttered to his team and he strained his eyes, looking and feeling for any hint of the pursuers. As soon as he tried looking and feeling, the signature had vanished. They weren't anywhere. Sakura took immediate action, searching as hard as Naruto. Her ears tuned to pick up any noise. Sasuke activated his Sharingan, taking a battle position and drawing a kunai from his pouch. You better be right, Naruto. He muttered back to his comrade. Normally Naruto would have jumped at Sasuke's sign of respect for him, but he had bigger things to worry about. The earth trembled slightly. The trio looked at each other before jumping backwards as a giant snake emerged from the ground, snapping its jaws shut around the earth they were just standing on. The lone female grass ninja stood on top of the snake with a straw hat over her long black hair and a thick purple rope around her waist. She giggled darkly. Well, looks like I've found my prize. Naruto drew his sword in a reverse grip, preparing his hands for the shadow clones. Oh no, we can't have you using it. The grass ninja smirked before unleashing a torrent of killer intent at the trio. The three froze in fear. The fox stirred within Naruto, sensing the danger to his vessel. Seeing through Naruto's eyes, he saw just who was causing his warden to lock up. Killer intent radiated out of Naruto, cancelling out the grass ninjas while making her quiver a little. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura gasped heavily as the weight was lifted off them. I owe you one. Naruto thought quickly to thank the Kikbi. You can repay me by killing him. The fox roared back in response. Him? Naruto replied. So, it seems I have stumbled onto the location of a precious possession of Konoha. The grass ninja sneered, throwing her hat aside to the muddy grass below. Sasuke and Sakura were confused as to what she was referring to Sasuke, thinking it was himself while Sakura had no clue. Sasuke, Sakura, be careful. Naruto warned, tightening his grip on his blade. I don't have the time for your childish games, the grass ninja smiled, I'll just take what I want and be on my way. Sasuke tapped his pouch, making sure his heaven scroll was still in place, while Naruto could feel it in his kunai pouch. The grass ninja flicked her hand as the snake she was on reared up, opening its mouth. Naruto felt a tug at the back of his neck as his feet left the ground. Sasuke was sprinting as fast as he could up the nearest tree, clutching Naruto's collar. Sakura was ahead of the duo as the snake stuck, clamping its jaws around Naruto and Sasuke's position on the tree. Sakura heard the violent crunching noise and glanced back, seeing the snake's jaw lodged into the trunk. The sword poked through the side of the snake's mouth as Naruto cut his way through with Sasuke behind him. The snake was still firmly stuck in the tree, its fangs planted deep into the bark. Sakura breathed a small sigh of relief as Naruto and Sasuke caught up, running to the top branches. The grass ninja looked at the trapped snake before shaking her head in disapproval. Naruto peered over the edge of the branch they were on and saw the ninja below transform her lower half, similar to a snake's body, and wound her way up the tree. Get back. Naruto called to his teammates as they hopped to the other end of the branch as the grass ninja reached their position, her long, slimy tongue hanging out. The snake parallels were getting ridiculous. Sasuke flew through his hand signs. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. He called out, a large ball of fire engulfing the grass ninja. Naruto charged at the flame, thrusting his sword directly in the center, where the grass ninja was last, and felt a slight resistance. Sasuke ended that as soon as Naruto thrust his sword, revealing the girl impaled on Naruto's blade through her stomach. She began to cry brown tears before the whole body morphed into a muddy brown color. Earth clone. Naruto thought quickly. The snake below was swinging its tail against the tree, trying to pry itself off the bark or take down the tree trying. The branch shook a little every time the snake hit it. A scream cried out behind Sasuke as he and Naruto turned to see the grass ninja holding a hand over Sakura's mouth and a kunai to her neck. One more move from you and you'll be losing a teammate. She giggled darkly. Sasuke glared at the grass girl, never taking his eyes off her, while Naruto redoubled the grip on his blade. Sakura was almost in tears, she had a kunai to her neck and her life could be extinguished at any moment and began to wonder just what she achieved in her short years. Now, if you'll kindly step forward and give me your scroll, we can end this right now. The girl said. Let's just do what she says. Naruto said to Sasuke, hesitating to make any moves. Sasuke wrestled with himself inside, but slowly removed the scroll from his pouch and, one step at a time, made his way over to the grass ninja before setting it a few feet from her and Sakura. Damn it. Think of something. If I can do something I have to do it now. He thought in a panic as he stood upright. The grass ninja smiled, baring her fangs. Now for my pry. She began. Shadow possession jutsu success. A voice called from nearby. Naruto whirled around looking for the owner. Team 10 stood on a branch close to his tree, Shikamaru exerting himself through his with Shinji and Ino looking on. Shikamaru carefully manipulated the grass ninja movements, slowly removing her hand from Sakura's mouth and the kunai from her neck. As soon as she was free, Sakura jumped behind her teammates, shaking from fear. Shinji. Shikamaru called as Shinji quickly jumped onto the branch. Team 7 was one. Expansion, he shouted as his right arm and hand grew to giant proportions. What trickery is this? The grass ninja started before Shinji's hand grabbed her, squeezing her tight and hurling her below, hitting the snake in the head on the way down and creating a cloud of dust as they hit the floor. The snake, now dislodged from the tree, was missing 3 of its 4 fangs, with only the top left remaining. Ino jumped over and put her arm round Sakura who was still shivering. Shikamaru joined the group after releasing him as the enemy fell. Seems you guys just can't stay out of trouble, can you? He muttered, walking over and picking up the heaven scroll that had gotten stuck between a fork in the branch. It wasn't our fault, she found us, Sasuke retorted. If it wasn't for Naruto, we would have been swallowed straight from the start. Sakura spoke up, Ino hugged her a little tighter and glanced up to really admire Naruto. He looked hot holding that sword with his angry, smoldering look. Shikamaru handed the scroll back to Sasuke. Naruto? Really? He questioned. Does it matter? We have to leave, now. Naruto said, his tone more serious than Shikamaru had ever heard him. Relax, Naruto, Ino spoke up, Shinji took care of that bitch. She should be out cold. He won't be. Naruto cut in. The Sasuke asked, glancing down at the dust cloud. Yay, it's not a grass ninja, it's… Naruto began explaining. The shadow cast over the group. A slimy, red Things traveled either side of the branch, a single fang passing them by. Shit. Naruto thought as the jaws of the snake snapped shut, swallowing the 6 genin and the branch whole. It was sticky, wet and it hurt like hell. Team 7 and Team 10 were inside the belly of a giant snake. There was barely enough room to breathe, let alone move around. The snake's digestive juices had already enveloped the genin and stung their skin. Naruto could hear no screaming, probably due to the pain and sheer grossness of the experience. A foot hit Naruto's own. He turned his head, straining against the small amount of space he had to see Shikamaru's own with a hard look. Still. God. Your sword. He huffed, trying to keep as much air in as possible. Everyone felt the snake slither over a high log as Naruto slipped lower in its stomach. His sword was long gone, he dropped it the moment the snake ate him due to the pressure, and it was most likely further down in its belly. I gotta summon better than that though. He thought. The grass genin stood proudly on top of the snake, having captured an Uchiha and 5 other test subjects, 3 being clan members. He chuckled. Tomorrow's going to be fun. He thought. The snake slid over the small stream before hissing in pain. Its lower back scrunching up to try and ease it. What's going on? The grass ninja hissed before the snake felt another pang of pain, thrashing around wildly. The grass ninja jumped free and landed on the water as the snake curled itself round several trees, hissing louder. Stupid serpent. He began before a small part of the underbelly was sliced through with 4 menacing red claws. The bloody Naruto emerged, breathing fresh air like it would run out before he performed the shadow clone, his clones forming a chain before diving back into the snake for his friends. The grass ninja watched in bewilderment as Naruto brought his friends out of one of his strongest snake's stomach alive. Ino emerged last, gasping for air and clutching onto Naruto for dear life. The genin quickly tried to brush as much of the slime off as they could. Now that was an experience. Shikamaru complained. Naruto dispelled his clones as they turned their attention back to the threat at hand. Eyes, we can't win this battle. Naruto whispered to his friends as some of them looked a little unnerved. What? Why not, Sasuke questioned, annoyed at admitting defeat to a single grass ninja. That's Orochimaru's new apprentice. Shikamaru stated coolly. Ino, Sakura and Shinji flinched, they'd heard tales about them but had never seen one, yet an apprentice of the one who defected from the village was standing in front of them. Close Shikamaru. Naruto swallowed Orochimaru himself. Everyone flinched as Orochimaru allowed the conversation to continue, wondering himself how the demon fox's jailer had figured it out. There's no way we can fight and win. Naruto admitted, even with the fox's help, he probably couldn't kill him. SSSS smart decision. Orochimaru called out, his eyes now focused on Naruto's own. What are you thinking, brat? The fox roared, enraged by his vessel's refusal to kill one he hated so much. Even with all of us, we won't be able to match up to him. He has years of knowledge and, you told me, so how could we? Naruto trailed off inside his head before a yell came from the real world. Team 10. Formation 4. Shikamaru called out as he flashed through hand signs. Jai reacted immediately, running to the left and jumping over the stream. Naruto Sasuke. Distraction. Shikamaru called out, completing his hand signs. The two reacted immediately, Naruto focused his chakra and summoned 500 clones along their side of the bank, while Sasuke flashed through hand signs. Orochimaru smirked, his face still that of the female grass ninjas he'd stolen between exams, keeping an eye on as much of the action as he could. The Naruto clones paired up and threw each other at the snake. Sasuke jumped high into the air, spouting off several balls of fire, crying out, fire style. Phoenix flower jutsu. Several of the fireballs collided with the Naruto clones mid-flight, creating a small, but effective smokescreen, as the orange and black clones that they missed dived into the smoke. Many flew through the smoke, but as it cleared it revealed Orochimaru held in place by 15 Naruto clones and Shikamaru's shadow, dragging him into the water. Shadow possession success. He called out. Now Shinji. Expansion Shinji called out as he leapt back over the river, behind Orochimaru, his hands growing to epic proportions. He looked shocked as he struggled to free himself. Shinji put his hands together in a huge fist before slamming them down on Orochimaru's head, dispelling the Naruto clones, and forcing the Sanin's head to crack against the rocks beneath the shallow stream. Shinji landed next to Shikamaru as his shadow returned to him. Naruto Sasuke, quickly. Shikamaru beckoned as the 6 jumped away into the trees. Behind them Orochimaru's corpse rose to the top of the water, his clothes and skin melting before turning the water a deep brown shade. The two genin teams jumped as far and fast as they could through the trees, looking for the tower to report their skirmish to the more advanced ninja. The soft hissing sent chills down their collective spines. The hand flew out from a trunk on a tree as Ino landed, grabbing her wrist and locking it behind her back. Ino. Shinji called out before another pair of hands restrained him. Pushing his face into the branch, holding his hands behind his back. More hands appeared as the remaining genin avoided them, slashing at them with kunai and landing on a safe branch. The hands became arms and arms became shoulders as several brown Orochimaru clones stepped out of the they were hidden under, regaining their color as they did. It seems you are out of ideas. The same voice they now feared to hear spoke up. Orochimaru stood behind them, sandwiching their branch between his and his clones. Only 4 left. Now how to dispose of you? He giggled, his girlish face still in place. Sakura hid behind Naruto. What do you want? Shikamaru shouted. In all their years of near friendship, Naruto had never seen the boy look this desperate. The Orochimaru girl giggled again. Just something I've had eyes on for a long time. She replied calmly. The air shimmered and wavered, like on a hot day as the 4 remaining genin disappeared. What? Orochimaru stood shocked. The 2 clones of himself as well as their captives disappeared too. He then felt pain in his stomach as a kunai lodged itself in it. He looked down and saw a smirking Sasuke trying to plant another in his heart with his other hand. The snake used his strength to block the blow but Sasuke's momentum brought his left foot into his gut, knocking him off balance. Now I've got you. Orochimaru laughed as his free hand grabbed Sasuke's shirt and pulled him down with him as the 2 tumbled off the branch. Sasuke. Sakura called out as she released her hidden in plain sight. Shikamaru and Naruto were too busy finishing off the earth clones of Orochimaru as the pair tumbled below through the canopy of smaller trees. Naruto slashed and dug a kunai into his Orochimaru clone's brain before it returned to its earthly state. Ino was gasped in shock as Naruto jumped past her into the canopy after his teammate, holding a sealing scroll in his hand. Sasuke shouted as he landed on top of Orochimaru before he released his grip and rolled away. Orochimaru's body had landed on some rough rocks, but his head missed them. Sasuke looked up as he lay on the grass to see Orochimaru gasp for air as his mouth unhinged and opened wide. A finger, a hand, 2 hands, a head. All these things came out of his mouth as a full copy of Orochimaru stood up covered in a little saliva. Now it's just us, Sasuke. He laughed, his real snake-like face revealed. Sasuke tried to gather as much breath as he could, trying to struggle to his feet at the same time proved challenging. Orochimaru's head suddenly extended out from his neck, sinking his fangs into Sasuke's shoulder. Sasuke cried out as the weird curse mark of heaven formed on the back of his neck. A dark blue sword swung down through the trees, barely missing Orochimaru's retracting head as it slammed into the ground, Naruto holding the end of it. Sasuke clutched his neck, his eyes losing their Sharingan and closing before he collapsed in pain. Naruto stood over his teammate before Orochimaru smirked. Too late brat, he's as good as mine. You're not the king Sasuke. Naruto shouted back, raising the blue bastard sword with some difficulty to face his opponent. Oh not now. But he'll soon seek my power. Orochimaru replied as his body began to burn slowly. As his torso disappeared, the pouch containing his scroll disappeared, leaving an earth scroll to drop to the ground. A small gift for you. Effort. He chuckled as the flames consumed his head. Naruto felt the chakra signature disappear as soon as the last flame burned out. Letting the sword clatter to the ground, he gasped for breath as he doubled over onto all fours. Naruto. Sakura called out as she and Team 10 combed the forest below. He's over here. Ino called out as everyone hurried over to her. Naruto was laying on his back, gasping for breath with his eyes closed. Sasuke's breathing was slow, his hands still clutching his neck. Naruto Sasuke. Sakura cried out, running over to her teammates. Help Sasuke. Naruto breathed out between gasps. Sakura quickly switched her full attention to Sasuke and looked him over for injuries. Naruto, what happened? Is he gone? Shikamaru asked, sticking particularly close to his 2 teammates, as though he didn't want to be apart from their sides at all. Naruto quickly regained as much breath as he could before rising to his knees. That freak took a bite out of Sasuke. He did something to him. Naruto replied, glancing over at the last Uchiha. Then he vanished in fire. We have to get to the tower now and report this to the Hokage. Shikamaru said sternly. His foot kicked something. He looked down to see the scroll Orochimaru had left behind. Shikamaru picked it up. Dropped it? He asked, examining it carefully in case it was trapped. Ino helps Naruto to his feet. He said it was a gift for our efforts. Naruto replied again. Shikamaru, deeming it safe, chucked it over to Naruto. You don't want it? Naruto asked, confused. We already got ours. Shikamaru replied. Yay, we took out some Iwa ninja when they tried to get the drop on us. Chimjai said proudly before walking over to Sasuke and picking him up, bridal style. Ino spotted the sword and bent down to pick it up. This your Naruto? She asked, amazed he could wield such a thing. No, that's from a rain ninja I defeated. Naruto admitted. I was just using it in place of my short sword. Tenten's gonna be pissed I lost that. He finished, elongating for honor's sake. Anything to take his mind off the recent events. Shikamaru winced, he remembered when he'd broken a new kunai by throwing it incorrectly at a training dummy. The lecture he'd received from her was long and loud. More power to you Naruto. Shikamaru consoled him as Naruto resealed the sword. Ready Chimjai. Jai had Sasuke in a piggyback position, the out-cold Uchiha still out-cold. The ordeal with Orochimaru was over, the group took off, aiming for the tower. Darkness crept in as the two teams spotted the tower looming in front of them. Just a short way to go. Shikamaru called to the group as he led the way. Jai redoubled his grip on Sasuke. The group was now barely 100 yards away from the tower when several black figures jumped out ahead of them, one of them carrying a person wearing a beige coat. Hey, isn't that? Shikamaru trailed off as two of the figures broke off from the pack and intercepted them. The figures quickly identified the group as Leaf Shinobi as they ran each side of the group. What's wrong with this one? The figure on the left asked. Shikamaru opened his mouth to reply, but Naruto beat him to it with one word. Orochimaru. That was enough to satisfy the Anbu as they escorted them into the tower. The sound team watched from the trees as their mission from their leader was put beyond their reach. Why did he even assign us if we didn't get a chance to kill him? The girl asked. I don't know. The guy with fur on his back replied. Hey look, another team is coming, may as well reduce the competition. The other team member finished before they ambushed the approaching sand team, leaving their small collection of scrolls safe in the tree. Sasuke was immediately checked out by the medical teams as they arrived in the tower, whisking him away. Probably to a boring hospital. Naruto thought. One of the two Anbu who escorted them the final 100 yards returned from the examination room and spoke. Your teams still have a mission to complete. He stated before disappearing in a flash of smoke, presumably to report to the Hokage. The remaining 5 looked at each other oddly before they took out their scrolls, Naruto's 2 heaven and 1 earth scroll and Shikamaru's single heaven and earth scroll. What do you suppose we do with them? Hand them in? Ino asked. It might have something to do with that wording on the wall we passed on the way in. Sakura replied. What writing? Jai asked, checking his pockets for a snack. Without any further delay, Sakura led the small group back into the first room. Upon one of the walls there was a big paper sheet with what seemed like instructions. If you lack heaven, seek wisdom, be prepared. Gain knowledge and prepare yourself for the missions. If you lack earth, run in the fields, seek advantages. If you have both heaven and earth, you can succeed in even the most dangerous mission. These rules will guide a person's extremes. Naruto read the giant scroll with a little confusion. Don't we already have heaven and earth, we have more than enough heaven. He said. Keywords. Heaven, earth, and guide. Shikamaru spoke, taking the lip of the earth scroll in his hand. I'm sure we're meant to do something with these, and since no one seems to be here, I think we have to. Open them. He finished, yelling the last part as he unraveled the scroll in one swift movement. Ino quickly followed suit and opened her scroll up, revealing nothing but a seal on both scrolls. Naruto and Sakura watched eagerly as smoke began emitting from both scrolls. Shikamaru just sighed and chucked it on the floor in front of him. Ino's heaven scroll soon followed his example. One small explosion of smoke later and Asuma Sarutobi stood before the 5, smoking a cigarette as usual. Hey guys. He greeted his team. I must say I'm impressed, only one day to complete the exam. Would have been faster, sensei, if the waterfall team didn't have so much water. Shikamaru replied sarcastically. The puff of smoke appeared beside them as Iruka appeared from Naruto and Sakura's scrolls before Shikamaru's tone turned serious. Also Orochimaru was a bit of a problem. Asuma's cigarette fell to the floor in his shock. Orochimaru? Iruka choked out. Yay, he did something weird to Sasuke, that's why he isn't here. Naruto chipped in. Asuma disappeared before anyone could say any more. The Hokage probably already knows by now. Shikamaru said, Anbu met up with us on our way in. Iruka was speechless. His old students up against Orochimaru, and S-class wanted Nin. Undid. How did? Iruka started, tripping over his words. The two teams took this opportunity to fill him in on the entire situation. Everyone chipped a bit of knowledge until they had a very accurate recollection. There were still 4 more days left in the exam, and by the time the 5-some had finished their story, it was past midnight. Asuma had returned and wanted a word in private with his team, while Iruka took Naruto and Sakura to the rooms they would be temporarily staying in. You two will be staying here until the 5 days are up. Iruka told them as he opened the door into the small one-room apartment. It had all the essentials. Beds, sink, fridge and what looked like a dining table with stone chairs in the corner. In here? You gotta be kidding. Sakura complained, spotting the 3 uncomfortable-looking beds separated by a thin wall of stone. Iruka simply sighed. Naruto, however, was more concerned with the life of their teammate than their new living arrangements. Just what the hell was that thing he injected Sasuke with? Naruto pondered as he walked into the room and plopped himself down on the middle bed, laying back with his hands behind his head. The curse mark. A deep voice replied in his head. Curse mark? Naruto thought back. Similar to a save for the fact certain ones can be passed on. The fox spoke up, his rage from the snake having receded and had calmed down. The fox's knowledge of curse marks flowed into Naruto's mind, helping him understand the logic behind them. The fox didn't know much, but he gave what little he had to offer. With all the information being processed in his mind, Naruto felt instantly tired and closed his eyes, drifting into dreamland. Outside Naruto's mind, Sakura smiled as Naruto fell asleep in his clothing, not bothering to get under the covers or anything. She took to her own bed and, deciding to follow Naruto's lead, dropped off without changing either. The next few days passed quickly for the genin. More and more teams slowly finished the second exam. Hinata's team entered the tower early on the second day as Naruto awoke. On his way to the bathroom, Naruto passed Gaara in the corridor. Neither spoke a word to the other, but each felt raw killer intent rolling off instead, though Naruto's was only in defense. Lee's team finally finished the exam on the third day as they snagged a room next to Team 7's. As predicted, Tenten berated Naruto for losing his sword and gave him a long speech. Even the Kikbi felt determined not to let Naruto lose another sword. Her annoyed frown switched to a gleeful grin when Naruto gave her the sword he'd taken from the Rain Ninja. "I can't use something as heavy as this, besides, I thought you might like it." He smiled as he handed the cold blade over. Tenten just grew starry-eyed at a 4-inch Acro blade and gave Naruto a big hug. Needless to say, Tenten spent the rest of the day admiring her new weapon and testing it out. Sasuke was released that day. He looked a little paler, but acted his normal cold self. Sakura was worried for him, he was still Sasuke, but something just seemed different. Darker. Naruto managed to get another peek at Sasuke's curse mark. It was encircled by several words. He figured it was sealed and couldn't do any more harm, so he told Sakura not to worry. The time had finally come. Time was up and all successful teams had gathered in the main hall with a big statue, depicting a pair of hands performing the hand seal for Ram in reverse, at the end. Many Chunin and Chunin stood in front of the statue with the Hokage in the middle. "Congratulations on passing." Anko's voice called out to them over a loudspeaker, filling the hall with her voice. 24 genin still here? This bunch must either be talented or lucky. Anko thought. Naruto took this time to note even though she seemed a bit pale. He wondered if Orochimaru got her too. "The Hokage will now explain the third test." Anko called out over the loudspeaker. "Thank you, Anko." The Hokage smiled politely. "Before that, I'd like to inform you all about the true meaning of this exam." There were a few mutterings from the genin, but the Hokage continued. "The true meaning for this exam is for it to replace the war between the allied countries." There were a few gasps between the genin as more mumbles broke out. The Hokage raised his hand as they stopped immediately. Before your time, the nations would fight among each other to decide who would rule. In order to prevent this, the Chunin exams came to be. Naruto was about to shout out why they had to know this when the fox shared some wisdom with him. "Listen to the old man's words, kid." He spoke softly, slipping into his afternoon nap. Naruto just grunted and returned his attention to the Hokage. "Many of your country's leaders and influential people will be coming to watch your battles. They are our clients and they will pick a country for their missions based on their strength. Stronger countries receive more missions, sending a message to other nations, telling them our nation is strong. The strength of a country is the strength of the village, the strength of the village is the strength of its shinobi. A shinobi's true strength is born only through life-risking battle." The Hokage finished. "This is not just a test, but a life-risking battle with your dreams and your country's prestige on the line." A few people looked uneasy with this new information, but none backed down. The Hokage stepped back as a Chunin stepped forward. "Before we begin the main event, however, there is one more thing you have to do." The Chunin began, coughing after the air left his lungs. Several thoughts ran through Naruto's mind as well as others. "My name is..." He coughed again. "Hey Jekko, I will be your preliminary referee." Chapter 9 The finalists. Mumbles broke out among some of the genin. "Allow me to explain." Hayate announced, "This year, we may have made the Chunin exams too easy, hence why so many of you stand before us. As you know, many guests are coming to view the exams, and we need the best of you to represent your villages." Naruto smirked, everyone would be able to see him beat his opponent into the dust, the dead last no longer. Anyone who no longer wishes to compete after hearing this or does not feel up to the challenge may leave as we will begin shortly. "What?" Now Kiba shouted out. "Yes," Hayate stated simply. "Anyone who does." He coughed again, "wishing to leave, can leave individually, your other teammates can still continue." The room was silent for several moments as teammates glanced at each other. A hand shot in the air. I'm going to quit." Naruto turned to see the owner of the voice and saw the creepy leaf genin he met before the written exam. "Hey Kabuto." The ninja behind him began. I also like to quit." Another voice came with another hand. Its owner was a tall, blonde waterfall ninja with his left arm and leg bandaged up with a few drops of blood showing through. "Very well, the Chunin will escort you out of the forest." Hayate announced with a small cough as two pairs of Chunin stepped forward, leading them out of the hall. As Kabuto was leaving, he glanced back, the sunlight reflecting in his glasses as the sound of Jimin standing among the others smirked. Now, if there is no one else who wants to leave, we will begin. Preliminaries. Hayate coughed out, taking out a clipboard. Sasuke gripped his neck in pain. Come on. Not now. He thought as he gripped his neck, trying to numb the pain. Sasuke. Sakura began before Sasuke glared fiercely at her. Naruto felt the killer intent from Sasuke behind him and nudged him in the ribs. No reaction. Other people seemed to have noticed as all of teammate next to them gave Sasuke weird looks. Kiba, one of confusion, Hinata, one of fear, and Shino a look of warning. Calm yourself Sasuke. Shino whispered. Sasuke's pain and glare disappeared moments later as his gaze returned to the proctor. At the front, the Hokage, Anko and Ibiki had noticed this little exchange and had all been informed about Sasuke's predicament. Maybe we should remove him from the exam. Anko offered. That won't do. A voice behind her muttered. Anko turned to see none other than Kakashi Haddock, giving her one of his famous eye smiles. He's an Uchiha, and Uchiha don't quit even when things get bad. But what about them? Anko began. It's already sealed and taken care of. Kakashi cut in, satisfying her incomplete question. That settles it then. The Hokage finished the conversation as the three turned back to Hayate. Since we now have exactly 22 participants left, we will conduct 11 one-on-one matches. The winners will advance to the third round. Hayate explained. First off, there are no rules. The fight continues until one of you dies, gets knocked out, or admits defeat. I will, however, jump in at a time I think a winner has been established. Open it. Anko spoke into her headset. The section of the wall left of the statue slid away to reveal a giant screen. The genin gazed up at it as it flashed through people's names. The flashing slowed and revealed the names of the first two fighters. The first battle will be between Tenten and Sakura Haruno. Hayate announced, everyone else, please leave the floor. Everyone began heading to the walls, climbing the staircases to the observers' edges above. The sand, sound and waterfall teams heading up the left staircase with the leaf walking up the right. Sakura and Tenten positioned themselves opposite each other, smirking and trying to stare the other down. Go get her Tenten, you can do it. Ino called from above. What the hell Ino pig? Sakura called out, why don't you come down here and I'll beat you instead. Ino shrugged off the insult and laughed. Yeah right, you couldn't beat the prettiest ninja in all of Konoha. Flipping her long blonde hair. Sakura clenched her fist. Her focus was so busy trying to burn Ino's hair to ashes that she almost missed Hayate's call. Begin. Sakura turned her attention straight back to Tenten who had decided to attack right off the bat. 3 shuriken were heading directly for her. She twisted her body as they passed her, the last just nicking her shoulder tearing her top slightly. A puff of smoke could be seen where her opponent once stood as Tenten burst out of it, now wielding a 5-foot pole, using Sakura's unstable dodge to her advantage. Sakura crossed her arms as Tenten's pole slammed into them, forcing her back several feet. Sakura gritted her teeth in pain but remained upright. That was a cheap shot. She shouted. Tenten only smiled and regained her stance. You should have been paying more attention to your enemy instead of giving in to taunts. Sakura's hands flashed through some signs. Hidden in plain sight. The air around Sakura shimmered before she disappeared in the waves. Naruto was conflicted, he couldn't decide who to root for. Sakura was his teammate and he liked her, but Tenten had been nicer to him in the short while that they trained together than Sakura ever had. The Kikbi could sense Naruto's inner conflict. He made the smart decision to stay quiet. He glanced over at Lee who also had a look of concentration on his face. He was in a similar predicament, his teammate versus the girl he liked. Tenten switched back into a defensive stance, glancing around for any sign of her opponent. The air hissed as Sakura's first introduced itself to Tenten's right cheek. The force lifted Tenten off her feet and onto the floor a few feet away, her pole rolling away towards the statue. The people up in the stands looked on in curiosity. From their point of view, Tenten flew back on her own. Tenten, however, looked up to see a smug Sakura stand where she had a few seconds before. She rose to her feet and grabbed another scroll from her side. You're gonna pay for that. Unsealing a pair and raising them. Sakura smirked and sidestepped, walking around Tenten in a circle. Tenten looked confused before Sakura jumped in for another strike. It never made contact as both ends of the hit her in the stomach, severely winding her. Sakura keeled over, clutching her belly as Tenten stood above her. You should have known it wears off with pain. She muttered. The people above watched as Sakura reappeared on the floor with Tenten walking towards her pole. Hayate stepped forward and checked over Sakura, she was gasping for air and clutching her stomach in pain. It didn't look like she could continue. The winner is Tenten. He announced as Tenten resealed her weapons and walked back up to her teammates. 2 medical ninjas with a stretcher came and took Sakura off the field, though she seemed to have caught most of her breath. Tenten, you fought hard and overcame Sakura's invisibility, Lee shouted at her as she sat down against the wall. It wasn't hard, she didn't remember that pain snapped someone out of A. When she punched me I could see her again. Tenten told him. Naruto walked over and knelt beside her. Thanks for not hurting her too bad. He smiled. What little oxygen Tenten had gathered quickly left her body, dragging all the blood to her face in the process. Tifa. It was nothing Naruto. She stammered back. Alright. My turn to show my forehead how it's done. Naruto looked back to see a pumped-up Ino heading down the stairs. He glanced at the board to see Ino's name, along with someone called Kintsuchi. He stood back up and watched as a female sound ninja walked down to meet Ino. Ha. This'll be a snap. Ino thought as she examined her opponent. Kin had her sound headband in its proper place with a two-toned camouflage gray scarf around her neck, restricting her long black hair from moving about too much. Hate stood between the two girls. Begin. He jumped away as neither combatant moved. Each was waiting for the other to make their move, but neither did. Aren't you gonna attack me or anything? How boring. Kin said, smirking. Yay, like I'd fall for something as obvious as that. You want me to attack too? She trailed off as a pair of were hurled at her arm. She quickly dodged before realizing she'd been about to go into a rant. They implanted themselves into the opposite wall, giving off a soft tinkling sound. That's it, gloves are off now. She shouted as she ran forward. Kin reacted fast, blocking Ino's first punch to her head. Ino used Kin's arm to help hold herself up as she aimed a kick to her side. Kin quickly jumped back, Ino's arm lost its hold as she overbalanced and landed on the floor. There was a deathly silence. No one dared make a sound. Some of the Jinin and Shiknin knew to keep quiet during a fight, while others knew of Ino's temper when she got embarrassed. Even Akamaru was smart enough to hide deep in Kiba's jacket. Ino quickly jumped back to her feet. Acting like it never happened. You're toast now. She shouted, taking 3 kunai out of her pouch and raising them to eye height. She charged again at Kin, quickly flicking the kunai one by one at different body parts of Kin's. The sound ninja dodged the one for her torso and leg before ducking the one meant for her head. A loud thump was heard as Ino's knee rose to meet the sound of the ninja's headband. It absorbed some of the force, but still the blow sent her sprawling backwards. That's for trying to make a fool out of me. Ino yelled as Kin picked herself off the floor. Fine, then I guess it's time to end it then. Kin spat back. Ino heard the ringing of bells behind her and turned to look. She saw the Kin had thrown earlier. The sound was persistent, even though there was no wind and it hurt. Ino clutched her ears in pain as her vision started getting blurry. What did you? She began, but when she turned to glare at Kin, she saw lots of blurry Kin doubles. Pathetic. Kin muttered and ran towards Ino with each hand held similar to a pencil. Ino lashed out but only hit the air as Kin struck her outstretched arm with the needles, leaving them implanted there. Ino's arm went limp as she gritted her teeth in pain. Kin didn't hesitate, she plucked out several more and pushed them into Ino, making sure to place them on pressure points. By the end of the small scuffle, Ino could barely move her head. Last one. Kin whispered, standing over her prey, casually throwing the last into Ino's neck, sending her into the world of unconsciousness. The audience above looked down at the scene as Hayate announced Kin the winner and Ino taken off on a stretcher. Wow, Ino got beat pretty bad. Chimjai said. She was too overconfident, make sure you don't make the same mistake Chimjai. Shikamaru replied. Kin walked back up to the stands to lean against the wall with her teammates as the panels on the wall selected the new pair of contestants. Naruto Uzumaki vs Shiro Lions. It read. Naruto let off a whoop of joy. Finally, his time to show everyone how much he'd progressed. Everyone, however, gave him a weird look at his eagerness. Naruto made his way down the staircase and met his opponent. Seems I get to test out the waterfall's finest. Naruto thought, watching his opponent join him in the arena. The waterfall ninja had black hair down to his neck that curved around his face, almost giving his head a perfect spherical shape. His headband was worn around his neck, coupled with a black t-shirt underneath. His gray ninja trousers looked quite worn with his kunai pouch strapped to his right thigh. He looked quite menacing due to the blue overcoat he wore which was decorated in blood. Hayate felt the tension between the two combatants, they were ready to fight all right. Begin. He shouted and escaped as fast as he could. Shadow clone jutsu. Naruto began immediately. Then puffs of smoke appeared around him. Shadow clones? Shiro questioned, you shouldn't be able to make those. Naruto laughed, then you just underestimated me. The 10 Naruto quickly charged, drawing kunai and surrounding Shiro. Shiro had his work cut out for him, 11 Naruto against him. Shiro quickly dodged and ducked every slash and stab, taking out one of the clones with a swift punch. Wow, these things really don't live up to the hype. Shiro chuckled. The 10 Naruto all gritted their teeth. I'll show you. He shouted, the pair to Shiro's rear making a lunge for him. Shiro flipped back over the two, kicking them in the spine, dispelling them and escaping the circle of Naruto. My turn. He smirked, flashing through several hand signs. Earth style. Mudslide jutsu. He called out, slamming his hands down on the floor. The ground beneath Naruto shifted. Behind the last Naruto, the ground rose, forming a slope down towards Shiro, tilting to an angle of over 80 degrees, with a good 4 feet of thickness. Several Naruto quickly got their footing, pushing chakra into their feet to stay upright, while the rest slid towards the waiting Shiro where he kicked and crushed them. "That's all you got," one of the leftmost Naruto shouted as the 4 others remaining moved in close. The front Naruto reached behind him, taking hold of the other's hands, as the others lifted his legs up so he was almost laying down, suspended in the air. "Naruto rocket," he shouted as his front clone pulled and the rear pushed, sending him flying at the waterfall ninja. He didn't have time to dodge. Naruto shot straight into his stomach, bursting into smoke, but not before he sent him flying backward, rolling along the ground. "Ha, you're no match for me," Naruto shouted out, his clones giving each other high fives. The waterfall ninja struggled to his feet, he was definitely winded. "You'll pay for that," he wheezed before clapping his hands together, Rift style. Avalanche jutsu. The stone slabs beneath Naruto shifted again, passing a 90-degree angle before succumbing to gravity, collapsing and crushing the remaining Naruto. "Naruto," Kakashi called out. He knew Naruto could handle himself, but that caught Naruto by surprise. He was worried for the blonde-headed idiot. Naruto felt the rocks landing on him, his clones and arms helping protect his head and chest. He could feel the weight of the rock above him pressing down on his arms, it was too heavy to move with his arms in this position. His eyes fluttered as his breath began to leave him. "Can you not do anything by yourself?" A mighty roar in his head berated him. "I will help you this once, but that is it," the fox shouted. Naruto felt desperate and didn't stop whatever the fox was doing. Shiro could tell he had damn near crushed the little leaf genin, if not squashed him completely. "It's over," he muttered. There were several cries and shouts from above, mostly from the leaf, but the black-haired boy ignored them, turning to face Hade. "You can call the match no," he began. The rock behind him shifted and banged on the ground. Shiro turned and saw the rocks rise up, small debris and dirt sliding off the dirty blonde genin, who was shimmering with an outline of pure red chakra. He stood with his mouth hanging open as he watched the blonde genin stand, his body now covered with dirt and scratches. "Hidden strength jutsu," Naruto shouted out. He looked a lot darker now with his body glowing a faint red, his nails and teeth had both grown a little, and his eyes were a little darker round the eyelids. Even his hair had a definite darker tinge to it. His jacket and trousers filled out as his muscles increased in size. The people above the scene could feel the sheer power Naruto was exuding. "He had that much strength," Kiba shouted in disbelief. Sakura had emerged from the medical wing only to be left stunned in awe. "Naruto," she muttered as she clutched the rail to hold herself up. Naruto was breathing heavily. It wasn't from the damage, it was from the adrenaline running through his veins. He felt the fox's own chakra flowing through him and his eyes returning to their red-slitted state. He felt powerful. He felt more powerful than ever. "Lord Hokage, what should we do?" Ibiki whispered urgently in the old man's ear. "Nothing." The Hokage replied, "I can feel him from here, Naruto seems to have tapped into his prisoner's chakra, nothing more." Ibiki opened his mouth to reply but obeyed the Hokage's orders, watching as the red glow ebbed. Nearby, the sound of Jimin licked his lips in excitement. Someone else was excited too, Gaara was watching the match intently, the raw power radiating from Naruto excited the beast inside him. Shiro's hands began forming signs again. He didn't want to see the results of this latest. He blinked and jumped in shock to see Naruto so close, gripping his hands and preventing him from making any hand signs. "Now I'll show ya," he shouted. He pushed down on Shiro's hands and used both feet to kick him in the chest, sending him sprawling away. Naruto followed after his prey with impressive speed, his right hand's nails glowing red. 4 feet from his prey he stopped, his red claws losing their color. "No. It'll kill him," Naruto whispered to himself. Shiro took this chance to back off, jumping to his feet and hopping back towards the statue behind him. Naruto's red claws faded completely as the red glow around his body dimmed too. His hands reached into his back pouch, drawing multiple shuriken in each, crossing his arms over his chest before hurling them. Shiro reacted, flashing through 3 quick signs. "Earth style. Rock wall," he shouted, slamming his hands onto the floor again. This time, a slab of stone emerged straight up in front of him, the shuriken bouncing off it. Naruto formed his favorite hand sign before 2 more clones appeared, one either side of him. They each drew 2 kunai and charged the wall, taking the left and right sides, as well as jumping over. Shiro heard them coming and flung 2 kunai of his own to the sides, the 2 Naruto receiving them in the head and neck respectively before poofing out of existence. The real Naruto jumped over the wall and flung his kunai at the waterfall ninja's thick sleeves, pinning him to the floor below. "If upper eye," he whispered, holding another kunai to his neck. "And never." Shiro choked out, trying to free his arms from the floor, but the kunai had buried itself deep. Naruto's eyes narrowed. "Wrong answer." Shiro's head slumped back. Naruto lifted the ring of the kunai away from Shiro's head and walked out from behind the wall. One twirl of the kunai with a sharp blow to the head and any opponent would be out cold or dead, depending on the end used. Luckily for Shiro, Naruto used the blunt end. He quickly jumped onto the giant statue's fingertips and looked down at the unconscious form of Shiro below. Winner, Naruto Uzumaki. He announced that medical ninjas quickly freed and carried Shiro away, checking the now growing lump on top of his head. Naruto turned and walked up the stairs. Each step he took he felt weaker, he could feel the extra strength he'd received from the kickby receding, leaving his original muscles deflating. He reached the top and spotted his friends smiling at him. Hinata, Sakura and Tenten were giving him looks of relief, while Shikamaru, Kiba, Chimjai and Lee gave him looks of admiration. Naruto smiled back and walked forward but slowly felt his legs give out from under him. With a thud, Naruto collapsed, face first on the cold stone. "Naruto!" Shikamaru called out. Chimjai, Lee, Tenten, Sakura and Kiba all rushed to Naruto's side with Guy and Kakashi bringing up the rear. "Naruto? What is wrong?" Lee asked worriedly as he helped turn Naruto over. Naruto was breathing heavily. "Erg." Naruto struggled out, "Rocks are heavy." Kiba reached into his pocket and took out a small, marble-like object. "Here, eat this," he offered, holding it to Naruto's mouth. Naruto accepted the pill and bit down hard, splitting the pill and swallowing it. He was still breathing heavily for a moment before his body began gaining a large amount of energy. His breathing slowed and he felt more alert. He slowly pushed himself into a sitting position as his breath returned to normal. "Thanks Kiba, what was that?" he asked. Everyone gave a sigh of relief as Naruto rose to his feet. "Soldier pill, they give you a boost in stamina and chakra, they should keep you going, but you need to see a medic." "Good thinking Kiba." Kakashi complimented as he looked Naruto over, checking for any major external injuries. Hinata's worried face was replaced with one of relief. She'd been too stunned to help Naruto. Weak. She thought in her mind. If she wanted to be of any use to Naruto and her friends, she would have to get stronger. Everyone else knew the reason why she failed. It wasn't because of lack of skill or technique, it was confidence which hindered her abilities. The board revealed the next two fighters. Hinata Hyuga vs Neji Hyuga. Hinata glanced back at the board and squeaked. Neji's light gray eyes examined the board before turning and making his way towards the stairs. Hinata looked up at him as his face bore no emotion at all. Neji walked down the stairs as his cousin slowly followed. Kiba opened his mouth to speak but was cut off when a hand shot out from the side and grasped Hinata's shoulder, startling her. "Now I get to see you fight, good luck Hinata," a familiar voice said. Hinata turned to see Naruto's trademark grin and cute whisker marks. Her head filled up with most of the blood from her body but forced herself to stay conscious. Thank you, Naruto." She whispered and walked down the stairs to join Neji on the field. He watched as the shy girl readied herself for the match. Even he could tell she was scared, but he had to continue the match until the end. "Begin. Before we start the match, I'd like to say something, Hinata," Neji said, his voice rising. "You don't make a good shinobi, forfeit now." Hinata looked stunned. "You're too kind. You wish for harmony and avoid conflict. You agree with others, never resisting." Hinata looked away, the truth hurt. "And you have no confidence in yourself, I always feel your sense of inferiority. That's why I thought it would be best for you to remain a genin. But the Chunin exam can only be taken as a team of 3. You couldn't turn down your teammate's request and unwillingly entered." Neji finished, "Am I wrong?" The crowd turned to Hinata, eagerly waiting for her answer. No. I just wanted to change myself," she stammered bravely. Kurenai thought back to when she talked to her father about Hinata's well-being and training. She didn't come away with an explanation she liked. "People can't change themselves," Neji shouted, annoyed at her response. "Losers are losers, their personality and strength will not change." Now Naruto was annoyed, he was called the dead last, and now he knew he had the most powerful tailed beast living in his belly. With his help he had become a stronger person. What made Neji so great he could dictate this drabble to Hinata. Veins around Neji's eyes pulsed as a look of fear hit Hinata's face. "You are merely acting strong, there is no way you will surpass me, nor will you ever make the rank of Chunin." "Shut the hell up," Naruto shouted from above, "stop playing your mind games on her. I believe she's strong and she would only get stronger with training." The few people around Naruto were startled at his sudden outburst, but they did agree with him. "Naruto," Hinata whispered under her breath. "HMPH, you cannot talk dead last," Neji muttered. The sound of air splitting was heard in Neji's ear. Without moving, a kunai whipped past his ear, missing by centimeters. He turned, knowing the assailant. "Leave Naruto alone," Hinata said as firmly as she could without stuttering. Hinata's lavender-tinted eyes changed to match Neji's, veins pulsing next to them. I will not run. I will fight you with everything I have." Her voice grew, becoming a little stronger and took her fighting stance. "That's the spirit of Hinata," Naruto called out, pumping his fist up in excitement. "You show him who's boss." Lee hung his head, bad choice of words, Naruto. Neji twitched at Naruto's last sentence, his eyes narrowed. Fine, don't say I did not warn you, Hinata-sama. He spat before settling into his own stance. Why are they standing the same way? Naruto asked Lee. They stand that way as they both use the same style of taijutsu. Lee began, it is called the Gentle Fist and is the most powerful taijutsu in the Leaf Village. Below, Neji and Hinata charged at each other, their open palms outstretched. They met and with ferocious speed, began trading blows. Hinata would throw and be blocked and vice versa for Neji. Whoa. Neither of them can land a hit. Naruto said, amazed. Both Lee and Guy knew the logic behind the blows and had a grim look on their faces. The glancing blow is all that is needed. The Gentle Fist taijutsu attacks your organs by injecting your own chakra into their coils. Lee stated. Naruto looked back at the match and focused as little chakra as he dared into his eyes. He could see the chakra emitted from their hands. It extended out like a needle, as Lee said, during the pinnacle of the blow, though Hinata's did seem smaller and thinner than Neji's. Hinata was wearing out, she didn't have the endurance her cousin did, and her blows were slowing. She slid her leg round Neji's and lifted to trip him. Neji's leg lifted but he didn't fall. He couldn't attack either. Hinata used the momentum to spin before putting her palms together and thrusting at Neji's chest. The blow landed as Neji lost his balance and flew back a few feet. Yay. Hinata did it. Naruto cheered. Hinata smiled at the praise, but her heart sank a second later as Neji rose to his feet, brushing the dust off like it was nothing. You think this is over? He asked disbelievingly, you managed to land one hit as opposed to the many I have already laden you with. Hinata looked shocked, that hit should have winded him at least. Neji calmly walked up to Hinata and grabbed one of her arms. See? He said as he rolled back her sleeve to reveal several precise pink marks all along Hinata's arm. Your chakra hasn't been flowing past your wrists for nearly a minute now. It can't be. Sakura shouted from above. Neji used his left hand to strike Hinata similar to the way she struck him. She collapsed and rolled back a short distance before coughing up a little blood. Hinata. Naruto called out. Just give up, this is a battle you cannot possibly win. Neji offered. I don't want to go back. On my word. Hinata pantsed. Naruto's ears weren't deceiving him. That is also my ninja way. She finished, standing back on her feet. She shares my nin. Naruto mumbled as Sakura and Lee smiled at him. Didn't you know, Naruto? Sakura started. She has that nin because of you. Lee finished. Neji rushed Hinata, catching her off guard and putting her on the defensive. Naruto looked on with a glassy look in his eyes. Really? He mumbled, why? What did I do? Sakura smiled. She got her nin because you were being the stubborn knucklehead you always are. Naruto gave her a confused look. Whenever you failed you never gave up. Hinata saw your strength and wished it was her own. Sakura continued as Hinata took another blow to her left arm. She wanted to be like you, to never give up and keep getting stronger. Naruto turned back to the match. Hinata. Neji's hand slipped under Hinata's guard and both found her stomach, forcing a large amount of chakra into her. Hinata. Kurenai cried out. That was a devastating blow. The force of the blow forced Hinata back, her mind about to slip into unconsciousness. At least. Naruto saw me. Her last thought faded as her consciousness left her. A flash of black and orange whirled through the air and landed behind Hinata, enveloping her in its arms before they fell to the floor. Naruto landed on his back, clutching Hinata. Naruto. Sakura called out. They had no choice, someone had interfered. Winner, Neji. He announced before he and other Leaf Genin hurried to the fallen Hinata. Someone hurry and get a stretcher. Naruto ordered in a deep voice. Hinata's teammates and sensei were the first to be by her side as Naruto rose to his feet, holding Hinata bridal style. Hinata, can you hear me? Kiba asked frantically while the stretcher and medical ninja hurried over to them. Naruto laid Hinata down on the stretcher. She looked so pale, she must have lost a lot of blood. Help her as fast as you can. Naruto almost shouted at the meaty ninja. Right away. The leader jumped. He and his partner swiftly took Hinata away into the healing bay, with Kurenai holding her hand. Naruto turned to look at Neji. How could you do that to your own family? He shouted. Neji replied calmly, she is weak, the weak do not deserve to live. You bastard. Naruto was going to give him what he deserved, a good kick in the teeth. No Naruto, you'll get thrown out. Sakura said while she, Lee and Shinji held him back. Sakura was the voice of reason and Naruto listened, calming down. Fine. He shrugged them off. Mark my words, the first chance I get, I'm smacking that attitude out of you. Neji smirked back at Naruto, saying nothing. He knew exactly how he would fare up against the dead last of the most recent bunch. Naruto turned and walked off, heading toward the medical bay. They spoke up as Naruto left. Now that all that excitement is over, who's next? Naruto walked through the long corridor, spotting the occasional drop of blood trailing on the floor. He quickened his pace and hurried along till he found a bright white room. Shielding his eyes, he tried to discover where he was until a hand nudged his shoulder. "Naruto? You okay?" A soft voice spoke. Naruto turned to see Ino wearing a blue patient's robe over her usual gear. "Yay, I'm fine, Ino. If anything, I should be asking how you are, you did become a pincushion." Ino gave Naruto an unappreciative look. "Thank you for your kind words," she said sarcastically. Naruto glanced around, looking for whichever way they took Hinata. "What's up?" Ino asked. "You didn't see Hinata come through here, did you?" "No, but if Hinata got injured badly they probably took her the same place they took me." "Down that hall," Ino pointed out to her fellow blonde, "first on the left." "Thanks, Ino." He smiled and took off running. "Geez, always in a rush." She smiled before returning to her own room. Naruto skidded to a halt outside the door Ino mentioned before looking inside. He saw Kurenai sitting on the edge of a clean white bed, he didn't see Hinata however. Naruto entered with a click of the door as Kurenai looked up expectantly at his arrival. Kurenai-sensei. Where's Hinata?" Kurenai's downcast eyes caught Naruto's empathetic look as she decided to put on a brave face. "She's in a special room right now, Naruto, she can't be disturbed right now as the healers are doing all they can for her." "Is it that bad?" Naruto's voice dropped. He had only a few friends. He couldn't bear it if he lost one. "They have the best medical ninja working on Naruto, I'm sure she'll be fine." Kurenai smiled. Naruto wasn't fooled, he used that smile all his life, it was one of worry, fear and uncertainty. "Could you tell me when she's ready to receive visitors? I want to be the first." Naruto smiled back. His smile warmed Kurenai's heart even if she couldn't tell it was fake. His smile said happy while his eyes shone with despair. "Not sure, Naruto." She replied, her own smile becoming genuine as Naruto left the room. He wandered back toward the arena, entering, only to encounter a large gust of dust to hit him in the face. Naruto jumped back into the hallway. What the hell was that? He thought. As the dust started to clear, he saw Rock Lee standing in the middle of the floor. Kabuto's teammate with the blacked-out glasses was covered in the bandages from Lee's wrist, lying motionless on the ground. "Winner, Rock Lee." He heard Hayate call out as Lee ran back up a staircase to give the super dramatic thumbs up to his sensei and receive a bright white smile, complete with ping noise. More medical ninja hurried past Naruto with another stretcher and lifted the unconscious ninja onto it. Naruto got out of their way and hurried up the stairs to his teammates. "What do I miss?" he asked Sakura. "Lee, he's super fast. He took off his leg weights and we could barely keep up." "Really?" Naruto asked. "Wow, Lee must have trained for ages." "I did, Naruto." Lee's voice said behind him. Naruto and Sakura turned to see Guy and his clone standing before them with brilliant white smiles each. "Lee here has been training his taijutsu hard since he was in the academy," Guy said proudly. "Cool, but why didn't you use any out there, Lee?" Sakura asked curiously. "Unfortunately, my dear Sakura, I lack the skill to utilize chakra well and create Ninja-gen," Lee said emotionlessly. "Oh. I'm sorry." Sakura apologized. "Do not apologize, I have trained my body only for taijutsu, I may lack the skills for anything else, but I am a good ninja," Lee stated proudly. "Oh Lee. Dai-sensei." Lee. Dai-sensei the duo hugged creating a sunset over a rocky beach. "Wow, that's creepy." Sakura's eyes twitched. Temari vs Aku Apumi. The board red as the sand and sound ninja walked down to face each other. Temari removed the giant fan from her back. "Are you ready to feel the pain?" She smirked at Zaku. Zaku raised his arms to chest height. "Only if you are," he replied in his deep voice. "Begin." Hey called out. Zaku made the first move, running low along the ground flipping through hand signs. His palms shot out towards Temari. They met metal as Temari moved her fan to block his attack. "Big mistake," he muttered, decapitating air wave. A substantial amount of air burst out of his palms through the long tubes and directly onto Temari's fan. The force alone was enough to shoot Temari back into the wall. A stone cracked as she hit the wall, her fan dropping right beside her. Zaku merely laughed. No one can beat the sound. Temari's hand grabbed her fan and used it to push herself onto her feet. "Damn you." She choked out, a little winded. "What's the matter?" he asked mockingly. "You finished already? I'll show you how it's done." She cried and flicked her fan. It opened all the way, showing 3 purple spots on it. "Wind scythe jutsu." Temari shouted, slicing the fan through the air. Zaku raised his arms to protect his head as the air whipped around him. It didn't help much as the air pressure lifted him off his feet and air slashed and cut him. Zaku was thinking fast, he'd underestimated the girl. The wind was slashing at him viciously, he couldn't perform any hand signs. Those who knew what he was thinking. "Don't you dare," he muttered. Zaku could only hear the wind whistling in his ear. He found the energy to clap his hands together. Extreme decapitating airwaves. He shouted out, thrusting his arms forward, letting out a huge amount of air, blasting himself out of the mini cyclone. He flew back and smashed his head on the wall above the viewing deck, falling into unconsciousness and dropping in front of the Leaf Junin. The blast he'd conjured head straight for his teammate and the remaining Sand siblings. Ankrum swiftly ducked behind Gaara as his sand shield automatically protected them from harm. Dosu jumped clear of the railings and landed on the battle floor. Fool. He cursed. They jumped up to the platform to check on Zaku, out cold. The winner, Temari. He announced. Naruto looked over at Temari. She looked like she was about to collapse too. That first hit must have been hard. Both combatants had one kill move, now that was scary. Medical ninjas hurried past the genin to get to Zaku. He won't be happy when he wakes up, a giant headache and many cuts over his body. One of them muttered as they inspected him. Temari folded her fan up and rested both hands on it, her head bent between them, breathing hard. Ankrum jumped over the railing and landed beside his sister. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, worried. Yay. She said softly, looking up at her brother as her vision went blurry, "I'm fine." She didn't finish as both she and her fan collapsed. Ankrum quickly caught her and lifted her arm over his shoulder. "Medic." He called out as the medical ninja came to relieve him of his sister. He gave her a quick look over before telling Ankrum she'd only received a mild shock. He quickly healed the lump on the back of her head before her eyes fluttered open. That was over fast. Naruto thought as Zaku passed him on a stretcher, too powerful for his own good. "Why do you think I've not taught you any more than you can handle right now?" Kikbi grumbled to Naruto. The stray debris was quickly cleared from the walls as the board announced the next battle. Shikamaru Nara vs Shino Abiram. Shino glanced at the board. If he was sad or glad Shikamaru was his opponent, he certainly didn't show it. Shikamaru just sighed. "Great, now I have to work, I was hoping to go last." He muttered to Chimjai. "Don't worry, you'll do fine." Chimjai grinned. "Thanks buddy." Shikamaru smiled before following Shino down to the arena below. Many of the Genin were stirring at this latest bout, the mysterious Abiram clan member versus the Genin genius. Shikamaru and Shino took their places opposite each other, both with their hands in their pockets. "Begin." Hate shouted, jumping back. Shikamaru watched Shino carefully, checking to see what moves he would make. Shino on the other hand barely moved a muscle, instead a large amount of insects began collecting themselves in his sleeves. What's he waiting for? Shikamaru wondered as several plans began formulating themselves in his head. Shino moved. He lifted both his arms and raised the above the rim of his pockets, enough to slip his hands out and point them at Shikamaru. Two swarms of insects launched themselves at the Nara, flapping their little wings in effort. The two swarms merged into one as Shikamaru jumped back, trying to escape from them. Shino's hands had returned to their respective pockets. Acting fast, Shikamaru reached into his pouch and withdrew a red outlined note with kanji written in the middle for explode. He wrapped it around a kunai and hurled it into the oncoming storm of insects. It buried itself deep into the storm and exploded, sending insects both living and dead scattering. Shikamaru jumped into the smokescreen the explosion had created. Shino was still standing in his starting position, waiting patiently to strike again. The shadow burst from the smoke, approaching Shino's own at a dangerously fast pace. This made Shino react, jumping clear of the shadow till he was sure he was out of its reach. The smoke began to settle to reveal Shikamaru still in his stance. Many people didn't know who could win this match, no one really knew about Shino, and Shikamaru usually didn't show this level of effort. Shikamaru reached into his pouch again, withdrawing a small bowl-like object in kunai when he felt himself nearly lose grip of them. "Seems my Hokage found you," Shino said in his soft voice. Shikamaru's eyes widened and he quickly rolled up his sleeve. Sure enough, several small beetle-like insects were biting his arm. "They live off chakra, pretty soon, you won't have enough left to move." Shikamaru cursed and brushed them off his arm before hurling the kunai between him and Shino. It dug itself into the ground before the ball attached to the end of it began emitting a bright light. The audience above covered their eyes while Shino seemed unfazed, his dark glasses protecting him from the worst of it. Using the cover, Shikamaru set to work, removing several things from his pouch. He had exactly 30 seconds to finish. Shino just remained standing still, waiting for the flash to finish. One of his insects hovered in front of his eyes. "Good," was all he said. The light burned itself out and some of the crowd rubbed their eyes to refocus them. Down in the arena, Shino still hadn't moved while Shikamaru was holding several strings behind him. "What's going on?" Naruto asked. No one seemed to be able to answer him as they were all wondering the same thing. "Give up, there is no way you can win," Shino said calmly, analyzing the traps Shikamaru had laid out for him. "Call off your bugs or I let go." Shikamaru replied, feeling his chakra dip down further. "Whatever move you pull, I have an ace up my sleeve," Shino said, disturbingly. Shikamaru couldn't wait any longer. He released the string in his hands. Several kunai launched themselves towards Shino. That's all," he muttered before sidestepping out of their flight path. 8 kunai flew past him, 3 on each side, one above and one below. It was only as they passed him that he noticed the steel wire net binding them together. The kunai lodged themselves into the ground, the net capturing their prey. Shino was face up on the floor in a bit of a daze. Shikamaru acted fast, rushing up to the beetle user and slapped his last exploding tag over Shino's forehead. The upper eye detonated. Shikamaru said fiercely. Shino was trapped, he couldn't make a bug clone to swap with or remove the wire without Shikamaru ending him. His hidden bugs hadn't sucked all the chakra from Shikamaru's legs either. His ace had failed. I concede. He muttered a little downheartedly. Finally. Shikamaru said, relieved as he relaxed his stance and fell back onto the floor. I just want to sleep after this. Winner, Shikamaru. Haid announced with a cough. Jai and Kiba helped Shikamaru and Shino respectively. Kiba helped Shino out of the makeshift net and removed the exploding tag off his head, while Jai helped Shikamaru back up the steps into the stand. Hey, good match Shikamaru. Naruto complimented. I didn't know you could work that fast. Shikamaru smirked. I don't like having to work, remember? Too much effort. Well done Shikamaru. A soft voice said behind him. It was Shino and Kiba, the former having spoken. I appreciate a good fight, not many can resist my Kikage for long. Shikamaru smiled and stuck out his hand. Ditto. Shino looked at his hand before slowly removing his own to shake it once and return to his pocket. Oh no. Sakura muttered. What is it? Naruto asked, looking at her. She pointed to the board as it read the pairing for the next match. Gara vs Dosu Kanuta. The red-haired sand ninja made his way down the steps, as did the bandaged sound ninja. It's that creepy guy from before. Naruto exclaimed, he even gave me the chills, good thing we're not up against him. Yay. Sakura whispered back, watching the two get in position. When this is all over, they'll have to be taking you home in a matchbox. Dosu smirked evilly, radiating a little killer intent. I doubt that. When I crush you there won't be anything left to take away. Gara replied in his soft harsh voice, returning the killer intent in full with interest. They wasted no time getting out of there, starting the match as he fled. Dosu lifted his right metal hand up to his head and drew a kunai with his other hand. Let's see you defend against this. He muttered and banged the kunai on his arm, emitting a disturbing sound wave. Gara heard nothing until a loud ringing in his ears made itself known. Adi grunted as he covered his ears. So much for the sand ninja. Dosu laughed, raising his arm for another attack, walking closer to his prey. Pankram laughed above the arena. The last brunette waterfall ninja looked at him funny. Pankram glanced at him and said 3 words. It's already over. Back on the floor, Gara didn't like the sound he was hearing. He removed his left hand from his ear and his open palm faced Dosu. Gara growled as Dosu laughed again. Had enough. The sand from Gara's gourd had been slithering toward his opponent, but now that Gara was mad, it made no effort to hide itself. The sand rose from the floor around Dosu, latching onto his metal arm as a wave of sand poured out of Gara's gourd, heading straight for the sound nin. Dosu jumped back, trying to shake the sand off his device, as the sand quickly plugged up and disabled it. The sound in Gara's head stopped and he was furious. Now it's time to erase you. Gara said fiercely, both hands now raised at Dosu. The sand sped up. Now the entire gourd had dissolved, sending a wave of sand at the sound ninja. Sand coffin. Gara murmured. No. Wait. He cried out as the sand enveloped him, restricting his movement and lifting him up into the air. The crowd watched in amazement as Gara's sand brought the sound ninja closer to him so that only 10 feet separated them. The crowd watched with bated breath, wondering what Gara would do with his prisoner. Please let me go, I give he couldn't finish as sand filled his mouth to keep the match from ending. There is no escape for the weak. Gara muttered. Sand burial. He then shouted, balling both of his hands into fists. The sand then completely covered Dosu, enveloping him before contracting very fast into the size of the memorial statue. Several gasps were heard across the hall as the sand slowly flowed back to Gara, recreating his gourd and filling it. Where's the other one? Sakura stammered, watching the slightly reddened sand fill Gara's gourd. He's just gone. Lee said, all of the Leaf Genin were completely shocked at the brutality of the sand ninja. The last of the sand filled Gara's gourd as he turned and walked back up the stairs to his brother. Winner. Gara. Hayate muttered before repeating himself louder, remembering his duty. Naruto watched as Gara returned to his original spot, his arms folded like nothing had happened. Next to him, Sakura was shaking, she'd never seen death before. He put his arm over her shoulder and drew her in for a hug. She silently took deep breaths to calm herself down, before excusing herself with a pale look on her face. Only 3 battles left to go. Shikamaru stated as the board selected the next combatants, his mind still dealing with the loss of a fellow ninja. An enemy but a ninja all the same. Jai Akimichi vs Sekataichiso. The last waterfall ninja made his way calmly to the arena floor. So that's who I'm up against. Jai laughed, when all this is over, I'm going to Ichiraku to celebrate. Shikamaru sighed. Do you ever stop eating Jai? Jai just gave him a big grin and made his way down to his opponent. The male waterfall ninja was wearing a long blue overcoat that looked a little funny. It had lumps in places you wouldn't expect a coat to have. His blue headband was firmly tied around his upper right arm, similar to Shikamaru's. His short black hair stood on end, and the hard look on his face meant he didn't play around. Jai prepared himself for whatever this guy was going to throw at him, he wasn't going to be caught off guard. Begin. Hate shouted. The waterfall ninja decided to kick off this fight. He reached inside his overcoat and removed a bottle of water. Jai looked confused for a moment before he removed another bottle with his other hand. Where the label of the company who makes the drink would be, there was a note on each bottle reading seal. What can you do with those? Jai questioned. This. Ekatai replied, throwing the bottles above his head. The crowd followed the bottles as Ekatai drew a pair of kunai from his back left pouch under his coat and threw them at the bottles. The kunai made a direct hit in the middle of the seal, and the bottles burst, showering the field with a lot of water. Ekatai immediately formed seals while Jai was distracted. Water clone jutsu. He muttered as 3 clones rose from the floor. 4 on 1. Jai jumped back, putting some distance between him and the enemies. The clones followed Jai, drawing 2 kunai each as they ran. Jai thought quickly. Expansion, he called out as his arm and hand inflated to over 4 times their natural size. He then swiped his hand at the clones. Taking the closest 2 out, reducing them to water again while the third jumped over the hand, attacking from above. Jai's hand quickly shrank as his mother inflated and held it in front of his body, palm outwards. The clone dug its kunai into Jai's hand, cutting downwards to the bottom. Jai winced in pain and forced his hand to flatten on the floor, squashing the water clone. With all 3 gone, Jai shrunk his hand and looked up to see his opponent finish his hand signs ending on hair. Water style. Water bullets, he cried out, shooting 5 small water shapes out of his mouth. Jai quickly jumped to the side, dodging the first 3, but taking the last 2 in the chest and stomach. The force backed him against the wall, water splashing around him as he breathed heavily. How much, Jai? Shikamaru shouted from the stand. Go get him, fattest. Naruto encouraged me. Calling Jai fat or anything of the sort was forbidden in the leaf, unless you wanted to be flattened. Here, however, it just made him mad. First, I'm gonna flatten this guy, then I'm coming for you, Naruto. Jai shouted back with impressive volume. You'll have to beat me first. Ekatai provoked Jai's full attention and anger at him. You want a piece of Jai, he shouted back, his eyes narrowing in rage. Expansion jutsu. He shouted, his body enlarging to a round shape. He tucked his arms, legs and head into his clothes as several spouts of chakra blew out of the gaps. Jai began rolling at a fast pace at his opponent. Human boulder. He cried, Chubby's rule. The water on the floor didn't help as Jai spun right at Ekatai before he jumped out of the way just in time. Jai tried to turn but skidded along the floor. Looks like that jutsu's useless. Ekatai mocked. He removed another bottle of water from his coat and threw it at Jai. Water style. Water bomb jutsu. He shouted, flashing through 5 hand signs as the bottle of water met Jai's rolling form. It exploded, sending a smokescreen of mist everywhere. Jai. Shikamaru shouted, panicking for his best friend. Naruto looked on, his eyes trying to pierce the cloud of water. The mist slowly cleared, revealing Jai implanted in the wall, still in his boulder form. A few seconds later his body shrank back to its normal size. Jai was still standing. Nothing that weak can hurt me in boulder form. Jai grinned. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief. You still haven't laid a finger on me, what makes you think you can defeat me now? Ekatai laughed. Jai gritted his teeth. The waterfall ninja did have a point. He thought quickly, the best way to stop his water bottle attacks was to restrict use of his hands. Jai's chubby form charged at Ekatai, splashing the small pool of water with every step he took. Ekatai realized Jai's intentions and struck first, aiming a blow straight at his opponent's head. Jai ducked and slipped under his arm to deliver a rising uppercut to the chin, sending the ninja high into the air. The Akimichi may be slow, but they had power to make up for it. Now. Expansion, he shouted, his torso once again returning to its overweight state. Ninja art. Jai special. He shouted out as he bounced on the floor, rising up to the waterfall ninja, grinding into his back. He rolled off of Jai and swiftly grabbed another water bottle from his coat. Oh no you don't. Jai shouted. With a burst of chakra in the opposite direction, Jai shot at the waterfall ninja, connecting with him and landing on top, grinding him into the ground. There was a large explosion underneath Jai that sent him flying back into the air, reverting back to his less chubby state and landing on his feet. The waterfall ninja was out cold, laying on the floor completely soaked. Jai had landed on him with such a force that his remaining bottles had exploded inside his jacket. HMPH, never stood a chance. Jai laughed. Winner, Jai. Height declared that the medical ninja removed Ekatai from the crater Jai created. Now for my next opponent. Chimjai smirked darkly before turning to give Naruto an evil glare. Naruto. Naruto gulped and quickly used Lee as a shield. Chimjai charged up the stairs, moving faster than when he'd been fighting. Lee stepped to the side, as did everyone else as Chimjai charged down the viewing platform, heading straight for Naruto. "Run, kid." Kikbi shouted in his head. He instantly complied, jumping over the railing. "Come back here, Naruto." Chimjai shouted from behind, shaking his fist at the blonde genin. Naruto just laughed and ran away down the nearest corridor. Amidst Naruto laughing and running, he didn't register Kurenai being in the way. Living up to her genin status, she swiftly tripped Naruto and caught him by the back of his collar, bringing him to an instant halt. "Naruto, you shouldn't be running around in the medical halls." She reprimanded him. "I'm sorry, Kurenai-sensei, I was just running from." Naruto began. "Hey, wait a minute, why aren't you with Hinata?" he yelled out. Kurenai dropped the loud genin on his butt. "Don't yell at Naruto, people are getting healed here, you know." Kurenai gave him a stern look before her features softened again. "I was actually coming to get you," she began. "Hinata's out of the healing bay, but she's not ready for visitors." Naruto's goofy attitude disappeared altogether. "Can I still go see her?" he asked quietly. "Yes." Kurenai said simply, "provided you don't go inside." Naruto smiled warmly at her before the duo made their way to Hinata's room. Naruto peered through the window, he could see her petite figure lying in bed. Her indigo hair framed her face as a breathing mask lay over her mouth. Her arms were over the covers with a few wires plugged in under her skin. More cables were coming from under the sheets, all linking up to several, what Naruto presumed, high-tech devices that showed her bodily readings. Naruto could see the slow rise and fall of her chest as the machines recorded her heart rate. Kurenai watched Naruto, she knew Hinata cared deeply for the boy and, whether or not Naruto knew, she could tell he wasn't happy right now. Naruto's hand balled into a fist and sped towards the wall. It stopped inches before it touched the wall as Kurenai took a step back. "I swear I'm gonna make him pay." Naruto whispered, deathly quiet. "He's gonna wish he never did this to Hinata." He finished, his back still turned from Kurenai, gazing at Hinata. Without another word, Naruto turned and walked back towards the exams, his anger bubbling in his belly. Walking back to the arena, medical ninja, carrying a stretcher, were running towards Naruto. "Out of the way." The front ninja said to Naruto as he stepped aside. The ninja passed Naruto as he caught a glimpse of the figure on the stretcher. It was the last sound ninja, his face was pale, and his arms looked like they'd been pulled from their sockets. The medical ninja hurried on their way as Naruto resumed walking down the hall. "I wonder who did that," he thought. Sakura was the next person to pass him. "Hey Sakura, what are you?" Naruto didn't get a chance to finish as she rushed past him and through the hall. "Weird, everyone seems to be in a hurry now." He pondered, now entering the arena. He quickly walked over to the stairs. Sasuke walked down them. "So you're finally gonna fight, eh?" Naruto teased. "Yay, I'm against that loudmouth idiot. He reminds me of you." Sasuke shot back. Naruto's eyes lowered and twitched in anger. "Must not prove him right." He kept repeating in his head. "Hey Naruto. You're just in time for my fight." Kiba shouted as he passed Naruto and Sasuke on the stairs. "Kiba? Do you want me to look after Akamaru?" Naruto asked. "Nah, Akamaru sticks with me." Kiba smirked. "Come on Sasuke, or are you scared?" "That wouldn't stand." Sasuke pushed past Naruto, heading for Kiba. They stepped between the two before Sasuke started the match early. Kiba laughed. Sasuke tried to push past the proctor as he lowered Akamaru to the floor. Why is he taking Akamaru with him? Naruto thought as he took his place next to Kakashi. The remaining genin and some of the Chunin and Junin were wondering the same thing. The proctor hadn't disallowed it, so people accepted it. Sasuke finally relented and moved into his proper position. The final battle of the preliminaries will now begin. Hayate announced, jumping back as the match officially started. Kiba wasted no time getting started and felt his chakra flowing round his body. Ninja art of beast mimicry. All fours jutsu. Kiba said, resting his hands on the floor and laying low, like a dog ready to attack. Kiba's nails extended into claws while certain teeth grew and sharpened. "Stay back for a sec Akamaru, I want to test his strength." Kiba smirked. Akamaru yipped in response and sat, waiting for his master's next order. Sasuke took up his fighting stance. "Come and get me if you think you're good enough." Sasuke provoked with a confident smirk. Kiba lunged at Sasuke, his right hand extended to slash, faster than Sasuke expected, but not fast enough. Sasuke blocked his first attack and used his left leg to block the second. Kiba was now inadvertently holding Sasuke up. "See ya." Sasuke sneered, bringing his right leg up and leaning back to balance on his left arm, kicking Kiba square in the jaw. Kiba skidded back to Akamaru. Sasuke twirled on his right hand to land before standing. "Is that all you got?" Sasuke laughed. Kiba quickly jumped back up, reaching into his back pouch. He withdrew his hand and chucked a small black pill into Akamaru's awaiting mouth and took another himself. "What did he just take?" Naruto asked Kakashi. "The same thing he gave you earlier." Naruto Kakashi explained, a soldier pill. It intensifies your chakra, lowering the cost for. Naruto turned back to the fight to see a now red-furred Akamaru jump onto Kiba's back. Beast mimicry. Man-beast clones. Kiba cried out as Akamaru changed into an identical copy of Kiba. Just another flashy clone trick. Sasuke laughed. You can't even make it more like Naruto. Don't underestimate us. Both Kiba said in unison, creeping out the crowd. Both Kiba and his clone charged at Sasuke, claws ready, moving faster than the last attack. Sasuke quickly activated his Sharingan and felt a twitch on his neck as both Kiba swiped at him. He quickly ducked the first attack and shifted his right leg back to avoid the second. The Kiba both beset Sasuke and landed not 5 feet behind him. Before Sasuke could turn, they both lunged again. The first slashing across his back and the other scratching his leg. It's not over. Both Kiba said, again in unison as they landed. They both rushed at Sasuke as he regained his footing. Fang over fang. They cried out, rotating fast and turning into drill-like blurs. Sasuke quickly jumped over their heads, thinking they wouldn't be able to see him dodge. His eyes widened in surprise as both blurs turned and shot directly at him. They struck home when they hit him in the chest, grinding and slashing him before sending him crashing back to the floor, dust scattering into the air. The blurs landed a little distance away and looked back at the homemade smokescreen. Good work, Akamaru. Kiba smiled at his clone, to which it gave a happy bark. 2 more simultaneous cries were heard across the room. Sasuke. Naruto glanced over to see none other than Sakura and Ino. Ino was still in her patient's robe while Sakura looked out of breath. Must have told her Sasuke was fighting. Naruto thought, a little jealousy washing over him. Several balls of fire shot out from the dust, one collided with Akamaru, sending him sprawling before another collided, bringing him out of his transformation. Ah! Akamaru. Kiba shouted as he dodged the incoming fireballs himself. When they finished, the smoke cleared to reveal a bad red Sasuke with a little blood flowing down from his forehead. Akamaru, no. Kiba howled as he picked up the unconscious form of the burned little puppy. Even if Sasuke was fighting Kiba, people weren't happy to see a puppy beaten down so harshly. Even Sakura and Ino weren't cheering. Kiba jumped to the side, laying Akamaru down, as the red fur receded from his body before turning back to Sasuke, a fierce look over his face. No one hurts my dog. Kiba shouted across to Sasuke. Sasuke felt his chakra control slip at the end of his last technique. He needed more power to beat Kiba. It was at that time Sasuke's sealed curse mark began really acting up, sensing his desires. Sasuke clutched his shoulder in pain, unable to stop the oncoming force that was Kiba in Inuzuka. Tunneling Fang, Kiba shouted as he returned to his grey drill state and slammed back into Sasuke. Sasuke cried out in pain as Kiba pushed him back, not letting up on the attack. Regaining control of his arms, he combined his hands over his head and slammed down on what he assumed was Kiba's head. The blur dug down into the ground, leaving Sasuke to fly back and roll over. Kiba released the technique, clutching his head in pain as he rose from the crater. Sasuke stumbled to his feet as blood dripped down his chest, where Kiba's attack had left a giant hole in his shirt. Black flame-like marks slowly began spreading over Sasuke's right side, flowing down his arm and reaching his thigh. Lust. Defeat. Kiba. He gasped, his lungs taking a definite blow during that last attack. Kiba's soldier pill wasn't all talk. He could still feel the temporary chakra flow through him, giving him the strength to ignore the lump on his head and charge Sasuke again. Just one more. Sasuke thought as the flames fully enveloped his right side. Naruto couldn't believe what he was seeing, what was happening to Sasuke. 6 hand signs were formed. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Sasuke struggled, forming the familiar ring around his mouth and blew with all the chakra he could muster. Kiba tried to slow and dodge as soon as he saw the orange flames leave Sasuke's mouth, but he wasn't fast enough, the flames engulfing his form as he cried out in pain. Kiba. Naruto, and surprisingly Shino cried out. The flames disappeared almost as fast as they appeared, leaving a singed Inuzuka on the floor, part of his hair and coat missing with the edges blackened. Sasuke panted heavily, that was the last of his power. The seal on his neck began to recede. Hayate and 2 medical ninjas hurried over to Kiba with another scooping up Akamaru. Winner Sasuke. Hayate called out. Sasuke's vision was blurring, sounds were becoming fainter. His failing body lost its footing and began falling to the floor. A puff of smoke appeared underneath him as Kakashi materialized, carrying his student with both arms. I'll take him to the healing bay. He told the medical ninja before disappearing in another puff of smoke. Kiba was carried off the field on a stretcher, Akamaru held in the caring arms of a healer. Sakura and Ino looked at each other, both silently asking whether they should follow after Sasuke. With this, the preliminary trials for the 3rd test are over. Hayate announced without a cough, could those who have won their battle please line up here? He said, pointing to a row of undamaged stone just in front of the statue. Tenten, Shikamaru, Chijai, Niji, Lee, Kankurum, Kin, Gaara, Temari and Naruto all made their way down the stairs and towards the front of the room. The Hokage and several Jonin including Anko, Guy and Asuma were already at the front, waiting for them. The sound Jonin had mysteriously slipped away. The 10 genin lined up along the undamaged slabs. Despite one person missing, congratulations to you all who managed to overcome your opponents in battle, Haid announced. In the final rounds, each of you will put your battle skills on display. To not hold anything back, the third round will begin 1 month from now. The Hokage announced. Wait, we're not gonna do it right here and now? Naruto asked, confused. Many clients for missions will be arriving to watch the final test. Time is needed to distribute the summons. The Hokage continued, not to mention, you will need time to prepare for each of your battles. Each of you now knows the other's skills, so you will need this time to prepare new skills to win your battles. Remember to get some rest as well, all work and no play makes a ninja tired and an easy target. Let's get this over with, I've gotta get training. Naruto fussed, bored with the long-winded speech. Okay then, if you insist on Naruto. Anko. They replied, nodding to the special Jonin at the same time. Each of you will draw a slip of paper from here. Anko called out, holding an orange box. 1 slip each. Starting at the end of the line with Tenten, Anko moved down with each of the genin drawing a single slip of paper. Now call out your numbers from left to right. Ibiki ordered. Each of the genin called out their number, Naruto getting number 10. When they had finished, Ibiki directed their attention to the board. It brought up the final matches that the genin would be fighting in, showing them in the form of a tournament table. Shikamaru vs Chimjai. Niji vs Kankurm. Gaara vs Kin. Sasuke vs Lee. Temari vs Naruto. Tenten getting a free advance to the second round against the winner of match 5. Different thoughts were running through the genin's heads, some of them good, some bad about who they would be up against. Temari. I got the sand girl. Naruto questioned in his mind, if he won his first match he would be against Tenten in the second. He was silently weeping in his head, cursing his bad luck. I have a question. Shikamaru stated, the Hokage nodded in response. If this is like a tournament, then is there only one person who will become a Chunin? Actually you all have the possibility of becoming Chunin, the Hokage replied. Several judges, including myself, will be evaluating your skills and depending on your performance, you will or will not advance to Chunin. The person who wins the tournament might not become a Chunin, while someone who lost in the first round could. More matches means more chances to show off your skills. Shikamaru appeared satisfied with the answer, but cursed the fact he would have to work for a month. Thank you all for your patience, we will adjourn till next month. The Hokage finished. A stone that covered the board slid back into place as the Jonin and Hokage began leaving the room. Hey, wait a minute. Naruto called out. The Hokage turned, as did several Jonin to see Naruto's confused face. How do we get out of this forest safely? Chapter 10 Preparations. Naruto awoke early the next morning. The forest of death was child's play for the Jonin that helped them get out. That Gaara kid Naruto shivered, he just walked off back into the forest. The blonde stretched and went through his morning routine, making sure to eat all of his instant ramen for the training plan he'd prepared for himself. Ah. Nothing like ramen to start the day. He gasped, sucking down the last of the noodles, before throwing the cup at the already full trash can, which promptly bounced off. He didn't notice the discarded cup as he grabbed his black and orange jacket and escaped through the window. It was another bright, sunny day in Konoha as Naruto arrived at Team 7's training ground. Sasuke isn't here. I wonder if he's still in the hospital. Naruto wondered, his hand wrapped around the hilt of his new sword, one Naruto had personally helped Tenten forge for him. She'd made him help for 2 reasons, or so she said. One was to put his own sweat and blood into the blade, though not literally. Creating his sword was like creating an extension of himself. It was his and no one else's. Her other reason was because she wanted to test his weapon ability in the final exam after Naruto beats that sand chick. Naruto chuckled at the memory as he draped his jacket over one of the 3 wooden posts and walked over to the nearest unlucky tree. His hand gripped his new sword over his right shoulder, back where it belonged. This short sword was about the same length as his previous one, Naruto's birthstone in the center of the guard, a small, round, wide opal. The hilt itself had 2 protruding ends which curled up to face the tip of the blade. The lower section of the hilt overlapped some of the grip, covering Naruto's hand, should an enemy's blade try to cut it off. The grip was made of dark brown leather, wrapped around a golden-colored handle which ended with a small fox's head at the end, mid-roar. Naruto was waiting silently, his hand still on his blade as the wind swept through the clearing. A fallen leaf crossed between Naruto and the tree. Naruto's sword sliced through the air, barely making any sound until contact with the tree, leaving a huge scar nearly halfway deep through the tree. The leaf fell to the ground, split in 2 perfectly down the middle. Another tree splintered and crashed to the ground, its middle torn apart by Naruto's new blade. The blonde was panting heavily, fatigued and worn down unlike his blade, its only problem was dirt. He grabbed his water canteen and took a long drink before pouring a little on his sword before sitting down and cleaning it on the grass. Just then, he heard a great yawn echo in his mind. "Morning brat, finished already?" The fox greeted as he stretched in his cage. "Already it's 2 o'clock and I haven't even had lunch yet." Naruto yelled back at the fox in his mind. "Geez, what's eating you?" "Besides me in the future of course," the fox chuckled. Naruto scowled. "Watch it, fox. I'm not strong enough yet, but you ain't eating me." "Just a joke, kid. I thought you liked those." Kikbi grumbled. "How's the new sword?" Naruto sighed, letting all the hot air leave his body before rising to his feet, grabbing his jacket and swiftly donning it, heading towards town. "Better." Tenten was right, it feels much better knowing all the ins and outs of it like it's a part of me. The Kikbi just agreed with a grunt, curling back up for its daily fox nap. Naruto let out another sigh as he walked along, enjoying the warm air and the feeling of the sun on his skin. No matter how good they felt, they couldn't pry his mind away from Hinata. He knew he couldn't do anything at the moment to help her, and he felt terrible about it. He glanced up at the Hokage's faces on the great mountain behind the village, remembering his time before becoming a genin, painting their faces. "I haven't played a prank in ages, I think I've matured a little." Naruto thought as he passed the local tar shop. He spotted the wagon outside holding a few large barrels of tar still loaded on. That could be useful. He found himself thinking as he tried to resist grabbing a barrel. His resistance was lost as he spotted a similar situation with the decorations shop, only having a bag labeled bright colored feathers instead. Or maybe I haven't matured too much. Naruto's playful side returned. The wheels in Naruto's head turned quickly. Maybe he could distract himself from Hinata after all. The trap was in place, it had only taken a few shadow clones and a transformation or two, and he'd gotten what he needed. Naruto lay prone on a roof close to the hot springs. Lots of people like to relax at the hot springs, so he thought this would be the best and fastest place to put his latest prank into motion. He giggled quietly as he watched and waited. He soon heard footsteps. Naruto snuck a peek down below. He could see a rather old man with long white hair, a red vest with 2 yellow circles around his upper torso with a green guy underneath, trying in with his green trousers to match. His outfit was topped off with a small horned headband with the kanji for oil written on it. The figure giggled perversely as he scribbled something in a small pocket book. "Ooh, I can't wait. With all the sexy kunoichi off missions, there's bound to be something for my boo." The old man began. He was about to emerge from the alleyway when he heard giggling coming from above. He stopped, snapped his book shut and glanced up at the source of the noise. The old man caught a glimpse of yellow hair and a blue leaf headband before it whipped out of sight. "Boy, you." He called out, "What's so funny?" Naruto cursed himself, he couldn't have waited a few seconds longer to let the laughter pour out when his plan actually succeeded. He poked his head out from the top of the rooftop again before rolling down and jumping in front of the man, outside the alleyway. "Well, someone told me that old desperate men gather here, so far you're the first so you must be the most desperate." Naruto laughed, pointing directly at him. "Why you little," he began, rolling up his sleeves and stepping forward menacingly, "when I get a hold of you I'm gonna." Naruto was feet away from the guy before his foot caught the ninja wire Naruto had placed. He was too angry to notice before tar and feathers mixed in a mini explosion at the alley exit. The feathers disguised the confusion but not for long. The rainbow-colored feathers were now either on the floor or on the man, he was now covered head to toe in black sticky tar and feathers. Naruto clutched his sides as he watched the old man cry out in agony, dropping to the floor and writhing around. The man's hand shot out and grabbed a handful of earth before releasing it, as though trying to ease away the pain. Naruto quickly hurried to the old man's side. "What's wrong?" "I didn't know." The man's hand now found Naruto's neck and instantly the writhing stopped. Naruto's eyes pierced through the feathery mess to see the man grinning an evil grin. "Now I got you a little brat," he whispered. That scared Naruto worse than the yelling as both his hands gripped the old man's, trying to break free. The old man rose to his feet, a few feathers falling from his person as the sticky tar remained stuck. "Now I'm gonna make you pay," he hissed. Naruto's hand stopped gripping the man's as his look of shock turned into a wide grin. "That chance." He laughed before disappearing in a puff of smoke. The old man looked around, the orange and black-clad ninja was a shadow clone, as the real one stood atop the building his clone had jumped from. "See ya." He called down as he jumped away to the next building, laughter still ringing in the air. Anko walked out of the hot springs entrance and saw Naruto making good his escape and the old man covered in feathers. "Lord Jiraiya. Are you okay?" she asked worriedly. The old man, now identified as Jiraiya, wiped what feathers he could from his face before he glanced at the mechanism that caused his current to tire. The string was attached to the 2 buildings low to the ground before turning 90 degrees upwards, attached to the end of a barrel of tar and a bag of feathers. "Blasted kid." He yelled before jumping up to the roof, he was going to make Naruto pay one way or the other. Anko examined the trap more closely. Naruto had put the pins and the wires in the most effective places to make full use of his resources. Uzumaki Naruto. She muttered before cracking a smile, reminds me of me. Naruto was full of glee, he ran and jumped along the roofs, content his prank had worked. That old man will think twice before heading to the hot springs. Naruto chuckled. Not likely. Came a familiar angry voice behind him. A pair of rainbow arms wrapped around his stomach, holding his arms at his sides. This time I got ya. Jiraiya smirked, tightening his grip around Naruto. Pant. Breathe. Naruto gasped. His mind raced to think up a new escape plan. Naruto brought his feet up against the man's legs, pressing down on them, trying to push back. Not gonna work, kid. Jiraiya laughed, his grip now making Naruto's spine make the noises he only made when waking up. Naruto's feet found Jiraiya's crotch, however. They didn't kick nor pound. Instead, a large amount of chakra built up at the soles. Naruto remembered his tree climbing exercise as his feet blasted him and then apart as the Sanin's hands flew to his crotch. His face and knees hit the floor as he tried to ease the pain he was now feeling as Naruto took this chance to make his getaway, the air quickly returning to his lungs. Shadow clone jutsu. He shouted before hundreds of Naruto burst from the smoke, each fleeing the scene in almost every direction possible. A minute later all flashes of orange and black were gone and Jiraiya struggled to his feet, one hand still trying to somehow fix the damage Naruto inflicted. "Alright kid, this means war." He cried out, the last part reaching the outer rim of the city. 6 Naruto ran along the street, confusing villagers as 2 turned down an alley, whilst another ran into a shop. One of the clones reached for the real Naruto as a kunai appeared in his hand. He quickly hurled the kunai at the Hokage manor as he and the other clones hid in the academy. The real Naruto kunai flew through the air, approaching the Hokage well before it was plucked from the air by a masked figure. The Anbu landed and threw the kunai safely down on the grass inside the manor grounds. A puff of smoke later and the kunai became Naruto, rubbing his head as the Anbu faced him. "And just what do you think you're doing?" the Anbu asked coldly. Naruto grinned and laughed before returning to his feet. "There's an enemy ninja on my tail. He's right over there, see?" Naruto reported, pointing in the general direction he left Jiraiya. "Where?" the Anbu squinted behind his mask. "I can't see any." He turned to face Naruto again, only to find an empty space and yellow flashing outlines. Naruto ran up the Hokage's stairs, he'd sprinted past the other Anbu who was currently giving chase. "Come back here," he yelled as Naruto yanked open a door to his left and slammed it behind him, pushing his back against it like a barricade. "Naruto?" a soft voice asked. The last Uzumaki spotted a confused old Hokage sitting at his desk in the middle of signing papers with his pipe slowly smoking. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Naruto didn't dare leave the door but still answered the kind old man. "There's this guy. He kinda looks like a chicken. And he's after me." Naruto breathed out. "Chicken? What are you on about, Naruto?" The old Hokage sighed, resting his free hand on his forehead. "Well, he had this weird headband on, it had 2 short little horns on it." Hiruzen Sarutobi laughed. His old student had gotten himself mixed up with the likes of Naruto. Naruto's head turned to the right as the door next to him opened, revealing a less feathered Jiraiya dripping bits of tar into the room. Naruto froze, how could he have been found so easily? Must have been the Anbu. He thought as he stood as still as he could. "Hey sensei, you wanted to see me?" Jiraiya smiled, shutting the door behind him and grabbing Naruto by his collar. "I'm a little busy as you can see, but sit down and let the boy go," the Hokage said sternly. Jiraiya complied immediately, dropping the blonde ninja and standing in front of the Hokage's desk, but not before whispering, "We'll finish this later," into Naruto's ear. "Leave us, Naruto," the Hokage ordered. Naruto yanked open the door and tripped over himself to get out before closing it after him. "Well, that's one problem sorted," he said, dusting his hands as he walked down the corridor only to bump into 2 annoyed Anbu guards. "Oh, hey guys. The Hokage wants to see you," Naruto said, trying not to let his voice crack. "What about?" one of them asked while the other continued glaring at Naruto. "Something about not being able to catch a genin or something." Naruto smirked before pushing past the 2. "Have fun in your meeting." Naruto left the building, the sun hitting him in the eyes as he gazed up at the sky. "Ah, this was a fun day." He smiled. The sound wave of yelling blasted from the Hokage's office. "Get out of here this instant." Naruto and half the village heard the Hokage shout. "Not fun for me anyway." Naruto laughed, walking away from the Hokage building. Akamaru let out a soft whimper as he and his master lay back on a rooftop looking up at the sky and the clouds. Several Naruto had run past earlier, but Kiba thought nothing of it. Akamaru descended into slumber as Kiba laughed softly at the small puppy. He stood quietly and walked over to the edge of the building before sitting down, gazing at the people below going about their business. "I wonder how Hinata's doing," he thought. Looking around he noticed a black and orange knucklehead wandering through the street with a smile still sitting on his face. Kiba looked back to see Akamaru still snoozing on his back. "You'll be fine." Kiba pushed himself off the building, kicked the wall and landed a few meters in front of the blonde. "Hey Naruto." "Hey Kiba, what's up?" Naruto asked. "You haven't heard anything about Hinata, have you?" Kiba said, his sadness evident in his voice. "No, is she okay?" Naruto asked, his smile gone. "Well, last time I saw her was a day or two ago. Kurenai-sensei said Hinata needed a rest, so I can't see her every day. I haven't seen her either, maybe Kurenai will let me in. If you do see her, make sure you tell me how she's doing, okay buddy?" Kiba requested. "Sure thing." Naruto answered, glancing up at the sun. "I better get going then, visiting hours are nearly over." Kiba chuckled as Naruto dashed off yet again, leaving a trail of dust in his wake. The orange and black figure screeched over the smooth floor as he stopped himself sliding into the hospital reception desk. "Where is Hinata Haika's room?" Naruto huffed. The nurse behind the desk looked stunned before quickly regaining her senses and sending Naruto to room 208. Naruto thanked the nurse and hurried himself along the corridor and up the stairs, coming to rest outside Hinata's room. He looked over at the clock on the wall. It read 7:30. "Yosh. I made it." Naruto cheered, just a bit too loud. The door in front of him opened and an angry, blood-eyed woman glared down at him. Naruto jumped back against the wall as long black locks of hair caught up with the woman and fell back around her face. Kurenai realized who was creating the noise and put her finger to her lips. Naruto nodded his head before she stepped aside, inviting him in. He quickly hurried past her and into the room, catching his gasp at the last second. Hinata was still lying in bed, her body still having multiple wires plugged in, but there were less than the Chunin exam room. She looked a little less pale than before too. Both Naruto and Kurenai's eyes softened at the sight they saw, Naruto for Hinata and Kurenai for Naruto. "See, could you give me some time?" "Kurenai-sensei?" Naruto asked politely and quietly. The Chunin teacher responded by leaving the room, closing the door behind her gently. Naruto walked over to the empty seat by Hinata's side and sat, getting a closer look at her face. He took her hand in his and rubbed his thumb along the top. Naruto wished he could do something to help her heal. Wait. Heals. He thought quickly, a plan coming together. No. A deep voice in Naruto's head responded instantly. But anything I do will hinder more than help. The Kyuubi spoke up, your body had time to adapt to my chakra, if she took it in, it would likely end her career as a ninja and maybe her life. Naruto went back to thinking up new things that could help Hinata, while the fox just laid his paws over each other and rested his head. Jiraiya had finished his meeting with the Hokage, and the pair had tracked Naruto back to the hospital. The nurse at the reception desk was gathering her things to leave as the old man walked up to her. "You didn't happen to see Naruto, did you?" "Naruto?" she asked, confused. "Oh, that blonde kid that's always getting banged up. He's upstairs, room 208 last I saw Lord Hokage." She replied, gathering the last of her stuff and shuffling away. The third led Jiraiya through the halls and up to the indicated room. "I remember when I used to get sent here." He laughed, "This place was almost like home to me. You did have a habit of trying unbelievably stupid things." The third replied, "Remember when you returned from Mount Mamboku?" Don't remind me, I had to be in a boring bare white room for a week." Jiraiya shivered. Kurenai appeared ahead of the duo, walking round the corner with a cup of coffee. "Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya." Almost dropping her cup in shock, "What are you doing here?" "We're here to see Naruto, is he here?" The Hokage asked politely as Jiraiya's eyes lit up with hearts, "Not now." The Hokage said sternly to his former student. Kurenai opened the door a crack and peered inward. Inside they found a sleeping Hinata, the monitor beating softly in time with her heart, with a certain blonde-haired genin resting his head on the side of the bed, his hands still holding hers. Jiraiya and the third snuck a peek before closing the door gently. "It'll be best to leave this till morning, don't you think, sensei?" "Indeed, Jiraiya, if we woke him now, the whole building would shake with excitement." The third replied. "What? What's going to happen?" Kurenai asked, confused. Jiraiya looked at his teacher cautiously as Hiruzen nodded, giving him permission. "I'm taking Naruto out on a mission with me. But Naruto needs this time to train for the final." Kurenai tried to reason. "I will train him myself on the road, the whole experience should show him a bit more of what the world is like. But he's Kakashi's." Kurenai began. "He's no longer Kakashi's student." Jiraiya said rather fiercely at Kurenai, scaring the Chunin a little. "Kakashi is perfectly willing to comply with the council and train the last Uchiha." Kurenai just kept quiet as Jiraiya regained his previous composure. "I agreed to let Jiraiya take Naruto out on this mission, as he may tip the balance between its success or failure." The third reassured Kurenai. "Just what is this mission exactly?" she asked. "That's an S-rank secret, I'm afraid." The third replied. Kurenai sighed and glanced back at the door where the two young genin lay sleeping behind. Naruto's eyes opened slowly. His back felt stiff and the room was bright. He slowly lifted his head up and found Hinata lying in her hospital bed. Pins and needles struck Naruto's arm as he followed its path, coming to rest seeing his hand still holding Hinata's. He smiled at the sight before him. Even in her weakened state, she still looked cute. The sun had crept in and was beginning to crawl up the sheets. Naruto quickly checked the wall clock, it was already 9:15. He let go of Hinata's hand and crept out of the room, closing the door quietly behind him. He glanced around, making sure no nurses or staff were around before jumping out the hallway window into the street below. The loud rumbling could be heard as Naruto made his way down the street. Alright, I'll feed you. Jeez. Naruto poked himself in the stomach as he said this, heading for his favorite eatery. It's nice to see you still so full, Gama-chan. Naruto squeaked as he rubbed the green frog-like wallet against his face affectionately. Naruto turned the corner and arrived at Ichiraku's only to stop in stunned confusion. Someone else was eating there before him. That was exceedingly rare, and Naruto knew that the only other ramen lover like him was Shinji. The man sitting at the counter wasn't Shinji though. Naruto could make out his green suit, red jacket and clogs. No way. Naruto thought loudly, making the fox stir in his sleep. The old guy was probably still out for revenge. Naruto tiptoed backwards. Pull up a stool, kid. A familiar voice called out. Naruto froze, the voice only confirming his suspicions. Naruto lifted the flap into the ramen bar and saw Jiraiya sitting in Iruka's usual seat, eating the last of his ramen. Well. Are you gonna stand there all day or am I gonna have to eat your ramen too? Naruto noticed a steaming bowl of beef ramen sitting in the empty spot next to the. Is that for me? Naruto asked hopefully. Do you see anyone else here? Jiraiya smirked, his head turning and facing the blonde while giving him a wide grin. Naruto cautiously sat down and examined his ramen carefully, checking for anything suspicious. After concluding his little investigation, Naruto broke apart his chopsticks and dug in. Jiraiya just chuckled at Naruto's attitude. He acted more like his dad than he thought. When Naruto was about halfway through his free bowl of ramen, Jiraiya decided to get the hard part over with. Ready for the Chunin exam? Naruto choked on his noodles and bumped a fist against his chest to get them down. Are you kidding? I'm going to own everyone. He shouted proudly. Uchiha shook his head and smiled at his best customer's enthusiasm. I don't think so, kid. You have a sword you probably only wear for show, and from what the third told me, a few useless. Useless now. Naruto and the fox were insulted. Sure, Naruto had made the sexy out of curiosity and fun, but it was far from useless on adults, not to mention the fox's claw the Kikbi had taught him. And again, that was one he could only use against older and perverse men and one flashy, but chakra costly. I can use this thing too. Pointing to his sword with his thumb, and I have good. I just need more of them. Naruto said, his pride dropping a little. That's what I thought. Jiraiya sighed. What would you know about it, old man? Naruto shot back. Old man, you think I'm? Jiraiya's eyes twitched. He jumped off his stool and into the middle of the empty street, biting his thumb and slamming the same hand down on the floor. Mount Mamboku Gama's holy master Sennin, also known as the Toad Sennin, Jiraiya. Jiraiya shouted out as he stood proudly atop an orange toad that was taller than Naruto. Naruto just sat and stared at the old man with a blank expression on his face. Jiraiya was frozen on top of the toad, waiting for the applause he expected. What an idiot. The sage fell off his toad, and the floor introduced itself to his face. You little brat. Jiraiya shouted, scrambling back to his feet. Well, that has to be the stupidest intro I've ever seen. Naruto reasoned. Jiraiya just grabbed Naruto by his collar and pulled him out of the bar, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Respect your elders, you stupid genin, and go get your stuff. He let go of Naruto's collar, and Naruto dropped to the ground in front of his apartment. Wah? How was it? Naruto began. I'm not called for nothing, you know. Jiraiya smiled. Hurry up, we don't have long before we leave. What? Where are we going? Naruto asked curiously. First he pranks the guy, then he gets chazzed all over Konoha, next he's getting free ramen from the guy, now they're going somewhere. I'm going on an S-rank mission, you are coming with me so I can teach you some respect. Maybe or two if you're lucky. Naruto needed no more persuasion. He shot off like a bullet into his apartment, leaving an after-image behind and a small patch of smoke. Jiraiya chuckled and looked around. Ramen cups lay around the room in every place you looked, a bright orange top lay across the table next to a bowl of milky liquid, which was probably milk at one point. He didn't dare sniff and see. Alright, I'm ready. Naruto exclaimed as he dashed out of his room carrying a medium-sized backpack. You actually live here? Yeah, what's wrong with it? Naruto asked, looking around as though the mess was nothing. Never mind, just hire a maid or something when we get back. Jiraiya sighed. The duo left the apartment with Jiraiya saying he'll wait at the gate. Naruto quickly locked up, reached into his pocket and pinned a white letter on his door with a shuriken. Yeah. He smiled and jumped after Jiraiya. Tenten. A voice called out. Tenten was just leaving her shop and was locking up. Fiba. What's up? She turned to face the brown-haired boy and pup. Fiba ran up to her with a worried look on his face. Have you seen Naruto around? I asked him to check on Hinata last night and he never came back. No sorry Kiba. In fact, Naruto was supposed to train with me today. Tenten glanced around solemnly. Oh yay. Kiba reached into his coat suddenly. Here. He handed a small white envelope to Tenten with her name on it. What's this? She asked. It was on Naruto's front door when I checked his house. It had your name on it so I thought you might know where he is. Tenten opened the letter and quickly read through it. Tenten, the new sword is fine, it's much sharper than my old one and I promise to polish it often. Me and this old guy, Jiraiya, are going on a mission so I can't train for a bit. I'm sorry but I promise to make it up to you when I get back. Whatever you want, K. Naruto. Tenten folded the letter in half and pocketed it. Well? What did it say? Kiba asked. He won't be back for a bit. She replied a little sadly, looking toward the main gate. Naruto was just leaving said gate, walking alongside the legendary Toad when he sneezed. Some girl must be thinking of you, Naruto. Jiraiya teased. And be. Naruto said simply, his head held high. Oh? If it was, Naruto turned and smiled brightly at the aging old man. I will never stop sneezing. Jiraiya reached out and messed up Naruto's hair. Yay, I'm sure kid. The duo continued down the road, turning left after a few miles, then right after a few more, Naruto keeping usually quiet. When are you gonna teach me something new? He suddenly blurted out. Calm down kid, we got a job to do first. Jiraiya said, sighing. If you prove useful, I'll definitely teach you something useful. Oh man, Naruto groaned. Fine then, what's the mission? Jiraiya smirked with a sinister twinkle in his eye. We're going to capture a missing ninja. He began, watching the look of excitement grow in Naruto's eyes at his every word. His name is Uzumaki. Thanks for listening. I do hope you enjoy it. If you want the next part of this video, turn on that bell notification. Like, subscribe and comment down below. And also check out the others videos I have created and enjoyed it. See you guys next video.